This video continues with Chapter 120, The Fear of the World Government. All three admirals ambushed Luffy in the Grand Line. A double comparison of navigation. This succubus Luffy is reversed. Chapter 120, The Fear of the World Government. All three admirals ambushed Luffy in the Grand Line. Kyuzin, didn't I tell you already? I am Smoker's friend. Marco, okay. Who doesn't know that you didn't dare to kill Straw Hat and let him go because his grandfather was Garp? Josie, there's no need to explain Aokiji. Everyone knows that you and Straw Hat are the same family. Bista, except for Akainu, you Marines and Straw Hats are a family that loves each other. Kyuzin. Jaehin, Akainu is the only one injured. Original world. After Luffy and others finished their trip to the isolated island. Soon we arrived at the capital of Seven Waters. Here Robin met someone from CP9. Robin chose to be captured by CP9 in order not to drag down Luffy and others. But after Luffy learned about this, lead all companions to attack Anai's lobby. Luffy realized the power of second gear during this battle. Victory over Bluno and Rob Lucci. And his companions also defeated other CP9 people. In the end, they successfully rescued Robin and left Anai's lobby on the Merry. Gall D. Roger, hahaha, not bad. Luffy in our world does a good job in not abandoning his companions. Pluton Silver Rayleigh, even if he faces a formidable opponent, he still fights with all his strength to save his companions. The Luffy in our world is also remarkable. Edward Newgate, kulalala, what an interesting kid. Copper Jabba, that's true, but the only flaw is that his strength is too weak. At this time, he can barely master the power of the second and third gears, and Luffy from the Flat World has already awakened the Devil Fruit. Marco, there is no way. The Straw Hat Boy from the Flat World is a monster that transcends everything. No one can compare with him. The Straw Hat Boy in our world has such strength at this age, which is already quite good. Jaws, Marco is right. Luffy in the parallel world can no longer regard him as a human being. His strength and talent are too strong. The Straw Hat Boy in our world is still a normal person. Bista, but having said that, the Straw Hat crew in the parallel world is also going to the Seven Waters capital Tun because the Merry is damaged. I don't know if they will encounter people from the CP organization. Byandy Wald, with the current strength of the Straw Hats in that parallel world, even two Admiral-level powerhouses may not be able to defeat them. If a mere CP organization encounters them, they will probably be killed instantly. Parallel world. Naval Headquarters, Majuo. What are you talking about, Kyuzin? Monkey D. Luffy reappeared in Magic Valley Town after a year? You can't stop them by yourself and let them drive the boat away. What a joke! Sengoku cursed. It's true, Mr. Sengoku. They are very strong and I can't stop them. Kyuzin said lazily. Stop talking nonsense. Wouldn't it be easy if you really want to hold them back with your strength? Why don't you report the situation to us as soon as the battle starts and let us support Leju? Sengoku asked. Mosi, I'm sorry. Mr. Sengoku's signal is a little bad. Let's wait until I get back. After Kyuzin left these words, he hung up the phone directly. Damn. Looking at the hung-up phone bug, Sengoku cursed. Are they going to see again after a year? Although I don't know where they have been during this year, there is no doubt that their strength has improved a lot. He put his chin in his hands and looked serious. Really, Kyuzin should not be stationed near the ship. Sakazuki or Porozalino should be stationed near the ship. Sengoku said with a headache. What should we do now? Transfer Sakazuki and Porozalino who are still at the Grand Line back. In this year, because the three of them are near the Grand Line, there has been a lot of trouble in New World without supervision. He reminded. During this year, Marine 3 Admiral, all near Grand Line. Kyuzin is responsible for staying near the ship. On the other hand, Sakazuki and Porozalino were patrolling the nearby waters. The distance is not particularly far. Originally, according to their plan, let Kyuzin station near the ship and wait for Luffy and the others to come back to pick up the ship. If you encounter Luffy, use your abilities to hold them back. Then communicate with Sakazuki and Porozalino. 3 Admiral took action at the same time to capture Luffy and others. But now Kyuzen can't hold back a word. Let their plan collapse. And of course, this plan was planned by the world government. They are just executing. The world government is thinking about getting rid of Luffy day and night. That's why 3 admirals were stationed at the Grand Line. He even turned a deaf ear to the disputes in New World. Achoku, it's quite an exaggeration. The 3 admirals have been on the Grand Line for the whole year, tilde. You must know that New World is the territory of pirates. At the same time, there are also a large number of world government member countries in the New World. In order to give those joining countries a sufficient sense of security, basically under normal circumstances, there must be 1 or 2 strong admiral men stationed in the New World. This move is also to prevent the big pirate of New World from making any big moves. And now the world government in that parallel world is trying to deal with Luffy. 3 Admiral just ignores New World. I have been chasing Luffy on the Grand Line for a year. Enough to be visible. How much does the world government take Luffy seriously? Pluton's Silver Rayleigh. I'm glad again that the guy stationed on the Mary is that guy Aokiji, otherwise we would be in big trouble. Gal D. Roger. If the people stationed near the ship were replaced by Akainu and Kizaru, I'm afraid the 2 of them would start tipping off the enemy after meeting Luffy. When the 3 admirals join forces with Luffy, they will indeed be in trouble. Marco, fortunately it's Aokiji. Josie, the Straw Hat's best friend Aokiji. Kyuzen. That's all. New World cannot be supervised by strong people, otherwise the big group of pirates will cause chaos. Please tell Sakazuki and Poruzalino to stop staying at the Grand Line and go to New World to inspect. Sengoku ordered to a general beside him. Yes. After hearing Sengoku's order, the general prepared to report the information. Except for the difficult enemy Monkey D. Luffy, the vacant position of 7 warlords of the sea has never been filled. It's really a headache. One thing after another is really difficult to handle. Sengoku sat on the chair and rubbed his forehead with a headache. At this moment, a man wearing a black top hat appeared at the window. If it is a candidate for 7 warlords of the sea, I do have a recommendation. Huh, who are you? How did you sneak into the headquarters? Sengoku frowned slightly. Well, don't worry about who I am. Weren't you just worried about the candidate for 7 warlords of the sea? I do have a suitable candidate. At the same time, I also have information to report to you that will interest you very much. I hope you can listen to Marshal Sengoku, Lafitte said politely. Lafitte is a member of the Blackbeard pirates. Really, let's talk about it. Sengoku glanced at him and said calmly. First of all, I would like to recommend to you the candidate for 7 warlords of the sea named Marshal D. Teach. He is our captain. He is powerful and qualified to hold this position. Lafitte said slowly. Marshal D. Teach? I know that guy. He killed the captain of the Whitebeard pirates and was hunted by Fire Fist Ace all over the world. Isn't he alive? It's incredible. Sengoku said slightly surprised. Ace is the strongest monster recognized in the world before Luffy. Such a strong man hunted Blackbeard for a full year. It's really surprising that the other party can still live in the sea. We, the Blackbeard pirates, have suffered a lot this past year. One of our crew members, Badgers, was killed by the Fire Fist Ace. Let's not talk about this sad past. Let's talk about information that you will definitely be interested in. Fire Fist Ace is the biological son of Roger, the Pirate King. Lafitte told the truth without saying any more nonsense. What did you say? Hearing Lafitte's words, Sengoku's pupils contracted violently. Don't be so surprised that this kind of thing is not true. After all, you also know that our Captain Teach once stayed on the ship of the Whitebeard pirates, so it is not surprising to know this. Lafitte said calmly. At the beginning of the original Summit War, Sengoku said that Whitebeard wanted to make Ace the Pirate King because he is Roger's son. It can be known from this sentence that Whitebeard definitely knows Ace's true identity. There should be many captains on the ship who know Ace's true identity. It's not surprising that Blackbeard knows. One Piece Roger's son, I didn't expect him to be alive. Crane took a breath. Our Blackbeard pirates alone are simply not enough to defeat Fire Fist Ace, so we want to join forces with you, Marine. We will leave clues to introduce Fire Fist Ace to an island in the Grand Line. Send an Admiral over to help us take him down. And in order to repay our contribution, you will make our Captain Teach become the 7 warlords of the sea. Edward Newgate, that damn Teach, is he actually engaging in such a conspiracy? Marco Trouble, if Admiral and Teach join forces, Ace will be in danger. Jaws, don't panic, you have to trust the Ace in that world. After all, that Ace grew up with the Straw Hat Kid. I believe that even if he can't defeat the combination of Admiral and Teach, he can definitely escape. Sengoku was silent for a moment and agreed. No problem, we will send Sakazuki and Poruzalino there. Now these 2 admirals happen to be on the Grand Line. To make sure nothing goes wrong, 2 people go together. Bista, damn it. Is that old guy Sengoku from the parallel world crazy? He actually used 2 admirals to deal with Ace. Red-haired Shanks, Ace in that world is in trouble. The 2 admirals are dispatched. Coupled with the strength of Blackbeard, it will be difficult for him to escape this disaster. Edward Newgate, damn old Sengoku, you won't even let go of my son from the parallel world. Gall D. Roger, damn Sengoku, and Newgate, that's my son. Golden Lion Shiki, Jai Hahaha. It seems that Ace in that world can't escape the fate of being executed. Douglas Bullet, I thought it was impossible for the Summit War in that parallel world to break out, but now it seems that it will still start an unprecedented war, just like in our world. Red Earl Baloric Redfield, Summit War. If the Summit War in that parallel world can break out, maybe we can see the true strength of the Straw Hat Boy. A few days later, the other side. The capital of 7 Waters. Luffy and others drove the boat and successfully arrived at this place. They found the most famous craftsman on the island to help repair the boat, and also enlarge the overall boat. After all, there are not enough rooms in the ship. Luffy is always crowded with Vivi, Nami, Luoshi, and others. In the end, after discussion, they learned that it would take about a week. Only craftsmen can repair and expand the melee. In this way, Luffy and others wandered around the island. Is there a sea train here? Ha ha ha, so interesting. Luffy looked around curiously. I didn't expect there to be such a fun place in the Grand Line. Usopp looked around excitedly. Let's disband here and meet again in the evening. I'm going to play first. This is the first time for Luffy to come to such an interesting place, so naturally he has to take a look around. Luffy, wait for me. Don't run so fast, Luffy. Nami and Vivi followed Luffy and shouted anxiously, fearing that they would not be able to catch up with Luffy. Hey, really, do you like clinging to Luffy so much? Robin sighed helplessly, although she also wants to cling to Luffy. But as the eldest sister, she naturally has to maintain her aloof persona. Give Nami and Vivi the chance to cling to Luffy. And of course, as a condition of exchange. When sleeping at night, she and Luffy are closest to each other. Miss Robin, aren't you going to play around? Sanji asked. I'll just stay near the ship. After all, we can't let these craftsmen cut corners on our ship, Robin explained. All right. Sanji nodded and walked around the capital of 7 Waters. It didn't take long for Zhao Kaiyan. Nico Robin. A voice came into Robin's ears. She nodded and saw Lu Chikaku and 10 other agents from the CP organization standing behind her. It's you. Seeing several people, Robin's face suddenly turned gloomy. Wait, Lucci, let's run. Since Nico Robin is here, it means that Monkey D. Luffy must also be here, and we have to report the information here. Otherwise, if we face Monkey D. Luffy, we will die miserably, Kaku said nervously. Is there any need to be so panicked? Kaku, Monkey D. Luffy is not around now. This is our chance to take down Nico Robin. Lucci does not agree with Kaku's view of escaping. He quickly enters Devil Fruit's ability form. Becomes a leopard man, exuding a terrifying aura. Tread. He stepped hard on the ground and rushed towards Robin with lightning speed. I want to capture it. Euros. Robin used the power of the Devil Fruit to make 6 arms grow from Lucci's body. The arms firmly grasped Lucci's neck, legs, and feet. Ka ka ka. With a crisp sound, Lucci's legs, feet, and neck were directly twisted. Snapped. The severe pain made Lucci's eyes turn white, and he fell to the ground on the spot. Yoruge, instant kill. Kaku, how is that possible? Even Straw Hat spent a lot of effort to defeat Lucci, but that Nico Robin directly killed Lucci instantly. Kalifa, hey, are you kidding? That Luo Bao is so powerful. Marco, isn't this nonsense? This Robin has been with Straw Hat for a year and been coached by Straw Hat himself for a year. How can he be weak? Chapter 121, Acevs Akainu, Kizaru, Blackbeard defeated, Summit War begins. Nami, that Robin is so awesome. Monkey D. Luffy, the leopard fell down like that. Was he pretending to sleep? Vinsmoke Sanji, idiot, this is not pretending to be asleep. Miss Robin killed him instantly. Roranoa Zoro, I am looking forward to the strength I have in that parallel world more and more. I have been with Luffy for the longest time, and my strength should only be inferior to Lu. Gal D. Roger, the strength of Luffy and his gang in the current parallel world is really immeasurable. Pluton Silver Rayleigh, there will be times when I will shine. I'm really looking forward to it. After seeing Robin's powerful strength, it can be said that they are more curious about Luffy's strength. It only took Luffy 1 year to completely change Robin's strength. The strongest genius Lucci, who can directly kill CP9 instantly. So what is Luffy's strength after awakening from the devil fruit? I can't even imagine it. Lucci. Seeing Lucci being instantly killed by Robin. Kaku and Kalifa next to him were both broken into cold sweats. Although I don't want to kill anyone, I just wanted to prevent you from leaking the information about us here. So I offended you. Robin used his ability again to break off the hands and feet of Kaku and other CP9 members. Then they found ropes and tied them up. At the same time, on the other side. Grand Line, a certain island. I will never let you escape this time. Ace is covered in terrifying flames and approaches Blackbeard step by step. Ace, you bastard actually killed my crew member Badgers. I will definitely make you pay for it with blood. Blackbeard gritted his teeth with a splitting eye. Although Badgers is not his strongest subordinate. But he was the first person to follow Blackbeard. Also the man who is most loyal to Blackbeard. Even in the future, after Blackbeard freed a large number of impelled down powerful prisoners. Still letting Badgers serve as the captain of the Blackbeard Pirates' #1 ship. It is enough to show how much Blackbeard attaches great importance to Badgers. It was your companion who died last time, but it's you who will die this time. Teach's crime of killing Sage must be paid today. Ace snorted coldly. Ha ha ha, it's not me who will die today, Ace. Blackbeard suddenly laughed. Ace suddenly laughed when he saw Blackbeard. I suddenly realized something was wrong. 557. When he caught up with Blackbeard before, Blackbeard tried his best to escape. But today, I feel so relaxed and have no fear at all. When thinking of this, Ace quickly activated observation Haki. He sensed 2 powerful auras approaching here. These 2 auras are not much weaker than Whitebeard. Ace quickly deduced that it was 2 ministers who came here. It's a scam. Ace suddenly realized this fact. Ace in this world is a calm and wise person. He knows to stay here. Not only can't kill Blackbeard, it's very possible that I'll be here too. No hesitation. Ace turns around and plans to run away. I won't let you escape, Ace. Dark water. Blackbeard roared, and then a terrifying black mist appeared on his palm. The black mist is like a black hole, aiming at Ace. I want to attract it. Fire punch. Ace backhanded a shot of scorching flames towards Blackbeard. So hot, so hot. Blackbeard was immediately rolled all over the floor with heat. Fire power. Ace's fists, legs, and feet are covered in terrifying flames, allowing the flames to spurt out continuously, allowing him to fly in the air. At this moment, Poruzalino suddenly appeared in front of Ace. He put one hand in his pocket, put his chin in his other hand, and said crookedly, "We can't let this monster like you escape. Fire fist, Ace." Peng! Poruzalino kicked out suddenly, and the terrifying force hit Ace's side. A boom. A loud noise was heard, and Ace's body hit the ground heavily. A big hole was suddenly smashed into the ground, and smoke and dust filled the sky. It's really unexpected that the son of the Pirate King is still alive in this world. If you grow up with your talent, I'm afraid you will become a more powerful being than Roger. Sakazuki slowly came to the center of the island and looked at Ace in the pit. Marco, it's over, what a desperate scene. Josie, if these three bastards Akainu, Kizaru, and Teach join forces, it's absolutely impossible for even Dad to escape, let alone Ace. Bista, it would be nice if Kizaru didn't come Baff. With Ace's ability, he should be able to escape. But unfortunately, that yellow-skinned monkey is too fast and too flexible. There is a possibility that he could escape in Ace. There is absolutely zero S**X. If only Sakazuki comes. So with Ace's physical fitness and ability, it should be possible to survive a round of attacks and escape. But the arrival of Porzolino, it's almost a death sentence for Ace. Because no one in this world can be faster than Porzolino. Damn trouble. Ace looked warily at Sakazuki, Porzolino, and Blackbeard, who were approaching him. Ha ha ha, how about it, Ace? I'll tell you that I won't be the one who dies today, but you won't die today either, because Marine already knows that you are Roger's son, and they plan to your public execution will attract the Whitebeard pirates, and then you will kill your father. Blackbeard crossed his arms in front of his chest, looking triumphant. Fire Emperor. Ace did not speak, but suddenly his momentum surged to the extreme. Around his body, there are extremely terrifying flames. A huge fireball continued to gather and grow from his fingertips. The size of the fireball is getting bigger and bigger, and finally it is as huge as the sun. Without any hesitation, Ace directly threw the huge fireball towards Blackbeard. Ace knows that it is impossible to escape today. But before he is caught, he must kill Blackbeard. A violent explosion that resounded through the sky and shook the sea suddenly exploded from Blackbeard as the center. Blackbeard suddenly screamed. He never expected that Ace would still resist even though he was surrounded by the three of them. And the huge fireball was still thrown in his direction. What a terrifying strength! It is indeed the most terrifying monster in the sea, second only to Monkey D. Luffy. Porzolino said in surprise. It is unimaginable that in this era, you two terrible monsters will appear at the same time. But after today is over, there will be one less monster in this sea. But soon the man named Monkey D. Luffy will also die. In the hands of our Marine, Sakazuki said coldly. Haha, you want to kill my eldest brother? You two can't do it, Ace sneered. Sakazuki's pupils shrank when he heard Ace's words. What did you say? Big brother? Who is your big brother? That Monkey D. Luffy. Isn't Monkey D. Luffy the grandson of Mr. Garp? Why is he your eldest brother? Porzolino asked doubtfully. I have no comment on this matter, but his talent and strength are beyond your imagination. I am as strong as I am today all because of the teachings of Brother Luffy. 1. You can kill me, but it is absolutely impossible to kill Brother Luffy. He will one day become the freest man in the sea, above the Marine and world government. Ace was not afraid at all when he was surrounded by three people. On the contrary, after mentioning Luffy, he still had a proud smile on his face. Hey, are you kidding me? You became so strong under the guidance of that sidekick Luffy. The news is so exciting. He has been in contact with Ace for several years. Know what a terrifying monster Ace is. He has mastered the tyranny in his teens, and the developers of Devil Fruit are even more dissatisfied. But now Ace has personally admitted that he can become so strong. Is it because of being coached by Luffy that you are where you are today? So how powerful is that Luffy? Blackbeard broke into a cold sweat when he thought of this. It's really scary. The son of Pirate King Roger, the second most talented monster in the sea, was actually trained by Monkey D. Luffy himself, Porzolino said in surprise. Above Marine and world government, no one can do such a thing, not even Monkey D. Luffy. The power of world government is beyond your imagination. Forget it, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense to you. Get him quickly and complete this mission, Porzolino. The words fall. Sakazuki, Porozalino, and Blackbeard joined forces. Launched an offensive against Ace. Flame Yinfen. Ace peeled off 2 parts of the flame from his body. I saw the 2 flames instantly transformed into a form that looked exactly like him. Has the fruit's ability been developed to this extent? Sakazuki said, slightly surprised. What a terrifying fruit development, Porozalino said with a slightly crooked mouth. Just as the 2 of them thought. Ace releases 2 flame clones to deal with the 3 of them at the same time. Who knows Ace's true body and 2 flame clones? They all rush towards Blackbeard. Regard Porozalino and Sakazuki as nothing. Hey, 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 Ace, you bastard. Seeing 3 aces rushing towards him, Blackbeard was immediately confused. Fire punch. 3 aces, the palms of their hands are covered with rich flames at the same time. The next 3 words. The terrifying flames, so hot that they were enough to melt and evaporate everything, all rushed towards Blackbeard. Dark acupoint. Blackbeard is covered in terrifying black mist. I want to use my own darkness to engulf Ace's flames. But the best he can do is swallow the flames shot by Ace's clone. He can no longer devour the flames of Ace's body. A boom. A loud noise was heard, and Blackbeard was enveloped in flames again. Well, after all, that Blackbeard is also the person who will become the 7 warlords of the sea. I can't let you kill him like this, Fire Fist Ace. Porozalino takes action immediately, cooperating with Sakazuki to launch an offensive against Ace. Although Ace is very powerful, but you must know that he is facing 2 genuine general-level experts. And Blackbeard, who can neutralize Devil Fruit, keeps doing sneak attacks. Ace fought hard for a long time. In the end, he was completely defeated. It's really tricky. You can hold on for so long when surrounded by the 3 of us. Sakazuki couldn't help but praise. Looking at Ace, who fell to the ground in front of him, Porozalino frowned slightly. I really don't know what the strength of Monkey D. Luffy, who has disappeared for a year, is now. I almost got killed by you, Ace, Blackbeard gasped. In this battle, Ace just stared at him. Devil Fruit's double injury damage can be said to have caused him a lot of suffering. Marco, no miracle happened after all. Bista, but I have to say that the Ace in that world was really terrifying. How could he persist in the face of the siege of these 3 bastards, Akainu, Kizaru, and Teach? A long time. Jaws, if I were besieged by these 3 people, even I would be defeated quickly. But Ace was able to resist for a long time, and even almost killed that bastard Teach. Achoku, that Ace's strength is indeed terrifying. Byendy walled, as expected of the man who grew up with that straw hat boy. Although Ace lost. However, no one felt that Ace was weak. After all, he was surrounded by Sakazuki, Porozalino, and Blackbeard. Even the absolute overlord of the old days, Rocks. He will definitely fail. And Ace can be in this age group. It took a long time to compete with these 3 people with terrifying strength before losing. How strong is Ace? Edward Newgate. Don't worry, Ace. No matter which world you are in and you are captured by Marine, I will definitely save you. Gall D. Roger. It's a pity that Ace in the parallel world is arrested and there is nothing my father can do. Pluton Silver Rayleigh. The next thing we have to look at is Luffy. If Ace, as his younger brother, is arrested by Marine, he will definitely not sit idly by and watch. Golden Lion Shiki. Jai hahaha. I'm looking forward to it, the Summit War in the parallel world. Let me see that straw hat boy in that war. What kind of strength can it show? Red Earl Baloric Redfield. The most grand war of all time is about to begin. Rox D. It's so unpredictable. News about Ace being defeated. Soon reported to Sengoku by Sakazuki. What did you say? Fire Fist Ace is Monkey D. Luffy's younger brother. Sengoku was stunned when he heard the news. The 2 of them should be sworn brothers, Sakazuki guessed. Sengoku did not respond after hearing Sakazuki's words. Instead, he hung up the phone silently and fell into silence. Sengoku has only heard Garp mention his grandson Luffy. But I've never heard Garp mention Ace. But now Ace and Luffy are sworn brothers. So that means the 2 of them grew up together. The relationship between the two is so good. There is no doubt that this means that Garp and Ace have a good relationship. When he thought of this, Sengoku suddenly felt troubled. He thought it would be a great thing to arrest Ace. But unexpectedly, I accidentally learned about the relationship between Garp and Ace. He knows that if Ace is executed, Kakuo will definitely be offended. But there is no turning back arrow when I draw my bow. The execution must continue. 122.5 elders applied to send out the Knights of God to kill Luffy, but I am refused. The other side. Sacred Place Mariewa. The highest palace of power. What are you talking about? That Fire Fist Ace is the son of Roger, the Pirate King, and he is also the sworn brother of Monkey D. Luffy. The 5 elders were shocked after hearing Sengoku's truthful report. They didn't expect that the son of Pirate King Roger was still alive. I never thought that Ace would be related to Luffy. Really? I understand. Fire Fist Ace has been arrested now, right? A public execution will be held in a few days to inform the world. After the 5 elders left these words, they hung up the phone directly. It's really unexpected. The two of them actually have such a relationship, Monkey D. Luffy and Fire Fist Ace. Topman Vasioli took a deep breath. The two brothers are absolutely unable to live in this sea. Now that Fire Fist Ace has been arrested, only Monkey D. Luffy is left. We must get rid of him as soon as possible. 1. Shepherd 10 Peter crossed his legs and looked serious. At this moment, an agent from the CP organization walked in. Informed the 5 elders about the current location of Luffy and others. Is he in the capital of 7 waters? We must not let him escape this time. Immediately notify the Knights of God to let them set off. Ivan Balon Nesthuro ordered. No one knows what the strength of Luffy and others is now. In order to ensure that Luffy and others can be eliminated 100%. They even did not hesitate to use the Knights of God. Wait a minute, we'd better ask Lord IM for this kind of thing. Although Lord IM will agree to us sending the Knights of God to wipe out Monkey D. Luffy, such a big thing must have permission from IM, that's it. No problem, let's go. We will definitely get rid of Monkey D. Luffy this time. All members of the Knights of God are dispatched. I don't believe this guy can survive one. They think. Im will definitely not refuse them to send troops to kill Luffy this time. After all, Luffy is now a bounty criminal with a bounty of 1.2 billion billy. He is a real pirate. Killing a pirate, I'm afraid Garp won't say much. And even if Garp doesn't want to, so what? They are determined to kill Luffy today. And in order to ensure that Luffy and his gang can be eradicated, the Knights of God are still dispatched by the whole group of 9 people. Copper Jabba, hey, the world government is crazy, isn't it? To deal with Luffy, it will directly dispatch all the members of the Knights of God. You must know that each of the Knights of God is a terrifying and powerful person. They are the Praetorian Guards directly under Yim. We won't take action unless something big enough to change the world happens. But even if they are dispatched, they will only dispatch a few members at most. But who would have thought that 5 elders would deal with Luffy and the others? They actually dispatch the entire Knights of God. You know, just a few members of the Knights of God are enough to compare with the 4 Emperor's pirates. If all members are mobilized, it is estimated that it can sweep over any force in this world, except Marine. Red Earl Baloric Redfield, the world government in the parallel world really pays great attention to that straw hat boy. Byandy Wald, send out all the members of the Knights of God. If you don't know, you would think that you are going to sweep all the big pirates in the new world. Marshal D. Teach, things are getting interesting. Nami, it's over. We in the flat world need to stay in the 7 Waters City for 7 days to repair and renovate the ship. If the Knights of God are dispatched, we will definitely not be able to leave in time. Vinsmoke Sanji, I'm sorry, I don't know how powerful this Knights of God is, but since it is the world government's fleet, they must be top powerhouses. Usopp, we in the parallel world are going to be doomed, right? Achoku, if nothing else, you guys in the parallel world will indeed be doomed. Kaido of the Beasts, giggle. No one in the Knights of God is a simple character, especially that damn ancient Saint Grimm. Golden Lion Shiki, Jai Hahaha, is this the end of it? The Straw Hat Pirates in the Parallel World. Pluton Silver Rayleigh, don't speak so early, Golden Lion Shiki. The strength of Luffy and his gang in that parallel world has already undergone transformation, especially Luffy. He has awakened the devil fruit of God. Even if the group faces the Knights of God, they will not necessarily lose. Rocks D. In the Valley of the Gods battlefield that year, the Rocks pirate fought against the Knights of God. But it's not against all members. It was just a matter of fighting with a few members. One of them is the current commander of the Knights of God, the ancient Saint Fegolando Green. The strength of the Knights of God impressed even Rocks. Gal D. Roger, fate will favor that Luffy. I don't believe he'll end up like this. Jago Lucia Satan Saint, bless that Luffy. Ha ha ha, you are really good at joking, Roger. All members of the Knights of God are dispatched. We are confident that even the Rocks pirate at its peak will be defeated. Its destruction, the small straw hat pirates, can't we destroy it? Marquez Maz Saint, we in the other world are really smart people. In order to avoid future troubles and to completely eliminate the Straw Hat Kid, we even did not hesitate to directly dispatch all the members of the Knights of God. Topman Vasialist, I can now be 100% sure that this so-called comparison video will end here soon. Marco, damn it. Although if all the members of the Knights of God are dispatched, we will have a chance to see the power of devil fruit awakened by Straw Hat Kid, but the same, one we will also see the death of Straw Hat Kid. Josie, the damn world government is too cruel. Bista, you must escape, Straw Hat, and you must not come into direct contact with the entire Knights of God. Red-haired Shanks, Luffy. Ben Beckman, you're in big trouble, Shanks. Edward Newgate, these damn old guys. Pluton Silver Rayleigh, is this really the end of it, Luffy? At this moment, everyone in the chat room is optimistic about Ping Luffy. All are in despair. After all, the world government is sending out all the members of the Knights of God. This group of people all had contact with members of the Knights of God. Know how terrible they are. At this time, a systematic voice reached everyone's ears. Ding, the 1-minute limited Q&A begins. Question, will I agree with the 5 elders sending out the Knights of God to kill Monkey D. Luffy? A, yes. B, no. Tip, there are only 2 options in this round of Q&A, but if you answer incorrectly, you will be banned from the show for 4 rounds. Kong, suspended for 4 rounds. Sakazuki, although I will be suspended for 4 rounds, the answer this time is already clear. Only a fool would choose the wrong answer. Sakazuki, choose a yes. Golden Lion Shiki, choose a yes. Douglas Bullet, choose a yes. Bindy Wald, choose a yes. Katakuri, choose a yes. Magellan, choose a yes. Buddha's Sengoku, damn it. I'm currently suspended, so I can't participate in the answer. Crane, were 2 of the top 3 questions and answers taken by pirates. The only good news is that Sakazuki was the first to answer the correct answer. Poruzalino, Sakazuki has already received a powerful reward once before. If he gets another powerful reward this time, he will probably be called invincible. Sakazuki, don't think that I don't know why you brag about me for no reason. Poruzalino, do you think that after receiving 2 rounds of rewards, I am very strong, so that I can shoulder the Summit War alone? Big flag, and you can just be lazy, paddle, and fish. Poruzalino, how is that possible? Sakazuki, I'm just sincerely happy that you received the reward. Sakazuki, in any case, you'd better not let me see you paddling Poruzalino in the next war, otherwise you will know the consequences. I will ask Sengoku to deduct your salary. Poruzalino, that's too cruel, Sakazuki. Marco Choice B, no. Jago Lucia Satan Saint, hahaha. What a complete idiot, Marco, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates 1st Division. Macaz Maz Saint, do you, an idiot, think that the Straw Hat Boy can escape? Stop joking, he will definitely die. Edward Newgate, Marco, you will be suspended for 4 rounds. Jaws, the answer you chose is impossible, Marco. Can the Q&A be withdrawn? Otherwise, you will be suspended for 4 rounds and will not be able to participate in the Q&A for 4 rounds. Kaido of the Beasts, giggle. Old Guy Newgate, is your son having a brain attack? Charlotte Linlin, my mama. Who cares about him, Kaido? If he wants to be suspended for 4 rounds, then let him be. Marco, I think you are the fool. Didn't you read the question carefully? It says, will I agree to let the 5 elders send out the Knights of God to kill Luffy? Marco, in my opinion, that I must like Luffy, so he will definitely not let the Knights of God dispatch to kill Luffy. Asking for flowers. Topman Vosiali Saint? Nonsense. How dare you slander Im-sama like this? You deserve to die, Marco, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 1st Division. Shepherd Peter Saint. Don't think that an ordinary woman in that parallel world sea will fall in love with that straw hat boy. Just think that Im-sama will do the same. An ant-like existence like that, Im-sama, will never fall in love with that straw hat boy. Interested in. Isenbalin v. Nesthuro Sage. Do you think that when we in the flat world proposed eradicating the straw hat kid twice before, we were rejected by Im-sama? And then you think that women on the sea will fall in love with the straw hat boy? Do you think our Lord Iam is the same? Isenbalin v. Nesthuro Sage. Stop talking nonsense. You lowly pirate, the reason why Im-sama did not agree with us to get rid of the straw hat boy twice was just because. At that time, Straw Hat had no bounty on his head, so if he was killed rashly, there would be a lot of mess to deal with. Isenbalin v. Nesthuro Sage. But now that the Straw Hat boy has a bounty, and it's a bounty of up to 1.2 billion bili, it's impossible for us to get rid of him. Leave no mess behind. Lord Iam will definitely agree to our killing him. Marcus Saint, just watch carefully, you lowly fool, and see how the Straw Hat boy from the parallel world died under the Knights of God. Topman Wuchulai Saint, we do not allow anyone to slander Lord Iam with words. From now on, anyone who dares to choose option B will be an enemy of our world government. We will do our best to wipe you out. Tony Chopper, choice B, no. Tony Chopper, I don't want Luffy to die in that world. Bartholomew Bear, choose B, that Luffy is a warrior who will bring freedom to people. He will not die. Big Bear's life can be described as very miserable. When he was young, he and his father and mother were slaves. Both his father and mother died at the hands of the celestial dragons. But Big Bear is optimistic. I believe that the Nika warriors who brought freedom will one day liberate the world. And Luffy, in the ordinary world, has now awakened the fruit of God. He is the warrior who can bring freedom to people in a peaceful world. Big Bear doesn't want him to die. Use up, choose B, that Luffy won't die. Vinsmoke Sanji, choose B. Roranoa Zoro, choose B. Everyone in the Straw Hats chose B one after another, even though they know it too. Option B is impossible. And they will also be suspended for 4 rounds for choosing this answer. But they really don't want that Ping Luffy to die. Old One Fegelin Grim, what a bunch of complete fools. Jago Lucia Satan, very good. You Straw Hat pirates have completely pissed off our world government. When this so-called comparison video ends, all of you will die. Parallel world. The 5 elders got up and prepared to go to Pangu City to find Iam. But who would have thought that as soon as they walked out of the hall, Iam had already appeared in front of them? Lord Iam. The 5 elders were surprised at first. But the next second, they all knelt on the ground, extremely respectful. Sir Iam, we are just trying to find you. I wonder what you want to see us for? Saint Jago Lucia Satan asked cautiously. You want me to agree to dispatch all the members of the Knights of God to kill Monkey D. Luffy and his companions, right? Iam said coldly. You guessed it right, Im-sama, that Monkey D. Luffy and his companions have disappeared from this sea for a year. I am afraid that their strength has long been different from what it used to be, even the 2. Maybe he has awakened the devil fruit. Now that he carries a bounty of 1.2 billion bili, we have enough reasons to take action against him. Without fear of offending Garp and the others, now as long as we dispatch the Knights of God, they can be destroyed in an instant lose. Saint Marcus Maz said respectfully. No, don't send out the Knights of God yet. I am said in a cold tone. Fe. Rox D. Zebek. Buddha Sengoku. Jago Lucia Satan. Golden Lion Shiki. See, I am speaking on the projection screen. There is no one in the world who is not confused, because almost all of them feel that way. Luffy must die. I am would definitely agree to the 5 elders, dispatching the entire Knights of God to obliterate him. But who would have thought? I am actually refused. No one could have guessed. What on earth is I am thinking about at this moment? I beg you to order it yourself, and order it all. Chapter 123, Stone Hammer I am likes Luffy. I am going down to the next world to find Luffy begging for. Uruj, what's going on? Am I hallucinating? That I am refused to let the 5 elders kill Luffy again. Capone Bijeh, what happened, and why did I reject the 5 elders' offer? Quinn, the Straw Hat Boys in this F***G parallel world are all awakened by devil fruit, and they are still not wiped out. What are they waiting for? Waiting to die. Byandy Wald, what an unexpected reply. I thought that Straw Hat Boy was already dead, but I didn't expect it. Pluton Silver Rayleigh, that I am. Although I am refused, the 5 elders let the Knights of the God of Motion destroy Luffy. Much to Rayleigh's delight. Because if this happens, Luffy won't die. But besides being happy, more of a surprise, a puzzle. If the 5 elders tried to kill Luffy twice before, but they were all rejected by I am. The reason can be attributed to Luffy has no bounty yet. If you touch him at will, you will get stuck. But now Luffy has a bounty on his head. And it's still 1.2 billion Baileys. Marine, it is only natural for the government to deal with pirates. Even if Luffy is really killed. Makes Garp unhappy. Garp has no reason to make things difficult for the world government. But why does I am still refuse to let the 5 elders erase Luffy? Nami, it scared me to death. I don't know what happened, but it means that Luffy in the parallel world will not be in danger with us, right? Usopp, it seems, that's it. Tony Chopper, great. Luffy in the parallel world won't die. Vinsmoke Sanji, I don't know what happened, but I'm relieved. Nico Robin, but it's really a surprising answer. The Lord of the World's 90-year-old technique is really elusive. Gall D. Roger, hahaha, could it be said that the guy named I am really likes Luffy? Roger thought that before. If I am likes Luffy, everyone should be teasing her and joking. But now, Roger thinks, this doesn't seem to be a joke. This looks so damn real. Otherwise, there is such a good opportunity to kill Luffy now. Why did I am refuse? Copper Jabba, it's a stone's throw, it's definitely a stone's throw. If I didn't like Luffy, this would really make no sense. Marco, look, let me just say that I am in the parallel world will definitely reject the 5 elders' proposal, and the reason is because he likes Luffy. What about those who just said I was stupid? Do you have any thoughts now? Golden Lion Shiki, damn it, what a joke. If he refuses, doesn't it mean that Leazy gave the wrong answer? Not only will he not get the reward, but he will also be banned from the next round. Golden Lion Shiki was numb with anger. He originally wanted to be rewarded with being rejuvenated and restored to his prime. But who would have thought that his answer would be wrong? In this case, not only will he not get the reward, I won't be able to participate in the Q and A for 4 consecutive rounds. Douglas Bullet, I managed to get into the top 3 in one answer. I was thinking of gaining powerful abilities and becoming the strongest man in the sea to challenge Roger. But in the end, I got this. Edward Newgate, the king of the Ku-La-La-La world, the king who has ruled the world for 800 years, actually likes the Straw Hat Boy. This is really appalling. Rox D. Red Earl Baloric Redfield. That Straw Hat guy's physique can attract other women in the sea, but I didn't expect that even the king of the world, I am, would be impressed by him. It's really scary. Saint Jagalusha Satan. Stop joking, damn lowly, stupid, dirty pirates. I won't allow you to slander Lord I am like this. Marquez Maz Saint. The reason why we are loyal to Lord Yimu is not only that Lord Yimu is powerful, but more importantly, Lord Yimu has a mind that far exceeds ours. Since Lord Yimu does not agree with us sending out gods, the knights killed Luffy, so there must be her reason. Tell the truth. Even though he said so. But in fact, he was also full of surprise and confusion, about IM's answer from the flat world. Even he felt it vaguely. Doesn't that IM from the ordinary world really like Luffy? But he didn't dare to ask or think about it. He could only lie to himself. Lady IM must have her own reasons for doing this. Topman Vasili Saint. If you dare to slander that flat world Im-sama again, and like that ant-like creature like Straw Hat, don't blame our world government for destroying the whole world. Shepherd 10 Peter. Don't think that just because you are a group of pirates who have received some rewards and increased your strength, you can surpass our world government. It will be easy for us to destroy you. Marco, scare us. We are not afraid. Josie, that's right, your Im-sama clearly likes the Straw Hat Boy. Why don't you dare to admit it? Bista, if she didn't like the Straw Hat Boy from the parallel world, then why did she refuse your proposal to send out the Knights of God to kill the Straw Hat Boy? Portka's D-Ace, don't lie to yourself. Your Lord I am in the parallel world is just my sister-in-law in the parallel world. Saint Isamballon Venus Theoro, nonsense. Shut your filthy mouths immediately, you be ***s of the Whitebeard pirates. Your remarks have completely offended us. Jago Lucia Satan, Marine, all of you, Knights of God, please listen to me. If even one person from the Whitebeard pirates escapes from the next Summit War, all of you will suffer. Edward Newgate, the angrier you are, the more it proves that you know clearly that you're so-called Im-sama like Straw Hat Boy. Marcus Mazza, shut your mouth right now, Edward Newgate. While everyone was arguing in the chat room, a systematic sound also reached everyone's ears. Ding now announced the correct answer. The correct answer is B. I am refused to let the 5 elders send out the Knights of God to obliterate Luffy. Ding, congratulations to Marco, Bartholomew Bear, and Tony Chopper for the correct answer. Ding, congratulations to Marco for gaining the ability to be fearless of sea stone and sea water. And at the same time, the upper limit of devil fruit has been increased. Ding, congratulations to Bartholomew Bear for restoring his human body, regaining his transformed consciousness, obtaining a copper-skinned and iron-bone physique, and awakening the devil fruit. Ding, congratulations to Tony Chopper for gaining the power awakened by the devil fruit, and that you will master all the medical skills in the world and create any medicine you want. Edward Newgate, Koolalala, not bad, not bad. Finally, someone from our Whitebeard pirate group has received a reward. Marco, I am not afraid of sea stone, sea water, and the upper limit of devil fruit has been increased. In addition, I have obtained the top conqueror's haki before, so I will be invincible now. Marco's strength is not weak. The devil fruit he eats is in the form of a fantasy beast phoenix. Has great resilience. The 8-footed Magatama, who faced off against Paluzolino head-on, was unscathed. You can even fight Sakazuki's magma head-on. If not during the Summit War. In a moment of carelessness, Ghost Spider put Seastone handcuffs on him. Otherwise, Marco will definitely be able to do more. Nowadays, he is not afraid of Seastone. The upper limit of devil fruit has been increased. It is equivalent to saying that he has the physique of immune to death. Even 3 admirals come together. It will take a lot of time to completely kill Marco. Jewelry Bonnie, Dad, have you restored your human body and your will to be transformed? Great. Bartholomew Bear, I can finally see you again, my daughter. Antonio Ivankov, in addition to regaining his will, he even gained a copper-skinned and iron-bone physique. Iha, I'm so happy, Big Bear. Bartholomew Bear, perhaps we will meet again soon, little Ivan. I really miss you. Big Bear and Ivankov are very good friends. At the Valley of God's battlefield, the two of them escaped together. Later, the two of them also joined the Revolutionary Army together. Sabo, we miss you so much, Xingzai. Monkey D. Dorag, join us to stir up the fire of revolution again, Bear. Bartholomew Bear, I will. Tony Chopper, great, great, I finally realized my dream. I can make a panacea that can cure everything. Chopper's dream is to create a panacea that can cure anything. Let this world be less painful. But now because of the system's rewards. 013612 511 Felu 2,330,934. It has already realized this dream. Monkey D. Luffy, haha, congratulations, Chopper. Vinsmoke Sanji, did you realize your dream? That's great, Chopper. Roranoa Zoro, even I haven't realized my dream yet, but I didn't expect you to realize it earlier than me. Congratulations, Chopper. Use up, that's great, Chopper. With you here, our Straw Hat Pirates won't be afraid of getting hurt at all. Jago Lucia Satan, it's really useless, you Marines. This round of rewards are given to pirates again. Buddha's Sengoku. After hearing the words of the 5 elders, everyone in Marine went numb. What the hell? Who dares to choose B? You didn't say it yourself. Whoever chooses B will be in disaster. Even if we want to choose, we don't dare to choose. In the end, the pirate was rewarded. You're welcome, we're here. Parallel world. The 5 elders heard that I am refused to let them dispatch the Knights of God to obliterate Luffy. They were immediately stunned. Why, Master I am? Now is a good opportunity to eliminate Monkey D. Luffy. His threat is too great, we cannot let him continue to grow. Marquez Mazsheng swallowed a mouthful of saliva and asked boldly. You're right, Im-sama. A year ago, Monkey D. Luffy could fight Admiral Sakazuki of Naval Headquarters every day. Nighttime, his current strength is immeasurable. If he continues to grow, he may shake our world government. So please, Lord Iam, allow us to dispatch the Knights of God, Saint Topman Vauchuli said solemnly. They really want to get rid of Luffy. As long as Luffy lives in the sea, they will have no peace every day. The big stone in my heart can never fall to the ground. Idiot, sending out the Knights of God now is just to alert the enemy. How are you going to make sure that when the Knights of God arrive at the 7 capitals of water, Monkey D. Luffy and the others are still there? Island. If we miss them and let them realize that the world government is also chasing them, they will become vigilant, which will make it more difficult to attack them, Iam Lang said. Lord Name, what do you mean? Hear what Iam said. The 5 elders still don't understand what Iam's thinking is. Don't forget that Fire Fist Ace is Monkey D. Luffy's sworn brother. When Marine executes him in public, I believe that Monkey D. Luffy will also be there. Yes, by then the Knights of God will be sent out to completely wipe out Monkey D. Luffy, Iam said slowly. Lord Iam is wise. Hearing Iam's explanation, he immediately smiled. The doubts and confusion in my heart are all gone. Achuku, what, so that's it. I thought that guy named Iam really liked Straw Hat. John, I thought this guy named Iam would directly confess to the 5 elders that he likes Straw Hat Kid, and tell them not to have any idea of Straw Hat Kid. Marquez Maz Saint, hehe, will Im-sama like Straw Hat Kid? The probability of such a thing happening is no less than that our world government will be defeated by you guys. The lowly pirate bug is overthrown. Saint Topman Vauchery, I have already said that Im-sama cannot like a mere Straw Hat Boy. She refuses to send the Knights of God out to wipe out the Straw Hat Boy in the peaceful world. Hat Kid must have a reason. Shepherd 10 Peter, compared with Im-sama, we are still too stupid. We are eager to kill the Straw Hat Kid as soon as possible, but Im-sama is much better than him. We are calmer and more composed. She knows that sending the Knights of God at will alert the enemy. It is better to wait until the Summit War Straw Hat arrives at Marineford and then send out the Knights of God to completely eliminate him and the entire Whitebeard pirates. Saint Isambalen Nashulang, Lord Yimu is Lord Yimu after all. You are worthy of being our leader. Originally, they had some guesses. I am really into Luffy. But after hearing Iam's explanation of 4.6, it dawned on them. It's because they were too stupid, and they didn't last as long as Iam thought. They blame themselves deeply at this moment. I actually doubted Lord Iam. If it weren't for the fact that the whole world is now at a standstill. Otherwise, they are the 5 elders. You have to slap yourself hard. Golden Lion Shiki, if you ask me to say that Emu is still too stupid, that Straw Hat Boy plans to stay in the 7th city of water for 7 days. You sent the Knights of God to the scene. They will never leave. Marquez Mazsaint, shut up. How dare you, an ant, to judge Lord Iam's decision in vain? Red Earl Baloric Redfield. In short, it is the Summit War not long after that parallel world. It is the battlefield where Straw Hat uses his true strength, and it is also the battlefield where he will be decided. It's a battlefield of life and death. Rox D. Zebek. I'm really looking forward to the outbreak of the Summit War in that parallel world. The Summit War in the parallel world will definitely break out. After all, Ace has been captured. Luffy will definitely join the fight. They can both see that battle at the top. Luffy uses the power awakened by the strongest devil fruit to shine. At the same time, we can also see whether Luffy is dead or alive. Because Summit War has more than just Marines. All members of the Knights of God will also participate. Unplayed video. After I am finished instructing the 5 elders, he returned to Pangu City. Fortunately, I'm always monitoring 5 elders' phone calls, and I figured out a reason for them to delay their attack on you in time. Don't worry, Luffy. No matter who it is, I won't let him hurt you. By the way, I have to find an opportunity to go down to the next world to find you. Imo took out the photo of Luffy when he was a child and touched it with his hand, with a hint of blush on his face. Chapter 124, Kalifa said while taking off his clothes, "Please let my companion go." Parallel world. The time soon came to night. Luffy, Nami, and Vivi spent a day shopping and returned to the boat. Who are they? Luffy looked at the tied-up Lucci, Kaku, and other CP9 agents in confusion. They are from the world government. They discovered our traces, so I tied them up so that they could not report to the world government. But Luffy, it is very likely that there are agents from other CP organizations on this island. It is not safe for us to continue to stay here, Robin reminded. Since there will be Lucci and Kaku on this island, then there will undoubtedly be agents from other CP organizations. Well, that's true. Our whereabouts may have been exposed, but the problem is that the ship hasn't been repaired yet, and there's no way to set off. Luffy fell into deep thought. It will take almost a week for the boat to be repaired and decorated. But only 1 day has passed now. How about we bring a shipwright to get the materials and decorate as we go, or go to a nearby remote island to decorate? Vivi suggested. That's a good suggestion, Luffy nodded. No hesitation. Everyone quickly arrived in front of the ship. Barry is currently building a boat for them. Barry saw a few people speaking. You are here, I just have something to discuss with you. 1. Discuss with us, what's the matter? Luffy asked. How should I put it? The keel of your ship is too fragile. If you want to go to the New World, this ship will not be able to withstand the changeable storms of the New World, so even renovating it will not help, Barry explained. After all, the melee was only built using ordinary wood. The so-called keel is the foundation of the ship, just like the load-bearing walls of a high-rise building. The ship's keel is too fragile. No matter how much decoration is done, the ship will still fall apart as long as it encounters a terrible storm. What should we do? Usopp asked. If you really want to go to New World, you can only find another boat. The melee is our companion, we can't abandon it casually. Zoro shook his head and refused. Instead of abandoning it, you can buy another boat and let this melee's boat serve as the auxiliary boat, Barry suggested. Like the big ship of the 4 Emperors pirate group in New World. Basically, all are equipped with auxiliary ships. This makes it easier to move separately and so on. Jaimai wants a much larger and more sturdy ship, and then uses the melee as an auxiliary ship and puts it in the ship's storage room. How much does it cost to buy a boat? Luffy asked. There are 50 million Baileys, and there are 100 million Buris, Barry said. We have 200 million Baileys on hand. Do we have a ship with 200 million Baileys? Luffy asked. 20 million Baileys. We don't have a ship with 200 million Baileys, but if you are not afraid of spending time, we can actually build a ship for you on site. A ship made of Adam the Treasure Tree, Barry said. Adam the Treasure Tree? I heard that it is one of the few trees in the world with the strongest resilience, Robin said. That's right, ships made of Treasure Tree Adam are extremely strong. The big pirates in New World, and even One Piece Roger's ships are all made of Treasure Tree Adam, Barry said slowly. What to do, Luffy? Do you want to buy a ship worth 100 million Bailey and take the melee away? Or, Zoro asked Luffy's opinion. That was their original plan. Take a craftsman to a place far away from the Seven Waters City and help them decorate the melee. But now Bari has also said that no matter how they decorate their melee, it will not help. They can only buy another boat. But now the 7 capitals of water only have 100 million bali ships. These ships are definitely not as good as those made by Bayashu Adam. I want to just buy a ship worth 100 million bali and go. Or should we wait here for Bari to cast them a 200 million bali ship made by Adam Bayashu? Luffy said nothing after hearing Zoro's words. He silently used observation haki. Try to predict the future. After a long time, Luffy looked at Bari and said, "Then please help us cast a ship made of Adam the treasure tree." But Luffy, our traces here have been exposed. If someone from Marine or World government comes to hunt us down, we may be in some trouble. Nami was a little worried. No problem, I used observation haki to predict the future. For almost a week, no strong Marine or World government strong person appeared here. Luffy said calmly. Yoruj, predict the future. Can observation haki predict the future? Eustace kid, are you kidding? Observation haki still has such power. Pluton Silver Rayleigh. No, observation haki, who can predict the future, does exist. This is a power that can only be mastered by the very few strong men in the sea who have cultivated observation haki to the ultimate. Katakuri, even the future I foresaw was only a glimpse into the future. I don't know exactly which day of the future I foresaw, but the Straw Hat Boy in the parallel world could accurately predict 7 days. The future? What a powerful observation haki this is. Katakuri once predicted the future, where Charlotte Linlin was assassinated on Cake Island. But he didn't know exactly which day it was. It's also unclear who was out to assassinate Charlotte Linlin. The picture of the future that he tried his best to predict. Just 1 bullet to Charlotte Linlin. Rox D. Zebek, this year's training has really changed his strength. Observation haki has already practiced to this level. Red Earl Baloric Redfield. At this level, observation haki is even more powerful than me. He is indeed the strongest talented monster in that parallel world, Monkey D. Luffy. Copper Jabba, his observation haki has reached this level, so there is no doubt that his armament haki and Conqueror's haki must also have reached a very strong level. Maybe he can fight with that kid Aokiji in Demon Valley Town. He didn't use all his strength. Gal D. Roger. Hahaha, I am really looking forward to the time when this monster shows its true strength. Kyuzin, alala, what a terrifying man. Porzolino, I hope I won't be his opponent in the next Summit War. Sakazuki, Porzolino, what did you say to lower your morale, you bastard? Predict future. Nami and others were also shocked when they heard Luffy's words. There's nothing surprising. It's just that you can predict the future occasionally, and this time I was very lucky and succeeded in predicting it. Luffy said calmly. Although he can indeed predict the future, he does not succeed every 10 times. If he can succeed every time, then he is invincible. Hearing Luffy's words, Bari also took a breath. What a terrifying man, Monkey loves Luffy. Do you know me? How could you not know that with a bounty of 1.2 billion bali, you are known as the most powerful monster in this sea, and your name has almost spread all over the world. Luffy's reputation in the world today is only inferior to that of 4 emperors, and he is rarely seen because of his accent. Really, Luffy didn't care much about this. Barry suddenly said respectfully, "If possible, I would like to ask you a favor." "What's up?" "We have a genius shipbuilder in the 7th water. He is the disciple of the legendary shipwright Tom, but he has been in a state of decline since Tom was executed by Marine. But it is undeniable that his shipbuilding technology is still very powerful. If you can help him regain his confidence in shipbuilding, I can help you build the ship for free. I will only charge 200 million bali to purchase the raw materials of Bayashu Adam. At the same time, I will also ask more of my colleagues to try to save the time in the least amount of time. Help you build a ship as strong as the Roger Pirates." At the end of his speech, Bari even knelt in front of Luffy. He really doesn't want Frankie to continue to be decadent. Seeing that Bari knelt down and promised to help them build a boat for free, Luffy nodded. Frankie, where is he? Luffy asked Nami and others to stay and look after Lucci and others. I took Zoro and others to find Frankie. Soon, several people arrived at Frankie's location. Opening the door, I saw Frankie wearing only underwear and drinking wine. Who fooled Monkey D. Luffy? Frankie suddenly broke into a cold sweat when he saw Luffy appearing. Are you Frankie? A shipbuilder said he wants us to help you regain your confidence in shipbuilding. Luffy said straightforwardly. Build a boat, I won't do that again. Frankie shook his head. Why? Zoro asked curiously. No comment, Frankie refused to answer. Really? If you don't say anything, you will die if I punch you. Luffy's fist is wrapped with rich weapon colors and Conqueror's haki. The terrifying momentum scared Frankie to the ground on the spot. Seeing death threats, Frankie had no choice but to tell everything. When I was young, I was passionate about creation. I created many cannons named Frankie Battle, but those cannons were used by Spandam, the commander of CP5. That bastard used the Frankie Battle to attack Anai's Lobby's ship, and then pinned the crime on my mentor Tom. I killed Tom. Frankie started crying at the end. Originally, Tom was tried by Anai's Lobby for building a ship for One Piece and was sentenced to death. But Tom applied to build a sea train, which made up for the failure. In this way, Tom finally spent 14 years and successfully built the sea train. Tom's execution was erased, but because Spandam put the charge of attacking the Anai's Lobby ship on the soup. On Mew, Tom was eventually sentenced to death. Why did that Spandam do this? Sanji was a little confused. Frankie explained as he spoke. Because the Pluton battleship design blueprint was in the possession of my mentor Tom, and Spandam wanted to get the design blueprint from him, but he died. The design drawing was handed over to me before. Crocodile Pluton battleship design. Achuku, what's going on? Someone in this small capital of the Seven Waters actually has the design drawings of the Pluton battleship. Marco, this guy named Frankie has the Pluton battleship design on his body, which means, as long as he is given enough materials, he can build the Pluton battleship. Come out of the factory. Byendy Wald, is that the Pluton battleship that can destroy the world? The design of that evil battleship is actually on this guy. Pluton battleship design drawings are on your possession. Sanji was shocked. Oops, I spilled the beans. Frankie quickly shut up. You are very interesting. Frankie, do you want to be my companion? Of course, the prerequisite is that you have to put on your clothes properly. It is indecent to be so naked. Luffy invited. I will not join you. I love the 7 water capitals, and I will always guard this place to atone for the sins of my mentor Tom. Frankie simply refused. The reason why Frankie in the original book went to rob Usopp's money. It is precisely because Usopp is a pirate and Frankie hates pirates. He doesn't want any pirates to destroy the 7 water capitals. He will atone for his sins in the 7 capitals of water, atone for Tom's sins, and protect the land of water. How about we help you kill Spandam? Don't you want to avenge your mentor Tom? Luffy suggested. The other party is from the world government, Frankie said in surprise. I have killed celestial dragons, let alone a CP agent. How about you agree to my proposal and join us? Luffy invited again. Okay, I agree. As long as you can help me kill Spandam, I am willing to join you, and I will also build a ship for you that is not weaker than Roger, the Pirate King. Frankie agreed. Meaning? That's it, Frankie follows Luffy's instructions. I put on my clothes properly and looked like a normal person. They returned to the vicinity of the melee. As soon as he arrived on the Mary, Luffy saw that Kalifa and several CP9 agents were also tied up. Who are these? Luffy asked doubtfully. They wanted to save people from Kyan Li Zhao us, but we defeated them. How about we are better, Luffy? Nami said proudly. I also contributed, Luffy. Vivi also came to Luffy to ask for help. Yes, thank you for your hard work, Luffy nodded. Hey hey. The two enjoyed Luffy's touch and got close to Luffy's chest. Then, after chatting for a while, Luffy came to Kalifa. What do you want to do? Seeing Luffy approaching, Kalifa suddenly blushed and felt a little shy. "We are looking for a man named Spandam. Do you know where he is?" Luffy asked. "I know," Kalifa nodded. "Take me to him," Luffy said as he untied Kalifa. What are you looking for him for?" "Kill him," Luffy said lightly. If I help you find him and ask you to kill him, we will also be hunted down," Kalifa said fearfully. "You must know that Spandam is now the commander of CP9. Strictly speaking, they are still their superiors. Let Luffy kill Spandam, and they will definitely be hunted by the whole world. As a condition, I will let you go," Luffy suggested. After hearing Luffy's words, Kalifa hesitated for more than 10 years before agreeing. After all, she was afraid that if she didn't take Luffy to Spandam, Luffy would kill her. No hesitation. Led by Kalifa, the two of them came to Anai's lobby and found Spantium. Kill it effortlessly. Oh yeah. Unplayed video. Please let my other companions go as well. Or. Seeing no one around, Kalifa silently took off his clothes. I want to use my body to bribe Luffy to let his other companions go. On the 125th night, 4 women compete for favor. Vivi, Nami, Robin, and Kalifa please beg to order. What are you doing? Luffy said in surprise. I helped you kill Spandam. Then all members of CP9 will be hunted by the world government. Our life will not be easy, so I hope you can let me and my companions go, Kalifa requested. What I originally said was to let you go. Luffy spread his hands. Luffy will only consider killing those who threaten his own life, and that of his companions. As for Lucci and others, how should I put it, the strength is too weak. He had no intention of killing them from the beginning. The agreement I made with Kalifa just now was that after killing Spandam, everyone in CP9 should be spared. So put on your clothes. No, I don't believe you will let my companions go too. I am willing to use my body to protect my companions from being killed by you. Come on. Kalifa took off all her clothes with a determined look, standing naked in front of Luffy. I told you, I will let them go even if you don't do this, Luffy said helplessly. You are lying. You must want to kill all my companions. Only if you have a relationship with me can I believe that you will not kill them, Kalifa said solemnly. Luffy, you really did this to protect your companions, instead of lusting after my body. Seeing that Luffy was unmoved, Kalifa stepped forward and took off Luffy's clothes while suppressing the excitement in her heart and said, In order to protect my companions, I can only sacrifice myself. What a shame. I actually want to do such a thing with a pirate. You can stop if you don't want to. I really didn't force you. I will really let your companion go. No need to say more. I have made up my mind. I am willing to sacrifice myself for my companions. Kalifa quickly stripped off Luffy's clothes. Then use local materials. Your fruit ability is too powerful, isn't it? Can it also be extended? Can I still entangle armament haki? Is there a second gear? Videos that can be played. After a while, Luffy took Kalifa back to the 7 capitals of water. Frankie, Spandam is dead. You can join us next. Luffy looked at Frankie and said, No problem, thank you, Luffy. Frankie nodded. That's great, Frankie. Not only did you regain your determination to be a shipwright, but you also joined such an incredible pirate group. I believe your mentor, Mr. Tom, will also be proud of you. Bari said sincerely, so happy for Frankie. You're right, Frankie. Your mentor only built a ship for Roger, the Pirate King. But now you can not only build a ship for the future Pirate King, but you can even become his companion. I really envy you. After all, these shipwrights have been living for decades. Witnessed the rise and ending of Pirate King Roger with my own eyes. They have rich qualifications and experience, and they know it. The probability of Luffy becoming the Pirate King in the future is extremely high. Many shipwrights are chatting, while building a boat for Luffy and the others, made of Bayashu Atom. In order to speed up the efficiency, almost all the famous shipwrights from the 7 waters came for this shipbuilding operation. This is exactly what Bari is calling for. And Frankie is responsible for the key parts of the ship, adding some manufacturing of the Pluton battleship. Although Frankie now has a Pluton battleship, It is indeed possible to build a Pluton battleship. But to make a ship like that, you need a lot of precious materials. With the materials available in their 7 water capitals, they cannot build the Pluton battleship. Luffy, how to deal with this group of people? Zoro pointed to Lucci and others who were still tied up. Luffy glanced at Lucci and others. We will release them after the ship is built and we leave. Aren't you going to kill us? Lucci was stunned upon hearing this. He thought death was waiting for them. Even if they don't kill us, our life will not be easy, Lucci. Kalifa helped Monkey D. Luffy kill Spandam, and we will be hunted down after the world government receives the news. Kaku reminded Road. By the way, do you know Marine 6 styles? Luffy suddenly asked. Yes, Lucci nodded. Will moonwalk? Luffy asked. Although Luffy had learned Marine 6 styles from Garp before. But at that time, he had only learned the skills of returning life and drama. He remembered that among Marine 6 styles, there was moonwalk. The reason why he didn't learn it back then. That's because Luffy uses Devil Fruit ability. You can walk in the air by turning on the 4th gear. There is no need to learn moonwalk in an extra step. But his companions are unable to walk on the air. So Luffy wants to learn moonwalk from Lucci. In this case, the life-saving ability of your companions will be greatly enhanced. Meeting. Hearing this, Luffy tied Lucci's rope. This made Luffy slightly stunned. He didn't know what Luffy wanted to do. Cast moonwalk and tell me the trick. Luffy crossed his arms over his chest. Do you want to learn Marine 6 styles? That's right, Luffy nodded. It's not that simple. It took me a while to learn it. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Come on. I see. Lucci did not dare to say anything, and began to demonstrate moonwalk in front of Luffy. After the demonstration, I explained to Luffy the beans of Marine 6 styles moonwalk. Within a few minutes, Luffy got the hang of it. Achoku, this guy's learning ability is still as strong as ever. Byandy Walled, it seems that there is no ability in this world that he cannot learn. No matter how difficult the moves are, he can master the tricks in a very short time. Golden Lion Shiki. If I had half of his talent, Leazi would be invincible. Edward Newgate, Kulalala, I'm daydreaming again, Shiki. Golden Lion Shiki, shut up, Newgate bastard. You learned it so quickly, Lucci was surprised. This guy is really a monster. Kaku broke into a cold sweat. It's amazing. Kalifa's heart was filled with excitement. After Luffy learned it, he turned to look at his companions. Let me teach you moonwalk next. Companions, try to learn moonwalk before the ship is built. Is it enough to just learn moonwalk, Luffy? I remember there are many more moves in Marine 6 styles. Zoro asked. You just need to learn moonwalk. The other Marine 6 styles are not very powerful. As for the return of life, didn't I also teach you? Only these 2 of the Marine 6 styles are useful, and the others are useless. Don't underestimate our Marine 6 styles. Marine 6 styles are very powerful moves. Lucci was a little dissatisfied. Really? I remember Marine 6 styles has an iron body, right? You use iron speed, and I will hit you with my fists to see how your iron body is doing. Luffy's fist is covered with rich armament colors and Conqueror's haki. Come. Lucci is also a tough guy, and his whole body is covered with an iron body that is as hard as steel. Peng! Luffy punched out and hit Lucci in the abdomen. The terrifying blow directly sent Lucci flying thousands of meters away. Achoku, good guy. This guy is so brave, he dares to let that straw hat guy punch him. Gall D. Roger. Except for the strong men at the general level, I'm afraid not many people can resist that Luffy's punch nowadays. This guy named Lucci is also a tough guy. Armament Haki didn't learn how to use iron body, just wanted to be Luffy's punch. Golden Lion Shiki. Jai hahaha, this guy doesn't think he is Garp, does he? Rox D. Marco, what do you think you are trying to do, rob Lucci? Lucci. CP agent was shocked when he saw Lucci being beaten out. Go get him back, I didn't use all my strength just now, and he probably didn't die. Luffy pointed at a CP agent and said, Luffy has promised to spare all CP agents. If Lucci is killed, it will be considered a violation of the promise. After saying this, Luffy turned to look at his companions, pointed his thumb back at Lucci, who was sent flying several thousand meters away, and reminded, "Look, the other Marine 6 styles can just walk on their own without any professional training." BBCG, yeah. Nami and others nod. In this way, Luffy started teaching time at Anai's lobby. A few days later, their new boat was successfully built by Frankie, Bari, and many top boat builders. And Luffy also successfully taught his companion moonwalk in the past few days. "Is this our new ship? It's really big enough." Luffy is quite satisfied with his new boat. "This ship is a joint masterpiece of several of us. It has more than a dozen rooms, plus a kitchen and 2 hot spring rooms, one for men and one for women. The storage room is also large enough to accommodate the melee. Of course, besides these, there are many other rooms." Frankie puts his hands on his hips and proudly looks at the masterpiece in front of him. The entire ship is made of Bayashu atom as raw material. The money spent just to buy the treasure tree atom is 400 million bali. Luffy invested 200 million baileys. Frankie made up more than 100 million baileys himself. I almost took out all of my wealth. The remaining money was collected by other shipwrights. They are sincerely happy that Frankie has regained his confidence as a shipwright and can join Luffy's ship. Only then are you willing to pay out of your own pocket. It's really good. Zoro looked around and said with a smile on his face, "The kitchen has also become much larger, so it is more convenient for me to cook." Sanji is also very satisfied. More than a dozen rooms, it seems like there's no need to squeeze in to sleep. Luffy was also in a good mood. The melee is a small ship after all. There are not many rooms in the ship. So Luffy, Vivi, Nami, and Robin sleep together every night. And now there are more than a dozen rooms. Finally, we don't have to sleep together anymore. "What's up, Luffy? Are you leaving now?" Zoro looked up at the dark sky and asked. "Let's not leave tonight. In order to celebrate the completion of this masterpiece ship, we have to celebrate properly. By the way, I also have to say goodbye to my friends on the island," Frankie suggested. "No problem," Luffy nodded. His observation hacky. It is predicted that no strong person will come to this island for a week. It's not even a week yet. So Luffy is naturally not in a hurry to leave. In this way, everyone gathered together to drink, celebrate, and plan the next route. The unplayed video. Soon, the time came to night. As the captain, Luffy was naturally assigned to the largest and best soundproofed room. "I can finally sleep alone." Luffy lay down on the soft big bed and got ready to sleep. After a while, Kekaka. Suddenly, there was a slight sound of the door opening. Luffy turned to look at the door and said helplessly, "No, you really won't let me sleep alone." He thought it was Nami and the others coming. But when he took a closer look, he realized that it was not Nami who came over. "But Kalifa, what are you doing here?" Luffy was a little confused. Well, I'm here to repay you for saving Lucci a few days ago," Kalifa explained with a blushing face. "Save Lucci." Hearing this, Luffy fell silent. "A few days ago, I almost killed the opponent with one punch. You told me that you are here to avenge Lucian's rescue." "That's right, although you almost killed him with one punch, didn't you also ask someone to save him? Although Lucci is seriously injured now, he is not dead. In order to repay this kindness, I only," Kalifa said as he started to take off his clothes. Stop, there's no need to repay favor for this kind of thing." Luffy stopped me. "No, I am a person who is very clear about grudges. If I have a favor, I must repay it, otherwise I will have trouble sleeping and eating." Kalifa had a tough attitude. It didn't take long. Kalifa then took off all her clothes. Kai. At this moment, there was another sound of opening the door. Luffy and Kalifa both turned their heads and saw Nami standing at the door. You guys." Nami looked at Kalifa and Luffy in surprise. She didn't expect that Kalifa was also related to Luffy. HMPH, luckily I came over to inspect tonight, and she almost succeeded. Nami came over angrily and just walked to the bed. Kai. There is a slight sound of opening the door again, and Vivi is seen peeking in. Sister Nami, and that is the agent of the CP organization that I met before. Vivi was a little surprised. Why are you here too, Vivi? Nami asked. I'm afraid Luffy will be too lonely if he sleeps alone, Vivi said as she closed the door. How can you be alone? There are 4 of you, Nami complained. Ah la la, everyone is here. At this moment, Robin walked in wearing single clothes and smiling. There's a party, everyone came to my room, Luffy said with a headache. He thought that with more rooms, he could sleep alone. But unexpectedly, all these people came to his room. As soon as Robin entered the room, he noticed the person sitting on Luffy, and suddenly his expression turned evil. Kalifa, why are you here? I'm here to repay the favor, Kalifa said straightforwardly. Repaying a favor, what kind of favor should I repay? Nami, Vivi, and Robin are all confused. Luffy saved Lucci a few days ago, so I'm here to repay the favor. After hearing Kalifa's words, the 3 of them were silent. Anyway, don't try to prevent me from repaying my kindness. Kalifa's attitude was firm. HMPH, how could we let you have Luffy all to yourself? Nami was dissatisfied. Yes, Luffy is ours too. Vivi put her hands on her hips. It looks like it's going to be lively. Chapter 126, the famous Red Earl is actually an admirer of Brook. 1. Original world. After Luffy and others successfully rescued Robin in Anai's lobby. Invite Frankie on board and build a ship called 1,000 Miles of Sunshine. In this way, a few people started sailing. Not long after, they encountered a mist on the sea. Following the mist, they came to the territory of Moonlight Moria. And I also met Brook, who turned into a skeleton here. I found out after some conversation. Brook is a user with the underworld fruit ability. Because I have died once before when I was in the Lumba Pirates. But after death, it took the soul a year to find the body. When he found the body has turned into a skeleton. This is what it looks like now. Roxd Zebek, the devil fruit that brings people back to life. I didn't expect that there is such a devil fruit in this sea. Gal D. Roger, I also always thought that devil can bring people back to life. Fruit is just a so-called legend, but I didn't expect it to actually exist. If I could have gotten this devil fruit back then, I wouldn't have surrendered because of my terminal illness. Red Earl Baroic Redfield. Wait a minute. Brook. Brook from the Lombard Pirates? Although the Red Earl also saw Brook speaking in the chat room, but he doesn't think of Brook as someone he knew as a child. After all, when he went to sea to find Brook, Brook was already dead. The Brook who spoke in the chat room is from the Straw Hat Pirates. He felt like it wasn't someone he knew, plus someone who was able to join the chat room. Only those who died 50 years ago can join. The time when the Lombard Pirates were destroyed was exactly 52 years ago. Obviously, he felt that it was impossible for the dead Brook to join the chat group. But when he saw Brook claiming to be a member of the Lumba Pirates, and he still ate the underworld fruit and came back to life, realization struck him. This Brook, this is the Brook he knows. Bindy Wald, what? Do you know this guy Redfield? Red Earl Baloric Redfield. Is it you, Mr. Brook? We should have met when we were children. Yes, you played music for me, and it was because I was infected by your ideals that I decided to go to sea and become a sailor. Brook, Baroic Redfield, I remember that I did meet him before. Such a child. Cusin, hey, are you kidding me? Brook, the pirate of the Straw Hat Pirates, actually knows the Red Earl. Poor Zelino. I became a pirate after being influenced by Brook. Doesn't that mean that this sea will have the world-famous Red Earl, directed by Brook of the Straw Hat Pirates? Gal D. Roger, ha. He has a strong background. Luffy has naval headquarters as his backer. Zoro has a swordsman monster named Master Shimitsuki Kashiro, and this guy named Brook actually influenced Redfield to go to sea and become a pirate. Vinsmoke Sanji, this one is called Red Earl Baloric. Is Redfield's man very strong? Buddha's Sengoku, single-handedly keeping pace with the Whitebeard Pirates and Roger Pirates. I didn't expect this monster to have such a past. Usopp, what? To be able to keep pace with the Whitebeard Pirates and Roger Pirates on your own. Brook, do you actually know such an incredible being? Tony Chopper, this is too exaggerated. The strength of that Red Earl is actually is it so powerful? Eustace Kid, I have never heard of a person with such a big background. Trafalgar Law, is it one of the legends of the old era? We were born too late after all. How many people are there in the old era? We don't know what a strong person is, but I never imagined that there would be such a strong person in the old era. Red Earl Baloric Redfield. Don't brag about me too much, my strength is not strong. Pluton Silver Rayleigh, you are so humble, Redfield. Red Earl Baloric Redfield. If possible, I would like to meet you again, Mr. Brook. I have been since I went to sea. I was looking for you and was very sad after hearing the news of your death, but the thought of seeing you again gave me a long-lost joy. Brook, yo-ho-ho, it's no problem. Redfield. After Luffy learned about Brook's experience, I thought Brook was quite interesting, so I invited him to join me. However, Brook said that his own shadow was drawn by Moonlight Moria. There is no way to leave this place. Red Earl Baloric Redfield, damn Moonlight Moria, how dare you treat Mr. Brook like this? If it weren't for you, Mr. Brook wouldn't be trapped in that dark place. In this way, if I were on the sea, I might be able to see Mr. Brook again, but it's all because of you. Red Earl Baloric Redfield, after I go to sea, the first thing I will do is kill you in Moonlight Moria. Moonlight Moria, damn it, it's enough for me to be defeated by Luffy. You still come to trouble me. Brook, forget it, Redfield. If it weren't for Gecko Moria, I wouldn't have met Luffy, nor would I have met such a group of friends. Red Earl Baloric, even if you say so, I won't. Mr. Brook will not let him go. Rox D, one of the strongest opponents I have ever encountered. Such a strong man could be so respectful to a skeleton. It's really surprising. Red Earl Baloric Redfield, Mr. Brook is not as filthy and vomiting as you guys. People are different, Rox. After Luffy learned the news, lead the whole group to challenge Moonlight Moria. After a hard fight, Luffy finally defeated Moonlight Moria. Doflamingo, look at Moria, at least the entire Straw Hat Pirates teamed up to defeat it, and look at you, Crocodile, you were defeated by 10 Straw Hats alone. What a shame. Crocodile, shut up. Go, Doflamingo, Moonlight Moria. If it weren't for the fact that I absorbed too many shadows, which hindered my strength and did not show my true strength, otherwise it would be the Straw Hat Boy who died. Achoku, okay, stop bragging. That guy from Redfield is still staring at you, be careful. Moonlight Moria, Urouge. In front of this Straw Hat Boy, you can at least fight back and forth, but if you meet the Straw Hat Boy from the ordinary world, you will be greeted by death. Trafalgar Law. With the strength of that Straw Hat Master, I'm afraid he can kill Moonlight Moria instantly with just one punch. But when Luffy just defeated Moonlight Moria, Big Bear comes to the scene. He threatened to take Luffy's life under instructions from the world government. Zoro wants to die in Luffy's place. When the Big Bear saw this, he took out all the pain from Luffy. Let Zoro bear it. Pluton Silver Rayleigh, what a companion. Gall D. Roger, hahaha. This man named Roronoa Zoro is very good. Urouge, dare to do it for the captain. Are you giving up your life? What a monster. Rox D, yes, my men can help me withstand damage and don't backstab me. Bindy Wald, I have to say, this Straw Hat Boy has really found a group of good companions. Monkey D. Dora Grid, Big Bear, you went a little too far. You almost killed Luffy's boat. Bartholomew Big Bear, don't worry, leader. I was watching from the side. I definitely won't let him, damn it. I just wanted to see if the companions Luffy found were qualified, and the final result was that the companions Luffy found were all satisfactory. Parallel World. Luffy and others are also riding a huge ship built by Frankie and others. Start a new adventure. Not long after, they came to an area wrapped in fog. It's so dark in here, Luffy, I'm so scared. Nami hugged Luffy tightly. I'm afraid too, Vivi is the same. I'm scared too, Robin also came up. That's it, there's nothing to be afraid of. Luffy sighed helplessly. Luffy, why don't we take this route? Let's take another route, Frankie suggested. No problem, Luffy nodded. The words fall. Luffy turned on observation. Hacky, by the way. Perceived a circle around. Wait, there is a human scent nearby. Luffy frowned slightly. Is it an enemy? Hearing this, Sanji, Zoro, and Usopp were all ready to fight. The other party is approaching us, Luffy reminded. After hearing Luffy's words, the entire group stood ready. Soon, a little girl dressed as a ghost and flying in midair appeared in front of them. This person is none other than Perona. A little girl. Seeing that the person who came was just a little girl, everyone relaxed their vigilance. Perona noticed Luffy, her heart was filled with excitement, her face turned crimson, and her heart was beating very fast. After a few seconds of silence, she asked in a low voice, Who Who are you? 1. I would like to ask you, who are you? Luffy asked. My name is Perona. Monkey D. Luffy. Never heard of it, Perona shook her head. Please give me flowers. After all, Perona has lived in a devil's bark without seeing the sun all year round, and has no habit of reading newspapers. Naturally, I don't know much about outside things. Yeah. Luffy glanced at Perona, then set his eyes on Frankie. Let's go, get out of here. Seeing that Luffy was about to leave, Perona was immediately anxious. Her mind was racing, and she suddenly came up with a good idea to keep Luffy. Said, wait, I'm lost, can you take me back? Lost? It's really troublesome. Can't you go back by yourself? I'm already lost, how can I go back by myself? Perona put her hands on her hips and said angrily. Then where do you live? Let's take you back, Robin suggested. She doesn't think Perona has any malicious intentions or anything. So it is not difficult to send the other party home. My home is over there. Perona pointed to the Devil's 3-gallon ship in the distance. Then don't you know where your home is? Luffy complained. Seeing that the lie was exposed, Perona suddenly felt a little embarrassed and at a loss. But she also quickly thought of other reasons. Okay, I know where my home is, but we are destined to meet you. I want to invite you to my home. Achuku, Straw Hat Harem +1. John, if nothing else, this Perona will also fall in love with that Straw Hat boy. Yurush, I feel like when he arrives in New World, he will have more than a dozen harems around him. Trafalgar Law, a dozen or so is too small for the Straw Hat Master, at least a few dozen. Eustace Kid, every woman will fall in love with him, hundreds of them are not impossible. Capone Bajet, speaking of which, doesn't that Straw Hat guy still have the hundreds of billions of Baileys that exist in Sky Island? I guess he will directly buy a country in the future, and then use it with his own. Live a happy life in the back camp. Byandy Wald. I can't even imagine what a magical life he will live after he realizes his dream and becomes the freest man in the sea. No time, we have to rush to New World. Luffy refused. Wait, my house is big and fun. You will definitely like it. Perona stopped in front of Luffy anxiously. Since she is so enthusiastic, let's go to her house and visit Luffy, Vivi said. Yeah, Luffy, I feel like she means no harm. Nami agreed. Yes, I don't mean any harm. I just want to invite you to my house to play. Perona nodded repeatedly. Okay, Luffy nodded in compromise. Anyway, Luffy thinks that with his current strength. Even if you encounter a general-level warrior, you are not afraid at all. Since Perona wants to invite them to his home so much. Let's go over and have a look for now. Great, let's go. I will lead the way for you. Perona suddenly became excited when she heard Luffy agreed. Gecko Moria. No, Perona, what are you doing? Moonlight Moria is numb. He could see Luffy in the flat world. Not interested in his territory. They all planned to take a detour. But I didn't expect Perona's warm invitation. Luffy couldn't stand it. Finally agreed. Isn't this simply inviting a wolf into the house? Perona. Da Flamingo. Originally, you were able to avoid a beating from Moonlight Moria, but now you are unavoidable. Crocodile, it's good to be beaten hard. It's good to be beaten hard. I've been beaten hard. Can you avoid it? Moria, this is your fate. Soon. Under the leadership of Perona, Luffy and others also successfully arrived at the Devil's Bark. Absalom noticed them as soon as they arrived. You're back, Perona. Who are these? They are my friends. I brought them here as guests, Perona said. Friend, I thought you only liked playing with zombie puppets. Absalom was a little surprised. At this moment, Moonlight Moria walked out of the castle. Hehe. Thank you for your hard work, Perona. You actually brought me a group of strong men. As long as I can extract their shadows. Wait, Monkey D. Luffy. Moonlight Moria was still happy. Perona actually brought back a group of strong men for herself to draw shadows from. But he soon noticed Luffy. Perona does not pay attention to maritime accidents and news. But he, Gecko Moria, has been paying attention to him. He has watched Level 1. In Alabasta, when only 17 years old. Fight the Admiral of Headquarters Sakazuki for a day and a night. The bounty is as high as 1.2 billion Baileys. No, to be precise, it's 3 billion Baileys. He saw with his own eyes that Luffy's bounty was changed from 3 billion to 1.2 billion. Fan. Chapter 127, Luffy wants to beat up Moria with the 5th gear. Please beg for customization, full ord. Master Moria, what happened to this monkey D. Luffy? Why were you so surprised when you saw him? Perona asked with some confusion. This guy is the man, with a bounty of 1.2 billion Bailey. 12 billion Baileys. Hear Moonlight Moria's explanation. Perona's eyes suddenly popped out in fright. She never expected it. Luffy's background is so big. You must know that Gecko Moria's bounty is only 320 million Bailey. Luffy's bounty is more than 3 times his. Who is this guy? Luffy looked at the Moonlight Moria in front of him curiously. He is 7 warlords of the Sea Moonlight Moria. Robin reminded Luffy. Damn it, Monkey D. Luffy, are you here to defeat me? Moonlight Moria asked with a ferocious expression. Beat you? Why should I beat you when I have nothing to do? We are not here to cause trouble today. We are here because this little girl named Perona invited us to be her guests. 1. Luffy pointed at Perona, floating in the air, and replied. Perona, did you actually betray me? Moonlight Moria looked at Perona angrily after hearing this. No, Master Moria, I just want to invite them over as guests, and they don't mean any harm. Perona explained again and again. No harm, stop joking, do you know how strong this guy is? This bastard is definitely here to take my life. Gecko Moria said this, his face darkened. I plan to strike first to gain the upper hand. He quickly takes out the giant scissors and stabs Luffy's shadow directly. Cut out Luffy's shadow and hold it in his hand. Chihihe, 543. I got it. I actually got the shadow of such a strong man. Moonlight Moria suddenly laughed excitedly. Luffy, your shadow was taken away by him. Sanji reminded in surprise. If I remember correctly, the devil fruit that 7 warlords of the Sea Moonlight Moria eats is the shadow fruit. Those whose shadows are cut off by him will never see the light of day. Luo Wu recalled carefully. Is it so dangerous? Then we have to get the shadow back quickly. Vivi worried. Take back the shadow, Heliha. It's too late. Moonlight Moria said, as she stuffed Luffy's shadow into her butt. The next second, Moonlight Moria felt endless power. A terrifying aura emerged from him. Achoku, this guy actually stole the shadow of Straw Hat Kid. Moonlight Moria, Jihiha. It turns out that the Straw Hat Boy in that world was nothing special, but I stole his shadow so easily. Byandy Wald, I always feel that he lets you steal his shadow because he doesn't take you seriously. Pluton Silver Rayleigh, indeed, I also have the same feeling. Luffy probably thought your move to steal his shadow was quite interesting, so he didn't stop him. Gall D. Roger, hahaha, it seems like things are getting interesting. Is Luffy going to fight the Moonlight Moria who stole his shadow? Moonlight Moria, he will definitely regret letting me take away his shadow, because after I get his shadow, it is almost equivalent to getting all his power. In other words, I am no longer inferior to him in the ordinary world. If I can defeat him and get the shadows of all his companions, I will be invincible. Rox D. Douglas Bullet. If he takes away the shadow of the Straw Hat Kid and really gets all the abilities of the Straw Hat Kid, maybe an unprecedented war will break out in this place. Moonlight Moria, wait for me, Kaido. How can I defeat you in a flat world? Kaido of the Beasts, GRRRR, you are so determined to give up Moria. Gecko Moria, you killed all my companions back then. I may not be able to avenge you in this world, but I in another world can definitely do it. Ding, the 1-minute limited Q and A begins. Question, what should the next battle between Luffy and Moonlight Moria be like? A, before Luffy could take action, Moonlight Moria fell. B, Luffy only used his fist covered with the weapon color, and Conqueror's Haki to instantly kill Moonlight Moria with one blow. C, Luffy and Gecko Moria fought for 300 rounds and finally won. D, Luffy used the 5th level Nika form and easily defeated Moonlight Moria. E, Moonlight Moria killed Luffy and all of Luffy's companions. Kong, is this another round of limited time Q&A? What a pity, I'm still suspended. Buddha's Sengoku, Who else in Marine has not been banned? Bogart's me. Momousagi, me. Sakazuki, it's up to you guys. Because of the previous questions and answers, they are Marine and most of the pirates. A lot of people have been banned. Nowadays, it can be said that there are very few Marines who have not been suspended. Kyuzin, in my opinion, the possibility of option C is not low. Although Moonlight Moria's strength is completely inferior to the Straw Hat Kid in that world, he has swallowed the shadow of the Straw Hat Kid after all. His strength has undergone earth-shaking changes. Sakazuki, wait, don't jump to conclusions yet. Kyuzin, the possibility of D is not small. The Straw Hat Boy has now awakened the ability of Devil Fruit. If not, he will make the 5th level Nika form easily defeat Moonlight Moria. Poruzalino, 5th level Nika form. Do you think Straw Hat has to use this level of power to deal with a mere 7 warlords of the sea? Buddha's Sengoku, it's not impossible. After all, when Straw Hat dealt with Crocodile in Alabasta, he instantly killed him in 4th gear. Crane, both C and D are very likely. How do we choose? Bogart, choose D. Luffy used the 5th level Nika form and easily defeated Moonlight Moria. Douglas Bullet, choose D. Bindywald, choose D. Marshal D. Teach, choose D. Red Earl Baloric Redfield, choose D. For no other reason than that, he just wanted to see Luffy's 5th level Nika form. Even if he gave the wrong answer and was suspended for 1 round, he would admit it. He is really curious about what this power will be like. Moonlight Moria, you guys, don't underestimate me. Even if that Straw Hat Boy uses the power awakened by the Devil Fruit, he can't defeat me easily. Uruj, you have a tough mouth. Trafalgar Law, that is the Straw Hat Master's strongest power. Assuming that he really uses that power, wouldn't it be easy to defeat you? Golden Lion Shiki, Jai Hahaha, the power of the 5th level Nika form, I really want to see it. Pluton's Silver Rayleigh. It's a pity that I'm suspended now. Otherwise, I would have chosen D. I really want to see the awakening power of this Devil Fruit. Moonlight Moria, HMPH, all your answers are wrong. The correct answer should be E. Leazi will kill all the Straw Hat Kid and his companions. Crocodile, you might as well save yourself the dream. Douglas Bullet, are you kid awake? Moonlight Moria. Capone Bajet, is this guy going crazy? Eustace Kid, you're the only one who still wants to kill Luffy in his 5th level Nika form. That's really hilarious. Yixeo, I think the possibility of option A is not small. After all, it may not take the Straw Hat Boy to take action against a mere 7 warlords of the sea. He should only need his companions to defeat them. Yixeo, choose A. Before Luffy could take action, Moonlight Moria fell. Aramaki, I also think the possibility of A is not small, so I chose a just like you and smiled. Moonlight Moria, hey, you too underestimate my strength. The me in that parallel world has now swallowed up the shadow of Straw Hat. My strength is not inferior to his. At the very least, it has to be the Straw Hat Boy himself who is qualified to compete with me. How can his companions beat me? Rocks D not weak. If the whole team is on board, you are no match even if Straw Hat does not need to take action. Moonlight Moria, HMPH. Don't think that you can tell me about my strength even after you die, Rocks. John, the 1-minute Q and A countdown is coming, Leazi. Let's just choose one, choose C. Doflamingo, choose A. Moonlight Moria, damn it. Doflamingo, you bastard, you look down on me too. Doflamingo, ha ha ha. You are not worthy of my respect, Moonlight Moria. Before the 1-minute Q and A countdown ends. Many people who were able to participate in the Q and A have already chosen their answers. Parallel world. He, unimaginable power is surging inside my body. Is this Monkey D. Luffy's shadow power? It's countless times stronger than I imagined. Moonlight Moria clenched his fists and felt that his whole body was full of strength. Be careful, Luffy. He got your shadow, which is equivalent to getting your power. Now he will become very troublesome. Robin broke out in cold sweat on his forehead and warned Luffy carefully. Oh, did you get Luffy's power? It's really interesting. Zoro raised the corners of his mouth slightly and placed his hand on the scabbard. I want to start a battle with Moonlight Moria. Although I can't beat Luffy, it would be a good choice to fight the 7 warlords of the sea who have gained Luffy's power. Sanji lit a cigarette and said with interest, "Wait, don't take action, you guys. I'm quite interested in the guy who got my shadow. It just so happens that I haven't used the power awakened by devil fruit so far. Let me see if this guy who got my shadow is strong enough to compete with my awakened power." Luffy raised the corners of his mouth and clenched his fists, looking impatient. He did it on purpose. Let the Moonlight Moria take away his shadow. After all, since awakening the Nika form, he has never met a qualified opponent yet. Just when Luffy wants to use the power of the 5th level Nika form, the next second he noticed something was wrong with Moonlight Moria. Etc., etc. Moonlight Moria's pupils shrank violently, and cold sweat broke out all over his body. Luffy's shadow power is too powerful. It was so powerful that it was completely unbearable for him. I saw that Moonlight Moria's body continued to expand, and finally it was so big that it almost exploded. Severe discomfort coming from the body. Let Moonlight Moria's eyes suddenly turn white. He fainted in the next second. The large number of shadows he swallowed were also spit out from his mouth. Luffy's shadow also returned to his body. Capone Bije, what's going on? Why did Moonlight Moria suddenly fall down? The battle hasn't started yet. Yuruj, what's going on? Why did Moonlight Moria's body expand so much just now? It looked like a balloon was about to explode. Now he fainted. I also vomited all the eggs out. Trafalgar Law? It should be that the Straw Hat Master's shadow power is too strong, so strong that his body cannot bear it at all, which leads to such consequences. Kira, hey, how strong is that Straw Hat boy? That Gecko Moria just swallowed his shadow and fainted within a few seconds. Achuku, it's unimaginable, the strength of that Straw Hat boy. Rox D. There is no way to use it. Copper Jabba, in the final analysis, it's because Luffy is too strong. They thought, after Moonlight Moria swallowed Luffy's shadow, the strength will skyrocket. At least we have to fight Luffy for 300 rounds. Or maybe you can fight the entire crew, except Luffy. But who would have thought? The battle hasn't started yet. Moonlight Moria was unable to withstand the power of Luffy's shadow. Fainted on the spot. This is not over yet. All the shadows he had swallowed before escaped from his mouth. Moonlight Moria, how is that possible? See the scene on the projection screen. Gecko Moria was stunned. What's the situation? Did you just lose 0.9? He was still thinking about getting Luffy's shadow. Defeat Luffy. Then defeat all Luffy's companions and devour their shadows. Then seek revenge from Kaido. But the result? Is this how it ends? Crocodile, hey, you're too embarrassed, Moonlight Moria. Douglas Bullet, hey, Moria, you bastard, please hold on for a while. That Straw Hat boy just wanted to release the power of the 5th level Nika form. I want to compete with you. Can't you wait a little longer before fainting? Gall D. Roger, what a disappointment. I thought I could see Luffy's strongest power. Golden Lion Shiki, you're such a useless bastard, Moonlight Moria. Bindy Wald, you might as well just die, look at Moria. Jaehin, what's the use of living in this world, Moonlight Moria? Jaehin, this bastard is such a waste. Marine, please expel this guy from Marine immediately. I'll go kill him. They thought they could sail on this devil's 3-gallon ship. Seeing Luffy use the power of the 5th level Nika form. And Luffy said it himself. Use the 5th level Nika form to deal with Moonlight Moria. But who would have thought? Luffy hasn't used that power yet. Moonlight Moria is just because her body is too weak. Unable to withstand the terrifying power of Luffy's shadow. He collapsed on the spot. This scene is really disappointing. They were so angry when they saw it. I want to kill Moonlight Moria. Marshal D. Teach, damn, doesn't this mean that Leazy got the answer wrong and will be suspended? You damn Moonlight Moria. I beg you to customize it and order it all. 128 Luffy's shadow exploded the Demon Oz, shocking everyone's strength. Ding, now announce the correct answer. The correct answer is A. Moonlight Moria had already fallen before Luffy could take action. Ding, congratulations, Aramu. Doflamingo answered correctly. Ding, congratulations, you have obtained 10% of the power of the Uchiha Madara template. You can continue to improve it through subsequent grinding. How much you can unlock depends on you. Ding, congratulations to Aramu's top Conqueror's Haki and Devil Fruit for increasing their ability limits. Ding, congratulations on the increase in the limit of Doflamingo Devil Fruit. You can create a brand new informant with self-intelligence and the same strength as you who can be manipulated. The maximum number can reach 3 and has the power of being immune to sea water and sea stone. A smile, Uchiha Madara, who is this? And it's only 10% power. Aramaki, top Conqueror's Haki, plus an increase in Devil Fruit's ability limit. These 2 rewards are really great. Doflamingo, it's really good I have this reward. Although Doflamingo's string fruit. You can also create an informant who is exactly like yourself. But the created informants have no self-intelligence. Requires Doflamingo's control to speak. At the same time, his strength is only a few % of his original body. And now he has been rewarded. It is equivalent to saying that you can create 3 informants with their own abilities. That means if he can reach the combat power of 4 emperors, then he can create 3 4 emperors level versions of himself. And you don't need to spend any effort on controlling it yourself. The informants created are also 100% loyal to themselves. Buddha's Sengoku, smile Aramaki, come join us Marine. Kong, if you join Marine, you too will have a great future. Edward Newgate, damn Marine, are you trying to recruit strong men again? Yixeo, I have some doubts about Marine's justice for the time being, so I cannot comply with the order. Aramaki, I want to join Marine. I want to follow Brother Sakazuki. Poor Zalino, oh, could it be that this guy named Aramaki is Sakazuki's little fanboy? Aramaki, the Marine I admire most is Brother Sakazuki. His absolute justice deeply touched me. If you Marine agrees to let me become a Marine Admiral and have the same position as Brother Sakazuki, I will agree to join Marine. Kong, no problem. As long as you join Marine 11, then we will make you the 4th Admiral. Aramaki, deal. Yixeo, it seems that we two are not the same people after all, Huang Mu. Yixeo and Huang Mu are both powerful folk masters. They have been traveling among the people for decades, so the 2 of them can be considered friends. If not, it's in the original work. Sakazuki makes Aramaki Shoichi laugh out loud in Mariewa. Aramaki would not refuse. Aramaki, come and become a Marine with me, Yixeo. Yixeo, no, I still have other ways to go. Aramaki, what a pity. Monkey D-Drag, since you don't want to be a pirate or a Marine, why not join our revolutionary army and start wars around the world together? Sabo, that's right, Yixeo. I believe you will get along well with our revolutionary army. W. You smiled, let me think about it. Antonio Ivankov, Iha, that means you agreed, right? Yixeo, I'm still considering it. Crow, commander of the Eastern Army. Okay, we will go find you when this comparison video ends, and we will prepare a grand welcome party for your arrival. Parallel world. What's wrong with him? Luffy pointed to Moonlight Moria with some confusion. I don't know, Usopp shook his head. It should be that your shadow was too powerful, Luffy. His body couldn't bear the power of your shadow, so he fainted. Robin guessed. What this 7 warlords of the sea is too weak, Sanji complained. Indeed, I thought he would be a troublesome enemy after swallowing Luffy's shadow, but I didn't expect that he fell to the ground like this. Zoro said disappointedly. Lord Moria. Perona rushed forward worriedly and took the D**K from Moonlight Moria's body. Perona was adopted as a child by Moonlight Moria. For Perona, Gecko Moria is like a father. At this moment, Brook slowly approached from a distance. Yo-ho-ho-ho, did you defeat this Shichibukai? Hearing the sound, everyone turned to look. Skeleton, Luffy was a little surprised. Skull and Bones actually spoke. Nami was shocked. And he is approaching us. It's so scary, Luffy. Vivi was also scared and hid behind Luffy. Ah, Grand Line is indeed interesting. There are even talking skeletons. Robin said with interest. Is this guy a human or a ghost? Is it demon fruit power? Did he turn into a skeleton on purpose to scare us? Usopp was a little nervous. 1. Zoro walks forward slowly and comes to Brook. He reached out and knocked on Brook's body. This guy seems to be a real thing. I thought it was some kind of projection. This is indeed the first time I've seen a talking and walking skeleton. Sanji also came to Brook to play Zone. Hello, my name is Brook, and I am a pirate of the original Lumba Pirates. Thank you very much for defeating Moonlight Moria and helping me regain my shadow. Brook bent down slightly and thanked several people. Hearing Brook's self-introduction, Imbass suddenly thought of something. The Rumba Pirates? I seem to have heard of this pirate group. In front of the Upside-Down Mountain, didn't Crocus, the ship's doctor of the Roger Pirates, say that the whale Laboon was trying to break through the red line to find the Rumba Pirates? Laboon the whale? Do you know it? I really miss it. I haven't seen it for decades, Brook said with emotion. Are you from the Lombard Pirates? So logically speaking, shouldn't you be dead? Why do you look like a skeleton now? Zoro asked curiously. Here's Zoro's inquiry. Brook told everything about his experience that year. For example, how to eat the underworld fruit. How to encounter the enemy. Why are you trapped here without seeing the light of day? How come it turned into a skeleton? Luffy listened attentively to Brook's story and said with great interest. Is that so? Ha ha ha. You are so interesting. You said you could play, right? Do you want to be my companion? You can also play the piano for us on the road. Well, I'm just an old man. Can I really join your group of monster pirates? Brook scratched his head. What does it matter? I don't look at your strength when looking for a crew member, Luffy said with an indifferent expression. No matter how weak the crew is. As long as it is through his guidance. He can make the other person strong. Well, if you don't mind an extra skeleton on the ship, I can accept it. Brook did not refuse. After all, I have been trapped here for decades. He also yearns for the sea. I want to start a new adventure. Ahem, Monkey D. Luffy. Moonlight Moria woke up and stared at Luffy with splitting eyes. What's the matter? Luffy turned around and asked. You actually let all the shadows I worked so hard to obtain for several years escape. Moonlight Moria said angrily. It's none of my business. Isn't it because you ate my shadow and didn't eat it? I wanted you to eat my shadow and then have a fight with you. Luffy looked innocent. Although I can't eat your shadow, I have a demon corpse here from hundreds of years ago. If you have the guts, let me get your shadow again. That's no problem, Luffy said calmly. This is what you said. Hearing Luffy's reply, Moonlight Moria smiled again. Soon, Moria cut out Luffy's shadow again. Then he put it into the demon corpse he had stored. I saw the corpse of the sleeping demon. Suddenly, his pupils opened. He exudes an extremely terrifying aura. The astonishing momentum is still rising. Jihiha, this demon corpse is one of the most powerful bodies in the world. It can absorb and digest all the power of your shadow, and then possess a strength that is not inferior to yours. Calendar. Seeing the demon Oz awakening, Moonlight Moria was extremely excited. But he was not happy for a few seconds. Ka-ka-ka. Only a crisp sound was heard, and the body of Demon Oz was cracking. How is that possible? Gecko Moria's pupils contracted violently. The next second, a boom. A huge explosion shook the entire island. I saw the body of the Demon Oz exploded. The shadow of Luffy, who was swallowed by the Demon Oz, also returned to Luffy's body. Capone Bije, what happened? That Demon Oz actually exploded. Yuruj, hey, are you kidding me? Even such a huge giant corpse can't swallow and digest the shadow of Straw Hat Kid. Trafalgar Law, the bodies of the giants are dozens of times stronger than those of us humans, not to mention such a huge giant. But even so, it forcibly digested the shadow of the Straw Hat Boy and actually ushered in the consequences of self-destruction. I simply dare not imagine what kind of strength the Straw Hat Master has in that world. Basil Hawkins, maybe that Straw Hat Boy is countless times more powerful than we thought. Golden Lion Shiki, Jai Hahaha, this is really interesting. Straw Hat's shadow alone is so powerful, so what will his own strength be like? Red Earl Baloric Redfield, I am really getting more and more curious. Douglas Bullet, The Summit War in that world is really becoming more and more interesting. Rox D. Really grab it. Monkey D. Garp, I won't let you succeed, Rox. Dracule Mihawk. The Moonlight Moria of that parallel world should be lucky that he spit out the shadow of the Straw Hat Kid in time, otherwise he would also face a disaster like this. The consequences of a demon's self-destruction. Oz the demon is just a corpse after all. There is no pain. So the shadow that swallowed Luffy was unwell, and he didn't show it. Not even spitting out Luffy's shadow. But Moonlight Moria is different. His body couldn't bear the power of Luffy's shadow. He fainted on the spot, passed out, and vomited out Luffy's shadow. If not, his body would have exploded just like Oz the Devil. Parallel world. Are you kidding me? My demon Oz actually exploded. Moonlight Moria was stunned on the spot. You must know that the corpse of Demon Oz is the strongest corpse he has ever found. But I didn't expect that today it would be destroyed by my own hands. Not only that, Moonlight Moria also noticed. My own castle was blown into ruins by the Demon Oz. Moonlight Moria wants to cry, but has no tears. All the shadows obtained after years of hard work were returned to their original owners. The body of the precious Demon Oz was also exploded, and his castle was also destroyed. Gecko Moria was silent in pain for a long time and slumped on the ground with 170% weakness. Let's go, Perona. Ah, you. Do you want to drive me away, Lord Moria? I don't want to see you anymore, Perona, Moonlight Moria said with great pain. He can be said to have lost everything today. He is also thinking about accumulating strength in the future and taking revenge on Kaido for killing his companions back then. But it turns out Perona lured the wolf into the house. All gone today. Hey, Perona, since the one named Moria doesn't want you anymore, why don't you join our pirate group? Luffy invited. Luffy doesn't look for companions based on their strength. Purely depends on whether the other party is to your liking. Perona, he doesn't hate it. Ah, no, Luffy, you still want to recruit another female crew member, Nami said angrily. Too many, Luffy, Vivi echoed. I think it will be very lively. Robin expressed his opinion. Perona looked at Moonlight Moria hesitantly and finally sighed helplessly and said goodbye. Then, goodbye, Lord Moria. Leave here, Monkey D. Luffy. I have nothing left. Moonlight Moria collapsed on the ground and said weakly. At this moment, Brook's voice came from not far away. Are any of you swordsmen? I found a knife. Brook shook the autumn water in his hand. Zoro walked up and looked at it with interest. Oh, it's a good knife. Wait a minute. That's a quick sword. It's my only remaining property. Moonlight Moria's pupils narrowed. Big sharp knife. It's really good. That's it for you. Brook handed the autumn water to Zoro. Thank you very much. Zoro thanked him and put Kiyoshui on his waist. Now he has 4 knives in his hand. Although he is a 3 swordsman, every sword is important to him. He will not throw away any of them. Hey, you guys are going too far. Why did you take my knife away? Moonlight Moria said dissatisfied. This is pure banditry. Keep nothing for yourself. Crocodile, although you didn't get beaten, I think you were pretty miserable, Moonlight Moria. Achoku, good news, I didn't get beat. Bad news, I got nothing except not getting beat. The shadow that took several years to gain is gone. Perona is gone. The body of Oz the Devil is gone. The fort is gone. Now even the sharp sword is gone. Doflamingo, hey, you're too cowardly, Moonlight Moria. Are you worthy of being called the 7 warlords of the sea? Gecko Moria, can you stop talking? Doflamingo. Don't worry, we'll leave right away. Zoro yawned. Moonlight Moria was so angry that she felt like she was about to burst, but she didn't dare to have an attack. Chapter 129, Luffy learned that Ace was executed, and the Summit War was about to begin. Luffy and others did not bully Moonlight Moria anymore. We returned to the ship with Brook, who had just joined the ship, and Perona. Your ship is really nice. After Perona arrived on the boat, she looked around. Obviously very satisfied with the ship. Then I'll give you some advice again, Captain Luffy. Brook bowed slightly. Since we are all companions, there is no need to be so polite. Don't call me Captain Luffy or anything like that. Just call me Luffy. Luffy twitched Brook's chest. But having said that, you are really powerful, Luffy. The 7 warlords of the sea have absorbed and devoured the shadows of many people over the years. This is the first time I have seen someone who is so powerful that he cannot absorb them. Brook thinks back to what the devil's bark saw. I still can't help but be a little surprised. It's just a small amount of strength. Luffy spread his hands. Not just you, I can tell that none of your companions are simple characters. Are people like me really qualified to join you? Brook was a little uneasy. 1. I will teach you to be as strong as them, as long as you are willing to learn, Luffy said slowly. The stronger Luffy's own strength becomes. The more you practice haki, body, and swordsmanship, the more profound you become. Brook's strength is indeed completely incomparable to that of his companions. But as long as Brook is willing to learn, he can also teach Brook to become a very strong person. Really? Then I'll give you a lesson, Luffy, Brook said gratefully. Luffy, I also want to become stronger. Please teach me. Perona rushes over and takes Luffy's arm. Hey, why are you so close to Luffy when you first come here? Nami put her hands on her hips and was dissatisfied. Yes, Vivi echoed. Ah, it will indeed be lively. Robin chuckled. Achuku, the enviable happy life of jealous harem. John, stop talking. I'm so envious that I want to cry. Silver Axe, shame on you. John, shut up, Silver Axe. Rox D. Jaehin, it's indeed a bit strange. After catching Fire Fist Ace with marine style, he should immediately broadcast the news to the whole world, just like our world. In their world. After Marine successfully caught Ace in 553, news of the public execution was immediately broadcast to the world. But the parallel world is so far. It's been a few days since Ace was arrested, but there has been no news in the sea that Ace has been arrested and will be publicly executed. Gall D. Roger, could it be that the Marine in that parallel world is planning to secretly execute my son? Marco, hey, no. How can we in a flat world save Ace in this case? Josie, damn it. Marine from the ordinary world is too despicable. He actually wants to execute Ace secretly. Bista, wait a minute. I always feel like something is wrong. The reason why Marine in our world publicly executed Ace is to lure our Whitebeard pirates into the game and then destroy our Whitebeard pirates in one fell swoop. Josie, if the peaceful world secretly executes Ace, it will not be able to introduce our Whitebeard pirates into Marineford and destroy us. In this case, Marine will completely offend our Whitebeard pirates. By then, I'm afraid there will be destruction all over the world. In this case, wouldn't the damage caused by Marine be even greater? Marine conducts a public execution. In fact, the real purpose is to set a trap for their Whitebeard group to come in. No one in the Whitebeard group is clear about this kind of thing. But even so, they jumped in. Just to save Ace. And Marine is determined to destroy the Whitebeard pirates. Summon 3 admirals, marshals, heroes Garp, 7 warlords of the sea, and 100,000 Marine elites to stand ready. But if Marine in the peaceful world doesn't plan to execute him publicly, instead, he plans to secretly execute Ace. Once this matter is known to Whitebeard from the peaceful world, Whitebeard in the peaceful world must not go crazy. You must know that Whitebeard's devil fruit is shock fruit, known as the devil fruit with the power to destroy the world. Once the Whitebeard pirates of Flat World were completely offended, they will surely cause damage to Marine bases all over the world. Even in the Flat World, it is not impossible for the Whitebeard pirates to take action against the Celestial Dragons. After all, you have already been completely offended. What else do you need to worry about? In this case, Marine's losses will be huge. And there's not much we can do against the Whitebeard pirates. After all, the sea is so big that it's not easy to catch the Whitebeard group. So Josie didn't understand. The biggest purpose of public execution is not Ace, but to destroy their Whitebeard group. In the peaceful world, Marine secretly executes Ace, not to destroy the Whitebeard group, but to completely annoy the Whitebeard Bebej group and make the Whitebeard group go crazy. What benefits does Marine gain from this? Red Earl Baloric Redfield. If the Marines of that world really planned to secretly execute Ace, then they could really be called a group of fools. Do you think Marine has the strength to destroy the 4 emperors of New World? The answer is definitely yes. 3 Admiral, Sengoku Garp Momousagi T Dolphin Black Horse, Tianjang Crane. All are top experts. With so many people entering the New World, which 4 emperors can stop them? But why didn't Marine just march into the New World and destroy the 4 emperors? Exactly because if they move too much, the 4 emperors can escape if they get the news in advance. After all, the world is extremely vast. It is not easy to find the whereabouts of 4 emperors in the vast sea. And if one of the 4 emperors learns that Marine wants to take action against them, no doubt they will also go completely crazy. Keep slaughtering allied countries, Marines, celestial dragons. It is precisely because of various concerns. That's why Marine didn't dare to take action against the 4 emperors' forces rashly. But the public execution of Ace is an opportunity for the 4 emperors to come to their territory and annihilate them in one fell swoop. But if Marine is executed secretly, that's really puzzling. Buddha's Sengoku, Humph, it's just that the news about Fire Fist Ace's public execution hasn't been released yet. If we have the opportunity to annihilate the Whitebeard group in one fell swoop, how could we in the flat world let it go? Original world. After Luffy and others defeated Moonlight Moria, soon we arrived at the Sabaody Archipelago. They are going to New World, so they plan to find Rayleigh coding. Luffy and the others learned from Shaki. Rayleigh is at the auction of Sabaody Archipelago. However, during the auction, Luffy attacked the celestial dragons. Uruj, what a complete idiot. This bastard attacked the celestial dragons but caused us huge trouble. We almost died there. Gall D. Roger, hahaha, that's really cool. This Luffy actually dares to attack the celestial dragons. Red Earl Baloric Redfield. Although he is not strong enough, he is quite courageous. After Luffy attacks the celestial dragons, Admiral of Headquarters Poruzalino quickly arrived at the scene. After he killed 4 supernovas instantly, he went to find Luffy and his gang. Poruzalino easily kicked Zoro to the ground. However, he was not in a hurry. Instead, he raised his legs and feet on Zoro's head for a full 3 minutes, until Rayleigh is about to arrive. He just fell down. But the moment he fell, Rayleigh also blocked his attack and saved Zoro. Achoku, this yellow-skinned monkey is too outrageous. Isn't he the fastest man in the sea? How come he can lift his feet on the head of Zoro of the Straw Hats for 3 minutes? Byandy Wald. I always feel that it was because observation Haki foresaw that Rayleigh was coming, so he put his foot down with peace of mind and waited for Rayleigh to stop him. Jin, it's too obvious to let the water go. Rox D. Kizaru. Poruzalino, nonsense. I'm not from Straw Hat's background. Edward Newgate. Koolalala. Don't lie, Kizaru. With your strength and speed, I'm afraid you can destroy the entire Straw Hat Pirates dozens of times in 3 minutes. But against the Straw Hat Pirates, Zoro, you can lift your feet for a full 3 minutes, and you said you are not one of the background members of the Straw Hat Pirates. Sakazuki, Poruzalino. Poruzalino, don't believe their lies, Sakazuki. I'm an upright Marine. There's no way he has a background in the Straw Hats. Sakazuki, didn't you think I was blind? What the hell? These 3 minutes are enough to catch all the pirates in the entire Sabaody Archipelago. But in the end, even Zoro couldn't be killed in these 3 minutes. This is not an actor. What is this? Kyuzin? Poruzalino, you are so arrogant. Douglas Bullet, actually you two are evenly matched. You are cheating secretly, but Kizaru is cheating openly. Kaido of the Beasts. Among the 3 admirals, 2 have straw hat backgrounds. This is really hard on Akainu. Quinn, I am now more and more certain that that guy Akainu lives in an undercover nest. Except for him, who is a real Marine, the others are all undercover agents related to Straw Hat. Sakazuki, you too, I'm so disappointed. Kyuzin, ah la la, don't be like this, Sakazuki. I'm your most reliable partner. Poruzalino, me too, me too. At Rayleigh's delay. Big Bear also suddenly appeared on the battlefield, using the power of his devil fruit to rescue Luffy. Pluton's silver Rayleigh. Fortunately, this guy Big Bear is here. Otherwise, it would be really difficult for me and the pacifists to stop Kizaru alone. Poruzalino. It's so abominable, Pluton's silver Rayleigh. If it weren't for you, I would have brought the Straw Hat Pirates to justice. 17. Prospero. When you said this, did you laugh to yourself, Kizaru? Choku, I think you can't kill the Straw Hat Pirates, even if I give you 1 day. John, 1 day is short, and it will take even a year to do it. After all, no one would kill one of their own. Poruzalino, you are unjustly accusing me and slandering me again. What a hateful pirate. Parallel world. Luffy and others soon arrived at the Sabaody Archipelago after some sailing, and just arrived at the shore of Sabaody Archipelago. Luffy meets a very familiar marine. Momousagi. Luffy looked at Momousagi, standing on the shore with some surprise. After Momousagi noticed Luffy, he first looked around to make sure no one noticed here. I immediately jumped onto Luffy's boat. See Marine. Brook saw Marine jumping onto their boat and immediately became alert. Don't be nervous, Brook, this Marine is one of our own, Zoro reminded. Marine is one of our own. Hearing Zoro's words, Brook was stunned. Aren't they pirates? And the captain is also a great pirate with 1.2 billion bali. Why do you still have Marine friends? That's awesome, you even have Marine friends, Perona exclaimed. What's the matter, Momousagi? Luffy asked. I have something to tell you. Momousagi looked solemn. The words fall. She then pulled Luffy into the cabin room. As for Vivi and others, he followed behind. What's the matter? Luffy was a little confused. Luffy, listen to me. Your brother Fire Fist Ace is going to be executed. Momousagi explained straight to the point without any nonsense. What? Hearing this, Luffy's pupils narrowed. No matter what, he grew up with Ace, although the other party is not his biological brother. However, Luffy also regards the other party as his companion and family member. Now I hear Momousagi say that Ace is going to be executed. How can Luffy not be surprised? Ace, is he the man I met in Alabasta a year ago? Zoro pondered. That guy is extremely powerful. How could he be arrested by Marine and publicly executed? Sanji frowned slightly, confused. When I was in Alabasta, they have seen Ace's strength. Although not as good as Luffy, but stronger than all of them. It is a veritable horror monster. Will such a man be arrested by Marine? It's really surprising. A few days ago, a man named Lafitte found Mr. Sengoku and revealed Ace's true identity as the son of the pirate King Roger. After learning the news, Mr. Sengoku sent Admiral Poruzalino to follow Sakazuki Admiral, teamed up with a man named Marshal D. Teach to defeat Fire Fist Ace. Momousagi explained seriously. One Piece Roger's son. Everyone was shocked when they heard the news. Hey, this is too exaggerated. In order to arrest Luffy's brother Ace, Marine actually sent 2 strong admirals. Usopp swallowed. 1. Sakazuki. Hearing this name, Luffy's face darkened. Originally, we Marine planned to publicly execute Fire Fist Ace in Marineford, but the world government suddenly issued an order for us to execute Fire Fist Ace secretly. It is said to be a secret execution, but in fact it will be executed 5 days later at Naval Headquarters Marineford, and it will be broadcast live to the whole world on that day. Momousagi said clearly. 1. Originally, Marine did plan to publicly execute Ace and tell the world this news in advance. Then the Whitebeard pirates came to rescue him. In this way, the entire Whitebeard pirates will be destroyed. However, the world government suddenly issued an order to conceal the execution. They can only tell the world when Ace is executed 5 days later. Although they know that this is the punishment, the Whitebeard pirates will definitely not be able to get to Marineford in time after hearing the news. This move is bound to completely anger the Whitebeard pirates. But they could not resist the order from above. Girl 130, Celestial Dragons want to steal Luffy as their husband, Admiral Kizaru dispatched. Unplayed video. Sacred Place Mariewa. Pangu City, on the throne of the void. As long as Marine secretly executes Fire Fist Ace, then Luffy won't have to save him, and then the Knights of God won't have to reach Marineford to participate in that battle. In this case, Luffy, you will not be in danger. Ordered Marine to secretly execute Ace. No one else. It is I am, the king of the world. This move is naturally to protect Luffy. Marco, that Marine from the flat world really, plans to execute Ace secretly. Achoku, that Marine from the flat world, must be out of his mind. The secret execution of Ace will completely offend that bastard Newgate. Their losses will be huge. Douglas Bullet. Wait. It's not Marine who wants to execute Ace secretly, it's the world government who ordered Marine to execute Ace secretly. Golden Lion Shiki, Jai Hahaha, the one with the stupidest feelings, is the government of the peaceful world. Byandy Wald, it's really incomprehensible. What on earth are the governments of that peaceful world thinking? Did they waste an opportunity to destroy the Whitebeard pirates? Jaws, but no matter what, I have to thank this Marine named Momousagi. He found Luffy 5 days before Ace was executed and told Luffy about it. Jaehin, although I also want to see the Whitebeard pirates from the flat world go to Marineford and be destroyed by Marine. But this guy named Momousagi is too brave. Go to Sabaody Archipelago and wait for Straw Hat the Boy, also told him the secret of Fire Fist Ace's execution. If anyone sees this scene, she may be regarded as Marine's traitor. Quinn, there is serious corruption within Marine. Major events such as the secret execution of Ace have been leaked. Jack, there's no way. Marine is full of Straw Hat guys. Parallel world. Hear Momousagi's report. Luffy's face became extremely serious. What are you going to do, Luffy? Zoro asked. Since that is your brother, then we must save him, Luffy. Sanji looked serious. In order to save brother Luffy, it means that we have to fight against the top experts in the entire naval headquarters. Although we are a little scared, but we have no choice but to go up. Usopp clenched his fists and said firmly, "It would be a lie to say that I am not afraid." After all, they have to face all the top combat forces of the 3 Admirals and Marines. But Usopp is also someone who values his companions. Luffy's brother Ace was arrested and will be publicly executed. Even if it means death, he will go to fight. I'm very strong now. I can fight even against a strong Marine, Luffy. Tamo is full of ambition. Based on your words alone, it is almost impossible to save Fire Fist Ace from our Marines, but Luffy, your brother Fire Fist Ace is a member of the Whitebeard pirates. Maybe you can tell them about this and go to Marineford together. In this case, the probability of rescuing your brother Fire Fist Ace will be greater. Momousagi patted Luffy on the shoulder and suggested, "The Whitebeard pirates are a pirate group that values their companions and family the most. If the Whitebeard pirates find out, Ace was arrested by Marine and will be executed, they will definitely go to Marineford to fight without hesitation." I know, it looks like I have to go to New World first. Luffy nodded. Although Luffy is full of confidence in his current strength, but he also knew the day when Ace was publicly executed. Marine will definitely be prepared and dispatch a large number of strong men. Based on their words alone, it is indeed difficult to save Ace from Marine. It is necessary to join forces with the Whitebeard pirates. Be careful not to die on that battlefield. Momousagi holds Luffy's wrist tightly and says worriedly, Then I'll leave first. If people see me having contact with you, it will arouse suspicion." Before leaving, Momousagi kissed Luffy and left quickly. Although I haven't seen Luffy for a long time. She also wants to spend more time with Luffy and the others. But Momousagi also knows Luffy has more important things now, so she can't delay Luffy's time too much. Luffy took a deep breath and looked at his companion. "First, we have to coat the ship. I want to go to New World. It has to go through 10,000 meters under the sea, and the air pressure under the deep sea is extremely strong. If the boat is not coated, they cannot go through the 10,000-meter deep sea and reach the New World." No hesitation. They pulled the boat to the shore. "Leave some people to guard the ship. Luffy inquired about the coating place and came to Shaki's tavern. Huh, Monkey D. Luffy. Shaki lit a cigarette and looked at Luffy with interest. Do you know me? Luffy asked. You are now a famous person all over the world. How could anyone not recognize you? So what's the matter with you coming here? I want to coat the boat. Luffy went straight to the point. Well, I don't know how to do this kind of thing. I have to let that guy Rayleigh do it. Shaki spread his hands. Coating work is all done by Rayleigh. She is just a wine cellar. So where is the guy named Rayleigh now? Zoro asked. Rayleigh, that guy should be at the auction now. I remember last time he said that he lost all his money in gambling again, so he sold himself to the auction. Shaki explained. Sell yourself to the auction? Everyone was stunned after hearing this. How can you sell yourself if you have no money? Auction, where's that place? Hearing Luffy's inquiry, Shaki gave Luffy a map of Sabaody Archipelago and then pointed to a place. This is the auction of Sabaody Archipelago. I see. Luffy glanced at the map in his hand and planned to leave the tavern. Are you in a hurry to go to New World? Shaki suddenly asked. He sees Luffy in a hurry. I quickly guessed this. That's right, Luffy nodded. I have to remind you first, it will take about 3 days to coat the boat. Shaki exhaled a puff of smoke and said slowly. 3 days. Hearing this, Luffy's face suddenly became serious. There is less than a week until Ace's execution. If it takes 3 days to coat a boat, then wait until they find Whitebeard in New World. I'm afraid Ace has already been executed. There are always more solutions than difficulties. You should go find Rayleigh first. Maybe there will be a solution. By the way, let me remind you, you'd better not be too ostentatious. I heard that celestial dragons will come to the Sabaody Archipelago auction today. Shaki reminded. After all, the Sabaody Archipelago is very close to the holy place Mariewa. Celestial dragons often come here to play. Or maybe buying slaves or something. I understand, thank you very much. You're welcome. I haven't seen a man as charming as you for a long time. I wish you good luck. Ziachi said with a slight smile. Luffy's physique is naturally very attractive to Shaki. But Shaki saw many young women around Luffy. I know I can't steal the women around Luffy. So I simply gave up. Leaving these words, Luffy took his companions to the auction. As for the celestial dragons, Shaki said, he didn't take it to heart at all. After all, he has already killed a celestial dragons before. And now there is a reward of 1.2 billion billy. I'm not afraid of offending the celestial dragons anymore. On the way, Sanji was worried. What should I do, Luffy? We can't afford to wait for 3 days. I don't know what to do, but I think the woman is right. There are always more solutions than difficulties. Let's find the man named Rayleigh first. 1. Luffy glanced at the map and then at the road ahead. In this way, several people followed the direction guided by the map, heading to the auction step by step. Wait, Luffy, there are celestial dragons. Usopp suddenly pointed at a female celestial dragons in the distance. When Luffy and the others noticed the female celestial dragons, the female celestial dragons also noticed them. She slowly came to the eyes of Luffy and others, then glanced at the bodyguard in black beside her and said, Go, arrest this guy. I want him to be my husband. Uruj, good guy. I have only seen celestial dragons snatching women as wives. This is the first time I have seen celestial dragons snatching men from their mothers. Trafalgar Law. The charm of the Straw Hat Boss is so great that even the celestial dragons want to steal him as their husband. Byandy Wald, but if you take a closer look, this celestial dragons looks pretty good. If he wants to be my husband, I'm afraid I won't refuse. John, when you say that, it's true. I thought celestial dragons were all quite bloated, but I didn't expect this female dragon driver to be surprisingly good. Silver Axe, come on, take me as your husband, I won't refuse. Douglas Bullet, you guys really like to daydream. Eustace Kid, but having said that, something is wrong. Didn't the Straw Hat Master from the Flat World arrive at the Sabaody Archipelago? Why didn't I see that we were there too? Ask for Flowers Zero. Kira, the Flat World is a little different from our world. Maybe we have already reached the New World, Or maybe we haven't reached the Sabaody Archipelago yet. Capone Bije, this is a good thing for us. I don't want to see us in the flat world encounter a monster like Straw Hat. Hearing what Celestial Dragons said, the bodyguard in black next to him was about to take action. But the next second, after they saw Luffy's appearance clearly, he broke into a cold sweat and said tremblingly, Zayashalulia Palace, this guy is Monkey D. Luffy. He is the big pirate with a bounty of 1.2 billion bali. Although Luffy's bounty is only 1.2 billion. But after all, his name is only inferior to the 4 emperors. These men in black are the personal bodyguards of the Celestial Dragons. Of course I have heard about it. I don't care how many billions of bali he has. Arrest him now. I want him to be my husband for the rest of his life. Did you hear that? Shalulia Palace scolded. This. Hearing her words, the man in black bodyguard's legs and feet were trembling, and he didn't know how to make a decision. If you don't listen to me, you will die, Zia Lulia cursed angrily. I'm offended. The man in black swallowed a mouthful of saliva and approached Luffy with a look of fear on his face. They dare not disobey the Celestial Dragon's orders. Otherwise, death will be waiting for them. Don't hinder us. Seeing that the bodyguards in black are approaching, Usopp's body suddenly burst out with an incomparable majestic power. Zero. His momentum instantly rose to its peak. The next second, there was an unprecedented haki, like a flood and tsunami. Attacks towards the Celestial Dragons and the bodyguards of the men in black. A severe sense of oppression made several people unable to breathe. The next second, it doesn't matter if it's the Celestial Dragons. Or maybe it was the bodyguards in black, all of whom fell to the ground with their eyes turned white. Let's go. Luffy glanced faintly at the fallen Celestial Dragons. He then walked into the auction with his companions. Uruj, what a terrifying conqueror's haki. Eustace Kid, this guy was just a coward a year ago, but now he has this level of conqueror's haki. Capone Bije, after a year of practice, they have all transformed. Achoku, this conqueror's haki named Usopp is so strong. So how strong must that Straw Hat's conqueror's haki be? Byandy Wald, speaking of which, since the Straw Hat Kid came down from Sky Island after practicing for a year, I have never seen the Straw Hat Kid actually release Conqueror's haki. In Alabasta a year ago, his Conqueror's haki could directly stun hundreds of people. Thousands of people, and now, it's simply unimaginable. The scene where Usopp Conqueror's haki stuns the Celestial Dragons. The onlookers were shocked. Celestial Dragons faint, which is equivalent to being attacked. The surrounding Marine and CP agents saw the scene. They called one after another and reported to the superiors. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. Sengoku soon received the news that Celestial Dragons was attacked. Monkey D. Luffy? That guy has already gone to the Sabaody Archipelago, and he even knocked out a Celestial Dragons openly. This guy really likes to cause trouble nonstop. Sengoku sighed helplessly and said with an unusual headache, the Celestial Dragons are attacked, and their Marines must show their reaction. Porcellino, who was sitting on a chair with his legs crossed, stood up and volunteered. Is it Garp's grandson who caused trouble? Mr. Sengoku, in that case, let me go. Then I'll leave it to you, Porcellino. Try not to cause too much damage in the Sabaody Archipelago. Sengoku reminded. Understood. Porcellino left these words and headed to Sabaody Archipelago without stopping. Uruj, the actors are about to appear. Eustace Kid, Kizaru is going to start acting again. If we ask him to deal with the Straw Hat Boy, he will definitely not use his real skills. After all, we are all a family. Trafalgar Law. Even if Kizaru shows his true strength, he may not be the opponent of the Straw Hat Master. Capone Bije, that's right. No one knows what kind of strength the Straw Hat Boy has now. Achoku, but Sengoku's words about trying not to cause too much damage to the Sabaody Archipelago are worth pondering. Byandy Wald, aren't you just reminding that guy Kizaru to keep your hands on it? Buddha's Sengoku, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm just afraid that Porcellino will cause too much damage in the Sabaody Archipelago, which will lead to complaints from dragonless people. Douglas Bullet, do you believe the nonsense you say? Sengoku 10. Number 131 Sabaody Archipelago, Luffy'S Kizaru, please beg for full order, customized. Parallel world. Sabaody Archipelago, auction. Luffy walked in with his companions in a swaggering manner. It's Monkey D. Luffy, the monster with a bounty of 1.2 billion bili. Damn, why is such a monster here? Saw Luffy appear at the auction. Everyone in the venue was shocked and broke out in a cold sweat, not daring to take a breath because of their breath. The host on the stage came to Luffy respectfully and bent down to flatter him. Well, do your friends want to come and buy something? I'm here to see Rayleigh, Luffy replied. Rayleigh, there is indeed an old man named Rayleigh in our backstage cage. Do you want to buy this slave? The host asked. Take us to him, Luffy ordered. Yes. Hearing Luffy's words, the owner immediately stopped the auction. Take Luffy and others to the backstage of the auction. Led by the host, they came to the door of the cell where Rayleigh was held. Are you Rayleigh? Luffy said. Hearing Luffy's voice, Rayleigh raised his head slightly, took a sip of wine and smiled. Oh, is it Monkey D. Luffy? What a surprise. What does a man like you want to do with me? We would like to ask you to coat our boat. We want to go to New World, Luffy said without concealing the truth. A man like you should have gone to the New World a long time ago. Why are you waiting until now? Rayleigh asked with interest. The New World is full of powerful people, and it is the territory of the four emperors. The number of strong people there is greater than that of Sihai and Grand Line. Rayleigh thinks that with Luffy's strength, it's time to go to New World to practice as soon as possible. Well, don't you think it's a little inconvenient to talk here? 650? Luffy glanced around and said. I see. Rayleigh heard this and came to the cell door, bent the cell door with his bare hands and walked out. You. The host suddenly broke into a cold sweat when he saw this scene, with a look of disbelief on his face. He never thought of it. The lean old man in front of me actually has such a history. Don't be nervous, I originally planned to rob my buyer, but now I came out early, so I'm sorry. Rayleigh searched the host's body a little. Puts his wallet into his pocket. That's too bad, Sanji complained. In my old age, I don't have many sources of income. After all, people don't ask me to coat boats every day, so I have no choice but to make this decision, ha. It's really funny. Rayleigh scratched his head and laughed. Rayleigh's source of income is selling herself at auctions and then impressing her buyers. And coating the ships of people who need to go to New World. But Rayleigh likes drinking and gambling. This also caused him to spend his money very quickly. The whole day is either in a tavern, in a casino, or in an auction cage. Let's go, don't you still want to coat the boat? By the way, I've been wanting to talk to you for a long time, Monkey D. Luffy. Let's chat while walking. Rayleigh stared at Luffy and said, 1. Just like that, several people left the auction, walking towards Shaki's tavern. On the way, Luffy couldn't help but ask, you said you have wanted to talk to me for a long time. What do you mean? Shanks has told me many times about you, saying that you are a monster many times scarier than Roger. Rayleigh explained. Shanks, do you know Shanks? Luffy was a little surprised. Of course we know each other. That guy used to be our crew member. Rayleigh nodded. Your crew? What does this mean? Isn't that red-haired Shanks man from the four emperors of the New World? Zoro was a little surprised. Don't you know my identity yet? My full name is Silver Rayleigh. Everyone was shocked when they heard Rayleigh's explanation. This name is the deputy captain of the Roger Pirates. Just the name Rayleigh. Of course, they can't associate him with the deputy captain of Roger's regiment. But after Rayleigh said his full name, there is no one who doesn't know him. After all, Roger became the Pirate King. The reputation spreads all over the world. Even a newborn baby has heard his name. And Rayleigh is the deputy captain. The fame has naturally spread all over the world like Roger. You're kidding, are you one of those legendary men? Usopp swallowed. Is the vice captain of One Piece living in such poverty in his old age? He actually wants to sell himself to an auction to rob his own buyer's life. Sanji complained. Ha, that's it anyway. Rayleigh smiled without embarrassment. I see, Since Shanks was your former crew member, you must have a good relationship with him, then it looks like we will be friends. Luffy smiled. Friend, what a nice title. Achoku, this guy is really good. I became friends with that guy Rayleigh in just a few words. Bindy Wald, this guy really has a great background. He has Marine, 4 Emperors, and even legendary pirates. But speaking of which, Luffy, I saw the news about you in Alabasta a year ago. Did you really fight that guy Akainu for a day and a night? Rayleigh asked dubiously. Yeah, Luffy nodded. You're so capable, you guy. Rayleigh looked a little surprised after receiving Luffy's accurate answer. After all, Akainu is the highest combat power in Naval Headquarters, Admiral. Although we fought for a day and a night, I was not his opponent at the time, but it is different now. Luffy clenched his fist confidently. Oh, you mean you can defeat him now? That's right, Luffy replied affirmatively. What a confident kid, Rayleigh laughed. By the way, Mr. Rayleigh, I have something to ask you. Luffy suddenly requested. You don't have money and you want me to coat you for free? That's not a problem, Rayleigh said cheerfully. No, Mr. Rayleigh, my sworn brother Ace is going to be executed by Marine. I want to save him, but our strength alone is not enough to save him from Marine Vice Admiral 1. So I want to go to New World, tell the people of the Whitebeard pirates this news, and work with them to rescue Ace. However, I heard from Miss Shaki that it takes 3 days to coat a boat. We can't wait that long, so I would like to ask you if you can find us a coated boat for us to go to New York. World. Luffy feels that since Rayleigh is Shanks' friend, then he must be someone worthy of trust. That's why I revealed everything. Is Fire Fist Ace, the second captain of the Whitebeard pirates, going to be executed? How did you know about this news? There doesn't seem to be any relevant news released yet. Rayleigh was a little confused. We had a friend of Marine who we trust told us. She said Marine will execute Ace in 5 days. Luffy explained. It shouldn't be. Since Marine has captured Fire Fist Ace and wants to execute him, he should spread the news to the world now and attract the Whitebeard pirates into the game. Rayleigh was lost in thought. He doesn't understand that Marine has gone through so much trouble to catch Ace. But I don't want the people in the Whitebeard group to get the news in advance to rescue. In this way, Marine only executed a pirate who was a slightly greater threat. But the result was that it completely drove the Whitebeard group crazy. This will do more harm than good to Marine. As for why Marine doesn't plan to make this news public, I don't know about this kind of thing, but my trustworthy Marine will not lie to me. Luffy looked solemn. Really? I understand. I will help you find a coated ship that can go to New World immediately. Thank you, Mr. Rayleigh. But having said that, it's really surprising. Is that Fire Fist Ace actually your sworn brother? Rayleigh took a deep breath, slightly surprised. Well, because his father died when he was not born, we almost grew up together. Who is his father? Gul D. Roger. What, he is? Roger's son? Rayleigh's pupils shrank a little unbelievable. After the Roger pirates were disbanded, the entire group never saw each other again. At that time, Roger had not yet found his wife. Because Roger met Portkas D. Rouge on Badelilla Island 2 years after the pirate group was disbanded. So Rayleigh includes the entire Roger pirates. They all don't know the news that Roger has a son. Do not you know? I don't know, but since he is Roger's son, it seems I can't just sit idly by. Rayleigh's expression gradually became serious. Rayleigh in the original book does not save Ace. That's because when the Summit War started, Sengoku revealed Ace's true identity. Even if Rayleigh wanted to go, it was already too late. Golden Lion Shiki, Jai Hahaha, is this guy going to join the war too? Uruj, will Pluton Silver Rayleigh also join the war? It seems that the Summit War in that world will also be very lively. Rox D, the battle in the Valley of Gods, I'm really looking forward to it. Doflamingo, will Marine succeed in executing Fire Fist Ace, or will the combined efforts of these monsters rescue Ace from Marine? Haha, an unprecedented war is about to begin. Monkey D. Luffy, I will definitely rescue Ace. Vinsmoke Sanji, idiot, you're not talking about our world, you're talking about that parallel world. Monkey D. Luffy, huh, really? Then I can definitely rescue Ace in the parallel world. The legendary pirate also. Do you want to join the war? Then it seems that the probability of us rescuing Luffy and becoming his younger brother is even greater. A smile appeared on Sanji's face. We're going to have a big fight soon, I'm so excited. Usopp said excitedly. Don't take it lightly just because I'm participating in the war. I haven't fought in decades, and my strength has dropped a lot. So whether we can rescue Ace or not depends on you and Nuge. Very special. Let's not talk about this for now. I'm going to find a ship first. Give me some time, and I will definitely find you a ship that can set off to the new world after coding. After Rayleigh left these words, he quickly left this place. The matter cannot be delayed. We must save the sun as soon as possible. Looking at Rayleigh's retreating figure, Nami asked curiously, So Luffy, where are we going next? Luffy thought for a while. Let's go to the pub we went to before. Now they can only wait for Rayleigh to find a boat for them. Besides waiting, they have nothing else to do. But at this moment, a large number of Marines suddenly appeared behind Luffy and others. Monkey D. Luffy, you have been surrounded. After attacking the celestial dragons, don't think it will go away so easily. The leading vice admiral shouted at Luffy. You guys deal with it. Luffy glanced at Zoro, Sanji, and the others and ordered. This group of opponents is simply not worthy of his personal action. After leaving these words, Luffy planned to take others to the pub first. I understand, leave it to us. They are just a bunch of little characters, how dare they stop us? But I have to say, Sabaody Archipelago's Marines assembled really quickly. Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, and others looked at Marine in front of them with great interest. After finishing 1 year of training on Sky Island, they have not experienced even a single battle so far. Excuse me, are you Monkey D. Luffy? At this moment, Poruzalino suddenly appeared in front of Luffy. Who are you? Luffy raised his head slightly and looked at him. He is Kizaru, one of the 3 admirals of the naval headquarters. He is a rival of the same level as Akainu and Kizaru, whom you have fought against before, Luffy, Robin reminded. Big Admiral. Perona was so frightened that she immediately hid behind Luffy. Admiral, what do you want from me? Well, you attacked the celestial dragons, so I came here to take you back. Poruzalino spread his hands. 3-1 No, I did not attack celestial dragons. It was just my companion who made her faint for a while, and it was the celestial dragons who offended me first. Luffy said slowly. Is the celestial dragons at fault? You guessed it right. Well, no matter what, it is a fact that celestial dragons was attacked, so I can only offend Monkey Heart Luffy. Poruzalino said with a crooked mouth. I'm very busy right now, so I don't have time to fight with you. Luffy was helpless. Please forgive me, I am also following orders. I want to ask you a question, by the way, have you ever experienced a flash kick? Poruzalino raised his legs slightly, and a bright yellow light emitted from his legs and feet. Blow. His legs and feet completed the terrifying acceleration in a very short distance. He kicked Luffy directly. Peng. Luffy raises his right arm and wraps it around armament Haki. Blocked Poruzalino's attack without moving. You guys stay away first. Luffy turned to look at Vivi, Nami, and others and warned. What a terrifying man. Monkey D. Luffy, not many people can block my flash kick so easily. It's hard to imagine that you are really just a teenager, instead of a man of my age. Poruzalino put his hand on his chin and looked at Luffy carefully. Although he had also heard about the fight between Sakazuki and Luffy a year ago. But he knows about today's fight. Luffy should be more powerful than a year ago. You should know that you can't defeat us today, right? Luffy said calmly. That's true, but it's not that easy to let me leave. Kneel down and beg for customization, all in disgrace. Oh, Chapter 132, Witness and Kill, Dominator'S Territory, Terrifying Strength, Kizaru who escaped. 8-foot beautiful Magatama. Poruzalino suddenly flew high into the sky. I saw his arms intertwined, and an unusually bright and dazzling light flashed from his fingertips. The next second, this bright light turned into countless lasers. Like raindrops, they are densely moving towards Luffy. Armed color domineering body. Luffy is covered with rich armament haki from top to bottom. Armed color wraps around the body, turning into indestructible armor. Dang dang dang. The laser fired by Porozolino is all on Luffy. But it didn't even break through the defense and didn't hurt Luffy at all. Yoruge, can you withstand Kizaru's attack without any injuries? Skilachminapu, are you kidding? Is the defense so strong? X-Drake, what an unimaginable monster. Basil Hawkins, with our strength, we could only be killed instantly by Kizaru, but we didn't expect that he could block all his attacks without being injured. Achuku, what a powerful armament haki. Ghost Spider, how is that possible? This guy actually dares to face Porozolino Admiral's 8-foot Magatama with only armament haki. Doberman, this guy is much stronger than he was a year ago. Pluton Silver Rayleigh, I'm really starting to like you more and more, Luffy. Gal D. Roger, at this level of armament haki is already above me. Copper Jabba, hey, are you kidding, Roger? Gal D. Roger, no, I'm not kidding, this Luffy's armament haki is indeed better than me in terms of hardness. What a terrifying armament haki, Porozolino exclaimed. When I was in Alabasta a year ago, my armament haki was not strong enough, so I was burned by that Akainu. I couldn't gain the upper hand, but it's different now. 1. My haki is much stronger than a year ago. Luffy clenched his fists and said calmly, the reason why he couldn't beat Sakazuki a year ago. That's because Sakazuki's magma temperature is too high. Even if he is covered with armament haki, he cannot resist the opponent's high-temperature magma. In this year of training, he has practiced armament haki a lot. Now his armament haki hardness. It's probably enough to compete with Sakazuki's magma. It seems that I made a wrong decision by taking the initiative to come here today, Porozolino said with a headache. I didn't want to fight you originally, but since the battle has already begun, let's practice with you. The next second, Luffy's whole body bursts with unprecedented momentum. The astonishing aura constantly emerges from Luffy's body. A terrifying aura filled the air around Luffy, making him look like a roaring giant beast. The sky that was originally clear for thousands of miles high in the sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds and became gloomy. Wow! The next second, a raging wind roared half of the Sabaody archipelago. Numerous cracks suddenly appeared in the surrounding buildings, and they looked shaky. The ground is like a spider web, constantly torn open. The terrifying pressure struck Porozolino instantly like a treacherous wave. Byendy Wald, what a powerful conqueror's haki. Trafalgar Law, this conqueror's haki is too powerful. I can feel an indescribable suffocation even when I put the screen down. Eustace Kid, what's going on with his conqueror's haki? It can actually tear apart the surrounding buildings and make the ground beneath his feet collapse. Why can my conqueror's haki only stun a group of soldiers and faint? Kira, you are not on the same level as him, Captain Kidd. Achoku, this guy not only cultivated armament haki to a terrifying level, but also conqueror's haki to this level. Kyuzin, alala, what an amazing conqueror's haki. Sakazuki, can a teenage kid actually contain such terrifying power within his body? Porozolino, why do I feel like something is going to happen to me in the flat world? Monkey D. Garp, ha, he is indeed my grandson. This unimaginable conqueror's haki even shocked me. Rox D. Zebek, this conqueror's haki, is not even inferior to me. Want to know who Rox is? The absolute overlord of the old era. Commander Golden Lion Shiki, Whitebeard, Charlotte Linlin, Kaido. And Achoku John, the Silvertip Pirate. His kingly appearance shows how powerful he is. With such a kingly appearance, you can imagine how powerful his conqueror's haki is. But Rox, after feeling Luffy's conqueror's haki, he realized it clearly. Luffy's conqueror's haki is not inferior to him. Pluton Silver Rayleigh, amazing. Is this the strength you have after 1 year of training? Luffy. You know Luffy is just showing them now. He practiced armamento and conqueror's haki for a year. The power awakened by Devil Fruit has not yet been released. But the weapon color released by Luffy and the power of conquerors alone. They just know. Luffy's strength has arrived. It's beyond their imagination. Razoroo, is this the strength that Luffy in that world has now? Yasop, I have only felt this level of Conqueror's Haki in the boss. Didn't I expect that Luffy also has this level of Conqueror's Haki? Monkey D. Luffy, I feel like I'm in another world, so awesome. Vinsmoke Sanji, when we met Kizaru in Sabaody Archipelago, even with the whole team's strength, it was completely impossible to be Kizaru's opponent, but Luffy from the flat world always felt that he could defeat Kizaru just by relying on his own strength. Ah. Roronoa Zoro, the captain of our world, is really over the top. Tread. After releasing Conqueror's Haki, Luffy stamped on the ground with his footsteps, and air wrapped around his fists. He immediately rushed towards Porozolino. Polozolino's pupils shrank slightly, and he quickly put his arms in front of him, trying to block Luffy's attack. But the next second, he was directly knocked away. It crashed into countless buildings along the way, leaving the Sabaody Archipelago in a mess. Observation Haki is unavailable. Porozolino gasped slightly and climbed up from the ruins. Eustace Kid, hey, can you knock that guy Kizaru away 1,000 meters with one punch? Kira, this guy is stronger than Kizaru. Trafalgar Law, he is truly worthy of being the Straw Hat Master of the Flat World. He showed his true strength today, which is really shocking. Skullachimina Poo, I'm so lucky that we weren't in the Sabaody Archipelago when this monster fought against Kizaru. Otherwise, the aftermath of the battle between the two of them would have seriously injured us. Monkey D. Luffy, is this really me? I actually knocked that Kizaru away. Sabaody Archipelago, Luffy encounters Porozolino's powerlessness. It was still filling his mind. He couldn't believe himself in the ordinary world. It can actually knock back an invincible opponent like Porozolino thousands of meters away. Vinsmoke Sanji, Luffy, although you can be called a monster, you are still far behind the Luffy from the flat world. Yuruj, but then again, Kizaru said that his observation Haki cannot be used. What does this mean? Byandy Wald, is it possible to kill by observation? Conqueror's Haki, which is as powerful as ultimate, can shock the enemy's body and soul so that the opponent cannot use observation Haki on it. Douglas Bullet, what? Has this brat's Conqueror's Haki reached this level? He can actually unleash the killing of knowledge. Achoku, I thought it would be outrageous that he could unleash such a level of intimidation as Conqueror's Haki, but I didn't expect that he could even master the power of seeing, hearing, and killing. Rox D, it would be strange if you don't know how to kill someone. Kaido of the Beasts, this monster. Charlotte Linlin, my mama, this guy is a little too awesome. Kyuzin, I'm a little embarrassed, Porozolino. Porozolino, what can I do about this? My opponent is that monster Straw Hat. Sakazuki, I can tell at a glance that you didn't try your best in the flat world, right, Porozolino? Porozolino, I can't beat him even with all my strength. I really regret it. I would have known better not to take the initiative to invite Mr. Sengoku to come to this place. Porozolino patted the dust on his body and said helplessly, when Lino wanted to return to the battlefield and continue fighting Luffy. Suddenly, the weather at high altitude changed suddenly. It was originally just a sky covered with dark clouds. Suddenly, thunder and lightning flashed. Countless thunder and lightning gathered together, flashing with black and red lightning. A boom! A loud noise came, the celestial thunder and lightning triggered by the terrifying conquerors. In an instant, he struck towards Porozolino. The terrifying pressure suddenly filled Porozolino's entire body. In a short period of time, it was unable to move. Yuruj, hey, even if you know how to kill by sight, how come this guy's Conqueror's Haki can also activate the celestial phenomena? Control thunder and lightning. Rox Zebek is this, the territory of the Overlord. The Overlord's territory can control the phenomena of heaven and earth within a certain range. This power is the same as seeing, hearing, and killing. These are powers that are extremely difficult to master. Only when you have cultivated Conqueror's Haki to the pinnacle can you possess it. Among people alive today, currently, only red-haired Shanks is known to possess this power. In Wano Kuni, it was the red-haired Shanks who used this power to force Aramaki back. Gall D. Roger, ha. What a terrifying overlord's territory, Luffy. Douglas Bullet, is this really the Conqueror's power that a teenager can possess? Copper Jabba, the weapon color and Conqueror's haki are so strong, so how powerful does his devil fruit awakening power have to be? Pluton Silver Rayleigh, the Summit War is getting more and more exciting. If Luffy joins the battle, I believe Fire Fist Ace will be able to save him. Copper Jabba, when Summit War comes, Luffy from the flat world needs to bring a little shock to that world. This Conqueror's haki. Porzolino swallowed involuntarily. Blow. The next second, Luffy appeared directly in front of Porzolino. He clenched his fist and attacked Porzolino with a Japanese fist. But Porzolino used sparkling fruit in time and disappeared. Let Luffy's fist fly away. But you can see that Luffy's fist didn't even hit him. It also swept away the several buildings behind him, and the originally tall buildings suddenly turned into ruins. Luffy, the battle on our side is over. Let us assist you. At this moment, Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, and others rushed over. After all, their opponents are just a group of vice admirals and a large number of elite marines. So they got rid of it quickly. 463. Now, there is only one marine admiral left in the entire Sabaody archipelago, Paluzolino. Are you going to play against Admiral? I'm really looking forward to it. Me too, I have never fought against Admiral. 1. A few people looked at Porzolino in the sky with great interest. I can't wait to have a fierce battle with him. It's a bit troublesome. Paluzolino, who was high up in the sky, looked at the people who had joined Luffy and frowned slightly. Luffy alone is difficult to deal with, let alone letting him deal with the entire boat. Why are you here, Kizaru? At this time, Rayleigh's voice came from the rooftop, not far from Porzolino. Then a terrifying sword energy rose into the air and shot toward Porzolino. Paluzolino turned slightly to avoid it. However, it is still not completely avoided. There was a small wound on the face, and blood was oozing out. Pluton Silver Rayleigh, Porzolino's pupils narrowed. It's not common for the dignified Marine Admiral to come to Sabaody Archipelago in person, Kizaru. Rayleigh pointed his sword at Porzolino and asked, Well, because Monkey D. Luffy attacked the Celestial Dragons, I came here to deal with the mess. Is that so? But it's really unexpected, Pluton Silver Rayleigh. You are really in the Sabaody Archipelago. I thought it was just a legend. Porzolino looked a little surprised. Leave here now, Kizaru, Fury said coldly. Hearing Rayleigh's words, Porzolino fell silent. He glanced at Luffy and his group at his feet, then glanced at Rayleigh with helpless hands and said, It seems I have no choice but to leave today. Luffy alone doesn't think he can win. Not to mention adding Luffy's companions and Rayleigh. If he continues to stay here, he will be in great danger. Without any hesitation, Paluzolino turned into a stream of light high in the sky and quickly disappeared. Achoku, damn, why did that Kizaru run away? Keep fighting. Porzolino, if you hit me again, I'll be dead. You think I'm stupid? He escaped, Luffy. Aren't we going to chase him? Zoro asked. Let him go. We don't have much time to fight with him. Luffy shook his head. If Luffy has no mission, he would be happy to fight Porzolino for a while longer. But now, their most important thing is, take a coded ship to New World to find the Whitebeard pirates, because Ace's execution is not far away. So they can't waste too much time. See Rayleigh appear on the scene. Luffy knew that the other party must have found a coded ship. Chapter 133, Arriving at New World and Meeting Whitebeard. I just felt a strong conqueror's haki. The source of that power is you, right, Luffy? Amazing conqueror's haki. That power is even stronger than Roger. Now I completely believe what Shanks said. You are indeed a monster several times more powerful than Roger, Rayleigh gasped. Really? Luffy said without surprise. He would be surprised if Luffy's current strength did not surpass Roger's. Let's not talk about it for now. I have found the coded ship. Let's go now, Rayleigh reminded. To be precise, Rayleigh found a pirate ship that was coded and ready to go to the New World. Under his coercion and inducement, the ship was taken over. Yeah, Luffy nodded. Without further ado, everyone is riding on the stolen pirate ship. You can now set off to New World. The other side. Paluzolino, who escaped, also returned to Naval Headquarters Marineford. That guy is really a monster, Mr. Sengoku. Poruzolino spread his hands. Did you let him escape? Sengoku frowned slightly. It's not that he ran away, I left. What? Sengoku's pupils narrowed slightly, a little surprised. You escaped. Sakazuki was also surprised. Ah la la, is that guy already so powerful? Kyuzen scratched his head. Although he fought against Luffy when he was in Demon Valley Town. But it was said to be a fight, but it was actually just a punch. He still doesn't know much about Luffy. But he thinks Luffy should be a man on the same level as him. But Poruzolino said he escaped. Does this mean that Luffy is stronger than Poruzolino? Well, that guy Rayleigh is also in Sabaody Archipelago, and that guy has an unusual relationship with Monkey D. Luffy. In order to prevent the two of them from joining forces to take me down, I came back. Poruzolino explained. Is that guy Pluton Silver Rayleigh really in Sabaody Archipelago? It's really surprising, but that guy and Monkey D. Luffy are walking together, which gives me a bad feeling. Though Marine is almost certain that Rayleigh is in the Sabaody Archipelago. But I can't be 100% sure. In addition, they did not dare to send Marine to find traces of Rayleigh. After all, Rayleigh already lives in the sea. If they go to him rashly, afraid of provoking Rayleigh to go to sea again. But speaking of which, Poruzolino, you scared me just now. I thought you jumped back because you couldn't beat that guy. Sakazuki breathed a sigh of relief. No, to be precise, I can't beat him. Although it wasn't long before I fought Luffy. However, Poruzolino knew that Luffy's strength was definitely above his own. After all, the battle in Sabaody Archipelago. Luffy has never used the power of Devil Fruit from beginning to end. What did you say? Sakazuki was shocked again when he heard what Poruzolino said. His Conqueror's Haki is countless times more powerful than I imagined. When fighting him, I couldn't even use Observation Haki to predict his attacks. Not only that, he can also use Conqueror's Pressure to induce the celestial phenomena to summon thunder and lightning to strike me. Report from Poruzolino 1510. Unable to use Observation Haki, is it possible that? Is it killing by observation? Is using Conqueror's Coercion to induce celestial phenomena the domain of the Overlord? Hearing Poruzolino's report, Sengoku broke into a cold sweat on his forehead. After all, Sengoku is also a strong man from the old era. Have participated in the Valley of God's battlefield. So he naturally has some understanding of the realm of witnessing, killing, and thundering. I want to release these two powers. You must cultivate your Conqueror's Haki to the ultimate level. So far, there are only Conquerors who can have this level. Sengoku has only met two people. One is Rox. The second one is Roger. Conqueror's Territory. Does Conqueror's Haki still have such power? Sakazuki was a little unbelievable. Sakazuki does not have Conqueror's Haki after all. So naturally, I don't understand these two forces. The two forces of Wisdom and Overlord's territory are more difficult to master than Tyrant's territory. Even I have not mastered such power. Garp's grandson is a bit too much. Sengoku's Conqueror's Haki is definitely not weak. Because Sengoku's justice is the justice that rules the world. As the Marshal of the Naval Headquarters, you can imagine how powerful he is. But a strong man like him. No one has mastered the territory of seeing, hearing, and killing, the Thunderer. You can imagine how difficult it is to master these two forces. Is it more difficult to master than the Tyrant? Ah la la, he is indeed Mr. Garp's grandson. That guy, has he become so powerful in just 1 year? Sakazuki's face was solemn. Luffy's strength a year ago was not as good as his. But now he knows that Luffy is definitely not weaker than him. At this moment, a Marine general opened the door and walked in to report. Report to Marshal Sengoku. The latest news we received is that Monkey D. Luffy and his gang left their ship in the Sabaody Archipelago and took the Pluton Silver Rayleigh to the New World on a coated ship. Why do you always feel that Monkey D. Luffy is in a hurry to go to New World? Porzolino pondered. There must be a reason for not even giving up your own ship, but eagerly taking a coated ship to the New World. Sakazuki guessed. Since I chose to leave the ship in the Sabaody Archipelago. So that means Luffy and the others will definitely come back after going to New World. Based on Luffy's strange behavior, everyone fell into deep thought. For a long time, Kizaru said, "Is there a possibility that he went to find the Whitebeard pirates?" Looking for the Whitebeard pirates? Does it mean that he knows that Fire Fist Ace has been arrested? Sengoku's pupils narrowed. I don't think it's because of this. After all, think about it, Mr. Sengoku, aren't the two of them sworn brothers? Maybe they are often in contact, but they have suddenly lost contact recently. So Luffy was worried that Fire Fist Ace might be in danger, so he went to New World to find the Whitebeard pirates. And if even the Whitebeard pirates couldn't contact Ace, then you can guess that Fire Fist Ace was arrested by our Marine. Kizaru expressed his opinion. It looks like it won't be long before the Monkey D. Luffy, Pluton Silver Rayleigh, and Whitebeard pirates arrive at Marineford. Since they want to come, let them never come back. Sakazuki's eyes are full of fighting spirit. It looks like an unprecedented war is about to break out. Porzolino shaved his nails. Immediately summon the 7 warlords of the sea and bring back all the elite marine soldiers and generals from the 4 seas and New World. Sengoku ordered. Originally, they just wanted to publicly execute Ace in Marineford 5 days later. After the execution, nothing will happen. But now he knows that the Whitebeard pirates and Luffy are likely to come to the rescue. Yes. 1. The other side. Luffy and the others are riding on the stolen pirate ship. Soon passed through the Fishmen Island and arrived at New World. And Rayleigh is familiar with Whitebeard's territory. He personally drove the boat and drove Luffy and others to Whitebeard's territory. Does this mean that it won't be long before we can meet the strongest man in the sea? Zoro said excitedly. Edward Newgate, the strongest man in the world. I heard that he has the power to destroy the world. I really want to see with my own eyes the strength of a man of this level. Sanji was also a little excited. Since coming down from Sky Island, we have really seen a lot of legendary characters in just a few days. Usopp sighed. Kizaru, Rayleigh, Porzolino. They will go to Baguai next. If this happened before, Usopp would never have imagined it. Edward Newgate, Ace's captain, Luffy pondered. Although that guy is old, he is still very strong. Don't underestimate him, Rayleigh reminded. Is it strong? With my current strength, I don't think I will lose to anyone. Luffy is calm and gentle. Ha ha ha, that's true. Rayleigh laughed without denying it. The outside world is really wonderful. I wish I could have met you sooner, Luffy. Perona held Luffy's arm. Hey, you've just been here, how can you take my territory? Nami was dissatisfied. Your territory? Perona was a little confused. That's right, only I can hold Luffy's right arm. Nami put her hands on her hips. Okay, then I'll hold the left side. The left side is my territory. Vivi became dissatisfied. Perona won. Then let me hug him from behind. Ah, that position is mine. Robin crossed his arms in front of his chest. You have already divided him equally, Perona complained. Anyway, that's it. You are the last one to come. Even if you can get on our ship, you are not qualified to seize our territory now. Nami looked like a big sister and patted Perona on the shoulder. I understand, Perona nodded. You have so many beauties around you. Rayleigh glanced at Luffy and said. Luffy spread his hands after hearing this, looking helpless. Like our Roger pirates back then, there were not many people in the whole group who were involved in women's S*X, because we had to fight with the strong at all times and beware of Marine's pursuit. No one has extra experience. I have never seen a pirate who lives such a comfortable life like you in nearly 100 years of life. Rayleigh recalled the hard times. If I hadn't seen Luffy, he really can't imagine how someone can live such a happy life as a pirate. Hey, what do you mean, old guy? Do you want Luffy to kick us out? Nami said angrily, hands on hips. Although we are clinging to Luffy, we have not delayed his cultivation. Vivi agreed. No matter how much you are an outsider, Do you still want to interfere with our ship's affairs? Luo asked. No, don't get me wrong, I didn't mean it that way. I just admire your captain. I don't have any ill intentions. Don't get me wrong. Rayleigh quickly waved his hand to explain. After speaking, Rayleigh glanced at Luffy and warned. Although I don't know how many women you are looking for, since they are on your ship, they are your companions. It is shameful for a pirate to abandon your companions, so protect your companions no matter what. This is the way of a pirate. He has seen many pirate groups obsessed with women. However, that group of pirates only regarded the female members on the ship as people who could be discarded at will. He doesn't want Luffy to be like this. He does not approve of people who abandon their companions. Of course I know this kind of thing, Luffy nodded. The person Luffy values the most is his companions. Although my group of companions are completely inferior to me in strength. But now that the other party has boarded his own ship, I must be responsible for them. While everyone is chatting, they also quickly arrived at the waters where the Whitebeard pirates belong. Who? At this moment, a ship from the Whitebeard regiment appeared in front of them. The person on board is none other than Izo, the captain of the 16th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. This area is the territory of their Whitebeard pirates, so they are naturally supervising it at all times. Monkey D. Luffy, I'm here to see your captain, Luffy said. Monkey D. Luffy, is he Ace's brother? Izo said in surprise. Ah, do you know who Ace and I are? Luffy was a little surprised. Of course, we heard Ace mention you countless times on the ship. He said that you were a monster stronger than him. We didn't believe it before, but 10 years ago, we believed it. Yizeng explained. Ever since Ace got on the ship, he has almost never left Luffy. Hyuga and the others brag about Luffy's strength, and tell him and Luffy's identities. This way we can avoid unnecessary trouble. Take us to Newgate, Rayleigh, King News ordered. I thought it would take a fight to pass. But since the Whitebeard pirates know the relationship between Luffy and Ace, that'll be easy. Yes. Izo nodded. Although he doesn't know what Luffy and the others want from the Whitebeard pirates. But Luffy is Ace's eldest brother after all. They naturally have full trust in Luffy. No hesitation. With Zhang sailing ahead, Luffy and others quickly found the Whitebeard pirates' ship. Can be seen. The sea in front of them. A huge ship appeared, in the shape of a whale. That ship is so big, Usopp was a little surprised. Moby Dick, this should be the largest ship on the sea so far. We found Newgate very smoothly, Rayleigh said with a smile. Will we be able to meet another living legend next? I'm really excited. Zoro was excited. I heard that the Whitebeard pirates are so powerful, I really want to see them. Sanji was also a little excited. After all, we came down from Sky Island. They really have never experienced a hardy battle. As for Sabaody Archipelago, the strength of that group of Marines was too weak, and they were taken care of in a few seconds. It doesn't even count as a warm-up. Their ship slowly approached the Moby D***K, and at this moment Marco lay on the bow. Izo, who are they? It's Monkey D. Luffy, Ace's brother, accompanied by his companions and Pluton Silver Rayleigh. They said they wanted to see Daddy for something. Izo shouted. 1. Ace's brother, I know. Hear the sentence. Marco lowered the ladder to get on the boat without any hesitation. As you can imagine, life. How much do the people of the Whitebeard pirates trust Ace's brother Luffy? Kneel down and beg for customization, all in disgrace. Chapter 134 Fight against Whitebeard. Whitebeard gives the title of the strongest in the world to Lu. Let's go. Luffy walked at the front and took the lead in climbing the ladder to Moby D***K. Following behind him are Rayleigh, Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, and others. Soon, everyone came to the boat. And in the center of the ship, sitting there is a strong man covered in cans and drinking heavily. This man is a living legend. Edward Newgate, known as the world's strongest man. Is this guy Monkey D. Luffy? I feel like he's not that strong. Idiot, just look at it and I'll tell you to calm down. Can you feel it? I heard that he was able to fight Marine Admiral Akainu for a day and a night in Alabasta a year ago. It's really hard to imagine what his current strength will be. But having said that, none of his companions are simple characters. Almost all of them exude a terrifying aura. And look, that guy is Pluton Silver Rayleigh, One Piece Roger's deputy captain. This is the first time I've seen a real person. See Luffy and others boarding the ship. Everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates group is talking about it. After all, Luffy is so famous. And the same goes for Rayleigh's name. Kula la la, Ace's brother, what do you want from me? Whitebeard laughed heartily. Ace was captured by Marine. Luffy didn't talk nonsense and got straight to the point. What did you say? Hearing this, the smile on Whitebeard's face disappeared, replaced by surprise and solemnity. How is that possible? That's Ace. How could Marine catch him? That's right, Ace is extremely powerful. Even if he encounters an Admiral, he may not be able to defeat him 100%. How could he be caught by Marine? 1. Everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates didn't believe what Luffy said. They have been living with Ace for several years. I know Ace's strength very well. In their opinion, Ace's strength is not enough to defeat Admiral. But if Ace wants to escape, an Admiral can't keep him. I'm not kidding, it's true. Isn't there a man named Marshal D. Teach on your ship? He teamed up with Admiral Akainu of Naval Headquarters, and Kizaru defeated Ace on the Grand Line. 693, Ace's execution will be in a few days, and the execution place will be Marineford. Luffy glances at the entire Whitebeard group with a serious expression. Hear Luffy say this. Everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates is aware of the seriousness of the matter. That damn Teach, did he join forces with Marine? Marco said angrily. Although he doesn't know how Luffy learned this information. But just because Luffy is Ace's brother. What he said is 100% credible. Are the two Admirals dispatched at the same time? No wonder Ace lost. Josie took a breath. Dad, Ace is our companion, we must save him. Bista advocated. You're right, Dad. The purpose of our Whitebeard Pirates is not to abandon any of our companions. Now that Marine is planning to execute Ace, we must not stand idly by. Aizo agreed. You came to me today just because you want to join us in going to Marineford. Whitebeard stood up and asked. That's right, Luffy nodded. Marineford will be very dangerous. Whitebeard suddenly grinned. Okay, Newgate, don't underestimate Luffy. He may be stronger than you. Rayleigh leaned on the railing of the boat and took a sip of wine to remind him. He naturally knows what Whitebeard means. I want to test Luffy's strength. After all, he is known as the strongest man in the New World. If you don't fight, it's impossible to have this title. Stronger than Dad, Marco was slightly startled. Stop joking, how could this guy be stronger than Dad? Inzai didn't believe it. Pluton Silver Rayleigh, you guys underestimate our dad too much. Don't think that our dad is no match for him because he is injured all over. Bista said scornfully. Kula la la, is he stronger than me? I really want to see it. Whitebeard laughed heartily. Wanna fight? Zoro excitedly put his hand on the scabbard, full of fighting spirit. What an amazing fighting spirit, little brother. Bista noticed the fighting spirit exuding from Zoro and couldn't help but exclaimed. We are not here to fool around with you. Don't waste time. Go to the Grand Line now. Luffy stared at Whitebeard and said seriously. How dare you talk to me like that? You are such a courageous brat. Hearing Luffy's arrogant tone, Whitebeard was not angry, but his smile became even stronger. After saying this, Whitebeard shouted, Helmsman, set sail for the Grand Line. Yes, Dad. The helmsman quickly sailed the boat and set sail for the Grand Line. By the way, bring their boat up too. After hearing Whitebeard's order, everyone fished out the boat Luffy was riding in and put it into the cabin. Moby Dick's ship is extremely large. Putting a small boat takes up no space at all. What the hell, kid? I didn't waste my time. Whitebeard stood up and slowly came to Luffy. Luffy, since Newgate wants to see your strength, let him see it. Let this half-buried old guy feel the strongest power of the new era, Rayleigh said slowly. Hey, Rayleigh, you bastard, you dare to say that our dad is an old guy who is half dead. Josie was a little angry. Your mouth is still so poisonous, Rayleigh, Whitebeard said indifferently. If you want to fight, then come on. Luffy glanced at the moving ship and then set his sights on Whitebeard. Be able to fight against Whitebeard, who is known as the strongest man in the world. Luffy naturally doesn't want to miss it. The ship is moving anyway. They won't waste any time fighting each other. Is it the power of the strongest kid in the new era? Let me see it. The words fall. Whitebeard's fist is wrapped with the extremely terrifying weapon color and Conqueror's haki. He punched out and aimed at Luffy. Luffy also wraps around haki with his fist. He faced Whitebeard's fist without any fear. A boom! The two fists have not yet collided, but a violent collision resounded across the sky, directly from the ship. A terrifying aura appeared on the two of them. You can see that in the center of the two people's fists, there are terrifying black and red lightning flashes. The aftermath of the attack shook the entire Kaebiti-shu. A weak person cannot stand in front of the two of them, either lying on the ground or fainting. The weather at high altitude suddenly changes, and the clouds are dense. The dark clouds in the middle are even more Uzumaki-shaped and are constantly twisting. Ka. Not only that, there were cracks on the floor under the two people's feet, as well as on the ship's railing. The two fists clashed for half a minute. In the end, Whitebeard was knocked back a few steps. Luffy, on the other hand, played it slow and steady and never moved the partition. Yoruge, it's so scary. This guy can actually make that Whitebeard take a few steps back. Trafalgar Law. In the confrontation between Haki, the Straw Hat Master has the upper hand. Red Earl Baloric Redfield. This guy is not using his full strength. Capone Bijehu, that Whitebeard guy. Red Earl Baloric Redfield. It's not Newgate, it's the Straw Hat Boy. Eustace Kid. Hey, are you kidding me? That Straw Hat Kid didn't use his full strength. Kid was confused. Can you slightly crush Whitebeard without using all your strength? Byandy Wald. It's true that he didn't use all his strength. I believe you have seen the haki of this Straw Hat Boy during the Sabaody Archipelago. If he fights with all his strength, his haki will be so powerful, BBCI. How is it possible? Dad was repelled. Marco's pupils contracted violently. Hey, are you kidding? Ace's eldest brother is really that strong. Josie took a breath, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Could it be that Pluton Rayleigh didn't lie? This monkey D. Luffy is really stronger than Daddy. Bista swallowed and couldn't help but look at Rayleigh. How old is this guy? Why does it feel like he is less than 20 years old? Is this really a strength that humans can possess? See Whitebeard being pushed back by Luffy. The entire Whitebeard pirate group cadres were all taken aback. Because in their opinion, Whitebeard is the strongest person. No one can be stronger than him. What about Luffy? I'm afraid he's only a quarter of Whitebeard's age. But the strength has reached the level of repelling Whitebeard. That's awesome, Luffy. Nami was excited. As expected of our captain, Robin chuckled. My opponent is the strongest man in the world, but the one who is stronger than him is Luffy. He is indeed my husband. Vivi was quite proud. What about Newgate? He is stronger than you, right? Rayleigh said somewhat proudly. Kula-la-la, amazing. Haki of this level is really amazing. You can block my full blow, you are really scary, Whitebeard praised. Although Whitebeard is powerful in his shock fruit ability and sword skills. However, his physique and energy are also top-notch. He lost the battle with Luffy's physique and haki just now. Ah, did you use all your strength? You didn't feel it. Luffy was a little surprised. He thought Whitebeard was just going to punch him casually. What do you mean by this? Could it be that you didn't use all your strength in the fist fight just now? Marco's body was full of blood. Breaking into a cold sweat. You're lying, right? You fought with Daddy and you didn't use your full strength? You are definitely lying. Josie didn't believe it. Luffy didn't use all his strength. His physique and haki were both superior to their father's. Then what happens if Luffy uses all his strength? When he thought of this, Kaiozzi couldn't help but swallowed his saliva. Didn't you use all your strength? Hearing Luffy's words, Whitebeard's face became serious. Yeah, Luffy nodded. He did not use Newgate at full strength. The haki he released when fighting with you was weaker than the haki I felt in Sabaody Archipelago. Rayleigh opened his mouth to explain. This guy. Hearing Rayleigh's explanation, Whitebeard couldn't help but take a breath. He originally thought that Luffy should be as strong as himself. But he can know it from Rayleigh's mouth. Luffy seems to be stronger than me. Dad, Ace's brother, should be so powerful because he only cultivates physical strength and haki. If you use Kongyunki with shock fruit, he may not be your opponent. Marco said comfortingly. Heh, do you know what the devil fruit Luffy eats is nougat? Rayleigh laughed. Rubber fruit, Whitebeard frowned slightly. He once heard Ace say that Luffy's devil fruit is rubber fruit. No, it's the Renrin fruit in the form of the sun god Nika of the fantasy beast system. I believe you have heard about this fruit from Roger. 1. What, that god fruit? Did this guy eat that god fruit? Whitebeard's pupils contracted violently. Whitebeard heard Roger mention the fruit of the gods. Roger once said that it is one of the strongest devil fruits in the world. That's right, although I didn't see Luffy use the power of this devil fruit. But such a devil fruit was eaten by him. Do you think his success? Will the hair be weak? Admit it, Newgate, this guy is really better than you, Rayleigh said slowly. Hearing Rayleigh's words, Whitebeard adjusted his breathing, returned to his seat and sat on the chair. A smile suddenly appeared on his face. In this era, it's interesting. How could it not be interesting that an unprecedented and strongest monster was born in our era? Rayleigh also laughed. You are very strong, Monkey D. Luffy, although you are considered a young brat, but in this sea, maybe you are more worthy of the title of the strongest man in the world. Whitebeard looked at Luffy and said seriously, Uruj, the strongest man, Monkey D. Luffy. Trafalgar Law, what an astonishing scene. I actually saw with my own eyes Whitebeard, known as the strongest man in the world, admit that he is not as good as the Straw Hat Master, and even give him the title of the strongest in the world. Capone Bajet, I'm getting more and more curious. What will be the power awakened by that devil fruit? Let Whitebeard know that after Luffy eats this devil fruit, what will happen to him. The title of strongest is given up. Vinsmoke Sanji, hey, Luffy in that world is too exaggerated. Roronoa Zoro, nothing surprising. The Luffy of that world certainly deserves this title. Nami, in that world, Luffy became the strongest man. Looking back at us, they were beaten violently by poor Zelino at the Sabaody Archipelago and were unable to fight back. Luffy from the flat world punched Whitebeard. He directly won the title of the strongest man in the world. Same with Luffy. This gap is a bit scary. Jaehin, fortunately, monsters of this level are not from our world. Quinn, his strength has improved to such an extent in just 1 year. I can't imagine what level his strength will reach if we give him a few more years to grow. Hey, Daddy, are you kidding me? Hear Whitebeard's words. Marco was shocked and couldn't believe he would say such a thing. I can't believe that Whitebeard would personally admit that he is inferior to someone. Dad, if you two fight seriously, you will never lose to him, Josie shouted. They regard them as the strongest father, who no one can defeat. Today, I gave up the title of strongest. How can they, the Whitebeard pirates, remain calm? You're right, Dad. You are the strongest in the sea, Bista agreed. Chapter 135, Zoro crushes Bista, Hawkeye. The swordsmanship is no longer inferior to mine, Zoro. It's not enough to refuse to accept old age. The future belongs to young people, and I'm already old. Whitebeard smiled calmly. Whitebeard knows that he is injured. And he is already old, and does not have many years left to live. But before death, I saw such a level of monsters in this sea. Whitebeard thinks that his experience in old age will be very exciting. He knows Luffy's strength and talent. It will definitely turn the sea upside down. Our captain has become the strongest man in the world. Usopp looked at Luffy in surprise. The strongest man in the world. This title is really worthy of Luffy, Zoro grinned. You're right, our captain is the strongest being on the sea. Sanji also felt proud. That's awesome, Luffy, Vivi was excited. HMPH, then I am the woman of the strongest man in the world. Nami was very proud. Ah, you are indeed our captain, Robin chuckled. I heard Whitebeard admit from his own mouth that he is not as good as Luffy. He even gave the title of world's strongest to Luffy. Their companions are naturally proud of Luffy. Farewell, I'm not interested in this so-called title. Luffy didn't seem interested. Achoku, this guy turned down the title of world's strongest man. Byandy Wald, the honor of having the title of the strongest man in the world in the sea is second only to becoming the Pirate King. I didn't expect this guy to be not interested. D. Roger, Luffy's dream is to become the freest man in the sea, above the marine and world government, so naturally he has no interest in such a title. Copper Jabba, I can only say that the title of the so-called strongest man in the world does not appeal to Luffy. Oh, you are more interesting than I thought, boy. Whitebeard was slightly surprised. Looking across the entire sea, countless pirates are only pursuing fame, fortune, and treasure. As for the title of the strongest in the world, who in the world doesn't want to get this title? This title is a symbol of honor. It is a status symbol that is feared and admired by countless people. But what Whitebeard didn't expect was, Luffy has no interest in the title of world's strongest. And Whitebeard can see it. Luffy doesn't want this title just because of his modesty. But I really have no interest in this title, so I don't want it. Anyway, you should keep this title yourself. Luffy shrugged. No, the title is given. This needs to be forged with strong combat power. You are stronger than me. Even if you are not interested in this title, sooner or later the people in this sea will. Take this title away from me and give this title to you. 1. Whitebeard said slowly. Really? Luffy didn't bother to say anything after hearing this. Hey, Luffy, the battle between you two is over. Can you let me have a fight with them too? Zoro stares at Bista and asks Luffy for his opinion. When I first boarded the Moby D **K, Bista's eyes are on Zoro. And Zoro also felt the strong fighting spirit emanating from the opponent. Zoro knows that the other person is a powerful swordsman. As a swordsman, compete with another powerful swordsman. No one wants to miss this kind of thing. Oh, do you want to fight my son? Whitebeard looked at Zoro with interest. Dad, since he wants to compete with me, let us have a fight. Bista looked solemn. Whitebeard personally admitted that he is not as good as Luffy. This kind of thing makes everyone in the Whitebeard pirates a little unhappy, because they don't think that their old boss will be with Luffy. Bista is currently thinking of clearing the name of their Whitebeard pirates. I want to use my own strength to defeat Zoro. Save face for their Whitebeard pirates. In that case, let's go, Bista. Whitebeard nodded without rejection. He is also very curious. Luffy is so strong. Then his companions must be monsters to some extent. Come on, Bista. Josie folded his hands on his chest. Don't embarrass our Whitebeard pirates, Bista, Markadin said. At this moment, everyone in the Whitebeard pirates group has become more motivated to win. They must clear up the name of the Whitebeard group. Don't worry, leave it to me, Marco Ince. Bista grinned with a confident smile on his face. The words fall. He pulled out the 2 double knives from his waist, and a terrifying aura erupted from his whole body. Zoro pulled out the 3 blades from his waist and said, By the way, I want to ask you before the battle, do you know Conquerors? Conquerors, that's a power that only a strong man with the posture of a king can awaken. I don't know that power. Why do you ask? Bista was confused. Their entire Whitebeard pirate group owns Conquerors. Only Whitebeard and Ace. Other than that, no one else has this power. Since you don't know Conquerors, then I won't use Conquerors, and let's just practice swordsmanship. Zoro holds Kiyoshui and Yukazai in his hands, and bites Wado Yimanji in his mouth to form a 3-sword style. You mean you own Conqueror's haki? Bista was a little surprised. That's right, Zoro replied without denying it. As expected of your companion, boy, even the power of Conqueror's haki has awakened. Whitebeard looked at Luffy with interest. Is it surprising to awaken this power? Luffy spread his hands. Except for Brook, Perona, and Tamo, who have just boarded the ship, there is no dominant color. His other companions all awakened Conquerors early, and also possesses the power of domination. That is a power that only 1 in a million people possesses. To awaken, it requires the posture of a king. Looking across the entire sea, it is rare for people to awaken to this power. However, for a monster of your level, awakening this power is really not surprising. Whitebeard sighed. Luffy is so talented and powerful. It can almost be said to have crushed this era. Whitebeard never thought that anything in this sea would surprise Luffy. It's amazing, Roronoa Zoro, have you actually awakened that power? But the strength of the two of us should be almost the same, so even if you use Conqueror's power, it has no effect on me either. Bista thought Zoro had awakened Conqueror's haki. This is indeed something surprising. However, Conqueror's haki can only intimidate those far weaker than himself. And Bista doesn't think he is weaker than him. So even if Zoro uses Conqueror's haki, it will not be effective against him. Forget it, since you don't know how to do it, I won't use it. Let's just practice swordsmanship as I said just now. If Bista can also be Conquerors, Zoro is about to fight him with Batang. But since Bista doesn't know how to do it, then neither party needs it. The words fall. Zoro didn't say any more nonsense. Footsteps trample the deck violently. The next second, he turned like a shooting star and rushed towards Bista. Mito Stream. Ghost Slayer. Zoro was extremely fast and almost appeared in front of Bista. So fast. Bista's pupils shrank slightly, and he quickly waved his knife to resist. When the blades of the two collided together, and there was a violent sound of metal collision. Dang, dang, dang. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. The blades of the two collided continuously. In the flash of light and shadow, the blades of the two collided hundreds of times. Countless bright electric sparks emerged from the blades of the two men. Within a few seconds, the battle between the two entered a fierce stage. However, Bista was beaten by Zoro the whole time. So fast, so strong. Bista broke out in cold sweat. Every time he faces Zoro's attack, he must try his best to defend. But even so, he couldn't resist. Every sword collision. Bista can feel the brutal power coming from Zoro's sword. Countless collisions have already made Bista's arms numb. He can't imagine what kind of power Zoro has. Not only that, Zoro's swordsmanship is also extremely advanced. Under a series of offensives, Bista is completely at a disadvantage. It can be said that it is almost powerless to resist. You can only defend passively, and you cannot take the initiative to attack at all. How is it possible? Is this guy's swordsmanship so strong? He actually suppressed Bista. Marco looked unbelievable. You must know that Bista is the captain of the 4th Division of their Whitebeard pirates. His swordsmanship is so powerful. Among the entire Whitebeard pirates, second only to Whitebeard himself. And he is also a world-famous swordsman. Looking around the whole world, there aren't many people who are better at swordsmanship than him. But now, Zoro has suppressed Bista. Hey, this guy is so amazing. Is this Brother Ace's companion? Josie couldn't help but gasped. Originally, they were thinking of letting Bista. Let's help the Whitebeard pirates regain their face. But what they didn't expect was, face has not been regained at all. Instead, he threw it out again. When? After Zoro fought with Bista for a while, asking for flowers, Zoro suddenly launched a more violent and aggressive move. Terrifying power, paired with extremely superb swordsmanship, knocked Bista flying dozens of meters away. Pang! Bista's body hit the ship's railing hard. The railing of the boat was directly hit and torn apart. Cracked, crumbling. You need to know the ship of the Whitebeard pirates. But it is made of Adam tree, the hardest material in the world. The hardness of this wood. Even if you hit it with cannonballs, you won't be able to leave a single scratch on it. But Zoro flew out of Bista's force. The boat made of hardwood was directly hit and torn apart. As you can imagine, how strong is Zoro's swordsmanship? How big is the gap between Bista and him? Achoku, what a terrifying strength. Foil Bista, the captain of the 4th Division of the Whitebeard pirates, is no match for him. Byandy walled. More importantly, the competition between the two today was just a swordsmanship competition. That Roronoa Zoro did not use haki. Douglas bullet. He had already mastered the power of Batang a year ago, but after a year of training on Sky Island, it is no longer clear to what extent his power of Batang has been delayed. Red Earl Baloric Redfield. After all, this guy has been trained under the guidance of the Straw Hat Kid since he was a child. He has been specially trained on Sky Island for another year, and his strength has already emerged. What a dramatic change. Trafalgar Law. With the strength of the Straw Hat Master and his companions, I am afraid they can already be called the strongest pirate group in the New World. 00. Luffy so far, though. None of them used real power. But judging from the power he has shown so far, Luffy's strength is undoubtedly superior to all pirates. And the strength of Luffy's companions is also unfathomable. Look at the entire New World. Which pirate group can defeat Luffy's pirate group? Dracul Mihawk. The strength of Roronoa Zoro from the Flat World is probably not inferior to mine. I really look forward to fighting him in the next Summit War. Bista. Seeing Bista being knocked away, Josie and Marco rushed forward to check the injuries. I'm sorry, Dad. I'm sorry, Marco. Jaws, I let you down. I am not his opponent. Bista sighed helplessly and said with some despair, since becoming the captain of the 4th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, become the great swordsman of the New World, he has never been like this. It is so useless to compete with others in swordsmanship. Zoro's swordsmanship is far superior to his. Don't be frustrated, Bista. That man is Monkey D. Luffy's companion after all. It's normal that you are not his opponent, Whitebeard said comfortingly. It's not that you are too weak, Bista. We can see that the guy is too strong. Josie patted Bista on the shoulder. The guy who can become Brother Ace's companion is also a terrifying monster. It's not your fault, Bista. Marco also comforted him. Even though I say so. However, the Whitebeard pirates were hit hard today. Their father, Whitebeard, personally admitted that he is not as good as Luffy. Bista also lost to Zoro. Well, think on the bright side. If they are so strong and join forces with us, we will definitely be able to save Ace. Yizang came to several people and reminded them. Makes sense. Marco, who was still a little frustrated at first, couldn't help but nodded in agreement when he thought of this. Yes, Luffy and his companions are so powerful. They can definitely rescue Ace. You're quite capable, Green Algae Head, Sanji said with a smile. He is a strong man, but I am stronger than him. Zoro put the blade back into the scabbard. Now I know why you were able to get on Luffy's ship. You are really powerful, Zoro. Rayleigh couldn't help but praise. No, it's not because I'm strong that I got on Luffy's ship. It's just because I got on Luffy's ship that I have the strength I have now. Zoro shook his head. Zoro knows that his strength is very small. It was Luffy who taught him to be as powerful as he is now. Yeah. Hearing this, Rayleigh looked at Luffy in surprise. After finishing this discussion, everyone sat around and chatted like companions. By the way, make a plan to welcome Ace. And of course, at the same time, Whitebeard also ordered the summoning of 40 affiliated pirate groups under his command. The total number of these pirate groups is 20,000. After Whitebeard's call, it didn't take long for them to gather together. The 136th Summit War started. All the cast members, Sakazuki fainted with anger. Original world. Luffy went through twists and turns and came to Impel Down. Here he met Buggy, and the two teamed up to escape from prison. On the way, Luffy also met Mr. Tu Xiaofeng. At the same time, they also encountered the obstruction of Warden Magellan. Luffy was poisoned soon. Mr. Tu took him through all kinds of hardships and found Ivankov. With help from Ivankov, Luffy successfully survived. Magellan, how is that possible? This guy's body actually defeated my toxins. Pluton Silver Rayleigh, what a terrifying perseverance, Luffy. Byandy Wald, he is indeed an amazing man. He can defeat even the poison of that bastard Magellan. Luffy has a conversation with Ivankov. Ivankov also learned that Luffy is the son of a dragon. So Ivankov planned to help Luffy rescue Ace and escape from prison. But when they reach the 6th floor, Ace has been transferred. But on the 6th floor, they met Crocodile and Jinbei. Ivankov says he holds a secret of Crocodile. Under the threat of Ivankov, Crocodile agrees to join forces obediently. At the same time, they also release Jinbei. Doflamingo, holding a secret of yours, what's the secret, Sand Crocodile Bastard? Crocodile, don't ask questions you shouldn't, Doflamingo Bastard. Achoku, this guy has a very special ability. He can turn men into women and women into men. Could it be that this Crocodile? Bindy Wald, were you a woman before? Crocodile, stop talking nonsense, you damn bastards. This is how a few people formed the prison escape team. But at this moment, members of the Blackbeard pirates also appeared at the prison door. They forced their way in. After Magellan found out, the contact released Shiryu. I hope he can hold back the Blackbeard pirates. Buddha's Sengoku, why did this guy go down as an impel? Could it be to free the prisoners inside? 11. Marshal D. Teach, ha. You guessed that there was no Marshal Sengoku, but it's too late. I have already released all the prisoners in Impel Down. Buddha Sengoku, you damn guy. Edward Newgate, Teach is a bastard who likes to break faith. Let him become the 7 warlords of the sea. You Marines are really stupid. Sakazuki, HMPH, he killed a comrade of your Whitebeard pirates and let him defeat Fire Fist Ace. You are the ones who are even more stupid. Marco, just be optimistic. We will definitely rescue Ace. On the 2nd floor of Impel Down, Luffy meets Blackbeard. After the two exchanged a simple move, the Blackbeard pirates continued to move towards the 6th floor. And Luffy and others also left. The Blackbeard pirates are on the way. Encountered Magellan's obstruction, the opponent was a poisonous dragon. Destroyed the Blackbeard pirates directly. Achoku, hahaha, this guy is too big. Edward Newgate, pride, arrogance, this is your weakness, Teach. Marshal D. Teach, hahaha, but I'm not dead, Dad. Magellan, there is no antidote for being poisoned by me, so you are bound to die. How on earth do you survive, Blackbeard? After Magellan destroyed the Blackbeard pirates with one move. Then he continued to hunt down Luffy and others. Not long after he left, Shiryu appeared and took out the antidote and saved several people. Magellan, damn, is it you, Shiryu? Shiryu, releasing me is the worst decision you have ever made in your life, Magellan. The other side. Magellan chases Luffy and others to the prison gate. In the end, Luffy and the others managed to escape. And Blackbeard also successfully released a large number of prisoners in Impel Down. Buddha's Sengoku, Bindy Wald, Redfield Bullet, are all these big pirates released. Kong, you deserve to die. Marshal D. Teach. Marshal D. Teach, ha. No need to say thank you, I will be humble. The other side. The Summit War breaks out. The Whitebeard pirates have arrived at the Marineford port. Kuzan took the lead, but Whitebeard used shock fruit to sink him into the sea. And Kuzan was able to use his ability to freeze the sky and sea. Achoku, I always feel that Aokiji freezing the sea surface is beneficial to the Whitebeard pirates. Bindy Wald, that's true, because if that brat Aokiji didn't freeze the sea, the Whitebeard pirates wouldn't be able to cross the ice and rush to Marineford Plaza. Just the hundreds of cannons on the shore of Marineford would be enough to cause the Whitebeard pirates to suffer heavy losses. Kuzan froze the sea surface, ostensibly blocking the Whitebeard pirates' possibility of escaping. But it actually gave the Whitebeard pirates a chance to storm Marineford Plaza. John, no need to say more, undercover, Stone Hammer. Kuzan, hey, you guys are slandering me too much. After Kuzan froze the sea surface, the members of the Whitebeard pirates all attacked Marineford. At the same time, Poruzalino in the Admiral's seat could not sit still. He appears above the Whitebeard regiment. The 8-footed Magatama was released, but all his attacks were blocked by Marco. And Marco also kicked Poruzalino out. Paluzalino's body hit directly under the execution platform. A huge hole was created. Bista, Marco, you are so awesome, you actually kicked Kizaru away. Marco, I always feel like something is wrong. Achoku, what a guy. This guy is acting for real. Yuruj, this is the first time I've seen someone being thrown out intentionally and damaging their own building to increase the losses. Trafalgar Law, your acting is too obvious, Kizaru. Porzelino, what are you talking about? I'm not acting. It's just because Marco is too strong. After all, he is the captain of the Whitebeard pirates. Sakazuki, stop talking nonsense, Porzelino. You bastard is lazy and paddling all day long. Porzelino, what an injustice Sock is. When the Summit War enters its intense stage, Luffy also appeared in Marineford with a large number of prisoners. Luffy rushed towards the execution platform, but was stopped by Mihawk. Ivankov helps Luffy defuse the offensive. However, Mihawk is in hot pursuit. Bistu appears at the critical moment and stops Mihawk. Luffy fought off many powerful enemies along the way, but was also seriously injured. We are about to arrive near the execution platform. But at this moment, Porzelino suddenly appeared in front of Luffy, kicked Luffy away, and the kick just happened to hit Whitebeard's hand. Jaehin, you're so good, Kizaru. Seeing that the Straw Hat Boy has suffered a lot of injuries, and he may die if he continues to fight, you kick him into Whitebeard's hands and put him out of danger. Quinn, whether it's Sabaody Archipelago or Summit War, you're paddling too hard, Porzelino. Douglas Bullet, I always feel that the relationship between Kizaru and the Straw Hat Boy is very unusual. The level of paddling is even worse than that kid Aokiji. You know, Aokiji is the chief disciple of Garp. Bindey Wald, no, Kizaru, what is your relationship with Straw Hat? You can't be his uncle. Porzelino, what nonsense are you talking about? What relationship can I have with a pirate? I wanted to kill Straw Hat, but it was a pity that he escaped. Marco, escaped, refers to kicking the Straw Hat Boy into his father's hands to get him out of danger. Sakazuki, Porzelino, you bastard. Buddha's Sengoku, Paluzolino, after the Summit War, I will thoroughly investigate your relationship with Straw Hat. Porzelino, I am innocent, Mr. Sengoku. Luffy was seriously injured, but wanted to continue fighting. So I begged Ivankov to inject himself with hormones to stimulate the potential in his body and overdraft his body. Ivankov cannot resist the request. Luffy was injected with hormones so that he could continue to fight. Bindey Wald, this guy really wants to save that guy Ace. Monkey D. Luffy, I will definitely rescue Ace. At the same time, Marco found an opportunity and approached the execution platform. Seeing that Marco was about to reach the execution platform, Garp punched out. Knocked Marco out directly. Yoruj, is this the strength of the heroes of Naval Headquarters? How terrifying. Eustace Kid, that Kizaru's attack was completely ineffective against Marco, but Garp took action and knocked Marco away. He is truly the strongest guard of Marine, and Garp is known as the hero of Marine. Monkey D. Garp, no matter what, I am still a Marine. How can I just watch the pirates interfere with the execution? Ghost Spider, well said Mr. Garp. Doberman, it still depends on Mr. Garp. Marco, it's really tricky, you old guy. I thought you were Brother Ace's grandfather, so you would hold back on me. Monkey D. Garp, HMPH. Even if I treat my own grandson, I won't be able to hold back. Sakazuki, well said. Crime should be completely eradicated and never tolerated. Even if that pirate is my relative, I have changed my view of you now, Mr. Garp. The other side. The resurrected Luffy moves towards the execution platform again. This time he was blocked by Mihawk as always. But at a critical moment, Crocodile suddenly appears and stops Mihawk. Doflamingo, hey, Sand Crocodile, what are you doing, you bastard? You go and save Straw Hat. Das Bullet, it's so puzzling, Sand Crocodile bastard, that Straw Hat Boy defeated you, made your plan to capture Alabasta fail, and put you in a cell. When you escaped, the first thing is not to kill the Straw Hat Kid, but to help him block Mihawk's attack. Crocodile, shut up. Leazi can do whatever he wants. Does he need your consent? With the help of Crocodile, Luffy successfully got rid of Mihawk's harassment, step by step toward the execution platform. But at this moment, Sengoku ordered Ace to be executed. At this time, Crocodile suddenly took action and blocked the execution of the two executioners. Sakazuki, damn it, what the hell are you doing, Crocodile? Achoku, isn't this Crocodile really a woman before? Is he falling in love with Straw Hat Boy? First he helped Straw Hat Boy block Hawkeye Mihawk and then interfered with him. Punishment. Bindy Wald, I think it's very possible. Crocodile, heh. Layazi just can't stand the proud faces of those Marines. After the execution was interrupted, Luffy also felt relieved and continued to move towards the execution platform. And Ivankov also asked Lightning to assist Luffy. Lightning's devil fruit ability is to cut the fruit. No matter what it is, you can cut it. He cuts the floor of Marineford, cut it into the shape of a staircase, and build it towards the execution platform. Luffy rushes up the stairs, trying to rush to the execution platform. At this moment, Garp suddenly stopped in front of Luffy and threatens Luffy if he wants to save Ace. You must defeat 440 yourself and step over yourself. Although Luffy doesn't want to take action against Garp, but to save Ace, Luffy finally took action, knocked Garp away with one punch. Urouge, the dignified hero of Naval Headquarters, was actually sent to the hospital by the Straw Hat Boy of our world. Achoku, what a guy. The guy who acts the hardest is Garp. Bindy Wald, aren't you talking nonsense? The Straw Hat Boy is the grandson of that guy Garp. Can he really kill him? Quinn, damn, Garp. Didn't you say that even if the opponent is your own grandson, you will never show mercy? Jaehin, you can knock Marco away with one punch, but your punch speed is slower than that of Straw Hat Kid, and you let him fly away. You are so stupid. Sakazuki, good guy. I was exaggerating just now. But you turned around and gave me this, right? Buddha Sengoku, Garp, you guy. Sakazuki, it's up to you, Mr. Sengoku. Buddha Sengoku, don't worry, leave it to me. I will never tolerate evil. Luffy quickly climbed to the top of the execution platform. He takes out the key and wants to save Ace. But poor Zelino in Marineford Square saw this scene. Use laser to break the key in Luffy's hand. Poor Zelino, how? Who dares to say that I'm cheating now? Achoku, you're almost done. Your laser can blast Straw Hat's head directly, but you just shot off his key. This doesn't make you white. Bindy Wald, I can shoot the key, but I won't shoot the head. My name is Rosalino, remember. Poor Zelino. A bunch of pirates will only slander me with nothing but baseless words. Sakazuki, I don't know where that Straw Hat Boy got the key, but no matter what, if he doesn't have the key in his hand now, he will never be able to save Fire Fist Ace. Not to mention that Mr. Sengoku is also on the execution platform. It seems that both Fire Fist Ace and Straw Hat Boy are bound to die. Kyuzin, that's it for now, Straw Hat. Buddha's Sengoku, let me judge them both. Luffy was shot off because of the key. He was flustered and at a loss on the execution platform. But when he looked up, he noticed that one of the executioners was none other than someone else. It is Mr. Three Gardino. Because Crocodile interfered with an execution. So the executioner was changed, and Mr. Three Gardino sneaked in. When Luffy and Mr. Three Gardino recognized each other, Sengoku also uses his Devil Fruit ability. It turned into a huge golden Buddha statue. He punches Luffy. Luffy quickly used third gear to make his stomach become extremely distended. Looks like a balloon. Sengoku punched Luffy in the abdomen, and the terrifying experience caused the execution platform to collapse. Chapter 137 Sengoku gives Luffy a massage, causing everyone in the Blackbeard group to vomit blood. Marco, Ace is rescued. Jaws, that's great, Straw Hat. He actually rescued Ace. Bista, I knew we were going to make it. Jaehin, hey, you Marines are kidding, right? After gathering so much combat power, Shin let the Straw Hat Kid rescue Fire Fist Ace. Douglas Bullet, no. Sengoku, are you old guy's fist massaging the Straw Hat Boy? Golden Lion Shiki, this Sengoku is definitely a war criminal. I thought Garp was the one who made the biggest splash, but I didn't expect that Sengoku was the one who kept it secret the most. Buddha's Sengoku, what nonsense are you talking about, Shiki? I'm not letting you off the hook. Rox D. Buddha's Sengoku, HMPH. Stop slandering me. I tried my best, but it's a pity that I let the Straw Hat Kid live. Hey, this is really my dereliction of duty. Bindy Wald, 10% force. Are you kidding me, Sengoku? Where's your F****G-Shock wave? When you hit us back then, the shock wave was so powerful that it could destroy an island. Straw Hat Boy, where did your shock wave go? Buddha's Sengoku, ahem. I'm old after all, and sometimes the shock wave can't come out. Kaido of the Beasts. Stop talking nonsense, Sengoku. Why can't you release a shock wave because you are too old? You clearly did it deliberately. Monkey D. Garp. I'm going to clear up Sengoku's name. He didn't let anything go. Didn't you see that he collapsed the execution platform? Charlotte Linlin. Collapse the execution platform so that Straw Hat Kid and Fire Fist Ace can escape. You are truly worthy of it, Sengoku. Jack Marine is so corrupt. There were Aokiji and Kizaru in the past, and then there were Garp and Sengoku. They all tried their best to let go. Buddha's Sengoku, HMPH, how dare a mere pirate slander me? Red Earl Baloric Redfield. Actually, I can see that old guy Sengoku is very serious about dealing with the Straw Hat Boys, even more serious than he was when he dealt with us. Buddha's Sengoku. Although you are a pirate, you still understand me, Redfield. Red Earl Baloric Redfield. Sengoku had to control his strength very carefully. Without killing the Straw Hat Kid, he also silently destroyed the execution platform. This is a profound knowledge. Without absolute concentration, superb acting cannot reach this point. Buddha Sengoku, you are spitting blood. Razoroo, stop arguing. If we talk for a while, that guy Akainu will cry. Sakazuki, Mr. Sengoku, tried his best. Yasup, why do you sound like you're crying, Akainu? Ben Beckman, wipe your tears. Akainu, don't be too sad. 9 times out of 10, life will be unsatisfactory. After Luffy successfully rescued Ace, Aokiji blocks in front of them. The two of them exchanged moves, and they were evenly matched. Achoku, here we go again. Superb acting, superb paddling skills. Kyuzin, ah la la. After all, my opponent is the son of the Pirate King, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Naturally, it is not an easy task for me to take him down. Where can I stand? Soon, Whitebeard announced his retreat. Everyone began to rush towards the port, trying to escape from the battlefield. Sakazuki sees that the Whitebeard group is leaving. Then the stimulating method was started. He mocked Whitebeard for being nothing more than a downtrodden old man. Not as good as Roger at all. His provocation successfully stimulated Ace. Ace turned around in anger and attacked Sakazuki. But Ace is no match for Sakazuki. The two just exchanged punches. Ace was at a disadvantage, and his arm was burned. Achoku Aokiji, speak, look at Akainu. He knocked Ace to his knees with one punch. Kyuzin. Douglas Bullet, are the aces in our world stupid? Why would a mere aggressive player be fooled? Byandy Wald, it's really puzzling. After finally rescuing him, he still had to go back and fight that guy Akainu when he could just run away. Portka's D-Ace, Dad is the person I admire most. I will not allow anyone to insult Dad. Kaido of the Beasts, giggle. So you went back to fight that guy Akainu? Put yourself in a dangerous situation. Ignore everyone and lose thousands of people trying to save you. And everyone will do it again, pull yourself into danger, and become a minister. Portka's D-Ace, I. Red-haired Shanks, you're right, Ace. If someone insulted Roger, I would do the same thing to you. Although this is not a rational move, it can only be said that Akainu is too strategic. Sakazuki, you still have to rely on me after all. Sakazuki knocks Ace over. But he was not in a hurry to kill Ace. Instead, he turned and rushed towards Luffy. Because he noticed that while Luffy was escaping, his body was exhausted to the limit and could not move. He wants to kill Luffy first, and then Ace. Just when his magma fist was about to pass through Luffy, Ace appeared in front of Luffy in an instant and helped Luffy block the fatal blow. Monkey D. Luffy, Ace. Bista, Ace. Edward Newgate, damn magma imp. Josie, how is that possible? Has Ace been penetrated? Yazang, don't worry, with Ace's physique, he won't die even if his body is pierced. Marco, that wound is, the heart, it's over. Razoroo, has Ace's heart been pierced? That means he is dead. The heart is one of the most important parts of the human body. It is impossible for anyone to survive with a hole in the heart. Red Earl Baloric Redfield. What a touching scene, Fire Fist Ace. Are you willing to risk your life to save Straw Hat? In fact, even if Ace doesn't turn around and fight Sakazuki. Luffy is also very dangerous. Because Luffy can continue to fight, it was entirely dependent on Ivankov's hormones to stimulate his body's potential and overdraw his life. But this is also time-limited. And when Sakazuki was chasing Luffy and others, the time limit has just arrived. Luffy's body almost collapsed, and he could no longer move. This means that even if Ace doesn't turn around and fight Sakazuki, the moment Luffy's body was stretched to the limit, and he couldn't move his body, Sakazuki can also rush forward and penetrate Luffy's body directly. After all, as an admiral, how could Sakazuki not even know how to shave Marine 6 styles? Portka's D-Ace. This is my responsibility as a brother. I will not let Luffy die in front of me, even if it means sacrificing my own life. Sabo, Ace. Monkey D. Luffy. I'm sorry, Ace, it's all my fault. If I could move, I wouldn't have to ask you to block this blow for me. Portka's D. Ace. Luffy, I can see that you overextended yourself in order to save me. What's more, you are my brother. Even if you give me another chance, I will definitely save you. Gall D. Roger, damn Akainu, I will never let you go. Now that I am alive, I will never let this scene happen again. After Sakazuki killed Ace, I wanted to continue killing Luffy, but Jinbei blocked his attack at the critical moment. Then he took Luffy and started to escape. Sakazuki was about to catch up when Whitebeard suddenly appeared behind him. He started beating Sakazuki violently, although he himself was seriously injured. However, it was considered successful in sinking Sakazuki into the crack. The crazy Whitebeard continued to wreak havoc on Marineford. At this moment, the Blackbeard pirates stood at the execution platform. The Blackbeard pirates came this time to seize Whitebeard's shock fruit. His dark fruit restrains all devil fruit abilities. Although in the fight with Whitebeard, he was stabbed because of the big blow. Also severely injured by Whitebeard with shock fruit. But the entire Blackbeard pirates team up, successfully beat Whitebeard to the point where he was left with only one breath. Before Whitebeard died, he revealed that the great secret treasure was real. He completely lost his vitality and died. Marco, Dad. Bista, Dad. Portka's D-Ace, Daddy. Ben Beckman, Newgate, is actually dead. Jaws, damn Teach, he actually killed Daddy. Marshal D. Teach, ha 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 ha, I am the final winner. After Whitebeard died, the members of the Blackbeard pirates spread a black curtain over Whitebeard's body. Not long after, Blackbeard successfully obtained the shock fruit. With 2 devil fruits in hand, he started to show off his arms towards Marineford. Rox D. Zebek, double devil fruit. Byandy Wald, what's going on with this guy? He actually has 2 devil fruits at the same time. Douglas Bullet, having Newgate's shock fruit at the same time, and the dark fruit that can restrain all abilities, this guy is really dangerous. Marshal D. Teach, ha ha ha, I succeeded after all. Jae-hin, no, it's too early for you to be complacent. Now that your plan has been exposed, do you think the next Summit War can go as smoothly as before? Marshal D. Teach, holy S asterisk asterisk T. That makes sense. All my plans are exposed. I'm so happy. After Blackbeard gets the shock fruit, it can be said that he is very high-spirited, thinking that no one on the entire battlefield can be his opponent anymore. But just now, Sengoku suddenly fell from the sky and sent out a shock wave. Let everyone in the Blackbeard pirates vomit blood and fall to the ground. Buddha's Sengoku, as a marine marshal, how can I let you dominate here? Achoku, good guy, Sengoku, didn't you say before that you couldn't hit the shock wave because you were old? Why did you hit the Blackbeard pirates and hit the shock wave? And he beat them all to the point of vomiting blood. Byandy Wald, now even more Stonehammer, you are letting go of that guy Straw Hat Boy, Sengoku. Your beating of Straw Hat Boy is just a massage. Marshal D. Teach, I protest, you hit me with the wrong strength than you hit the Straw Hat Boy. Razoru, your grandfather is also called Garp. Buddha's Sengoku, I just accidentally hit the shock wave. It doesn't happen every time. It just happened to hit the Blackbeard pirates. Red Earl Baloric Redfield. Actually, you don't have to hide it, Sengoku. Everyone knows that you are one of the backgrounds of Straw Hat. Kaido of the Beasts, you bastard are wearing the same pants as that old guy Garp. After the Blackbeard pirates were beaten and vomited blood, Blackbeard wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stood up again. Use the power of Shock Fruit to fight Sengoku. Shock Fruit collides with Sengoku's Shock Wave, and a terrifying momentum sweeps across Marineford. Achoku, Sengoku, I just hit the Shock Wave accidentally. It can't be hit every time. Byandy Walled. What Sengoku means is that I punch the Blackbeard pirates with punches and blasts. I don't need to punch Straw Hat with the blasts, I'm just giving him a massage. Jaehin, this has already beaten you to death, Sengoku. What else do you have to argue with? Buddha's Sengoku, why do I need to explain to pirates what I do? Douglas Bullet, Sengoku is now completely unexplainable. Red Earl Baloric Redfield, he has no explanation. Quinn, hey, I'm the only one who has pity on Akainu. During the battle between Sengoku and the Blackbeard pirates. On the other side, Sakazuki also melted the ground and climbed out again. Continue to hunt down Luffy, Jinbei, and the two. Jinbei fights to protect Luffy, but is no match for Sakazuki. Sakazuki is about to use Magma Fist. Penetrate directly through Jinbei and Luffy. At the critical moment, Crocodile suddenly appears. He struck the sand knife and cut through Sakazuki's body, and used a sandstorm to blow Luffy and Jinbei high into the sky, helping them escape from danger. Achoku, good guy, it has to be you, Crocodile. Doflamingo, hey, Sand Crocodile, you bastard, are you really in love with the Straw Hat Kid? First you helped him block Hawkeye's attack, then you interfered with the execution, and now you're preventing Akainu from killing the Straw Hat Kid. Lee Jaehao, Douglas Bullet. Looks like the Sand Crocodile bastard is born out of hate. Crocodile, shut up, you two guys. I just can't stand Marine's proud look, that's all. Sakazuki, damn Crocodile. Red Earl Baloric Redfield. That Crocodile guy not only saved Straw Hat Kid, he also saved you, Akainu. You have killed Fire Fist Ace, you have to continue to kill Straw Hat Kid. Get rid of him, Garp won't turn back and beat you up on the spot. Byandy Walled. With that guy Garp's prestige in Marine, it's really hard for you. Sakazuki. John, Garp's fists are clenched right now. After Crocodile blew Luffy and Jinbei into the air, Buggy unexpectedly caught the two of them. And Crocodile, along with the entire Whitebeard pirates, began to stop Sakazuki. The other side. Buggy takes Jinbei with him, Luffy doesn't know where to go. And Trafalgar Law's ship happened to be docked on the coast. He asked Buggy to hand over Jinbei and Luffy to him. Just when Buggy is about to rush over, Paluzolino suddenly appears. A laser pierces Buggy's cloak. He opens his mouth and asks Buggy to leave the two of them to him. Buggy was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat, hurrying to hand Jinbei and Luffy to Trafalgar Law and escaping. Porcellino saw this and planned to attack Trafalgar Law's submarine. Ben Beckman suddenly appeared and pointed a gun at Porcellino. Paluzolino had no choice but to raise his hand obediently. Buddha Sengoku, Red Hair Pirates, sound. Kong damn, even the Red Hair Pirates are here. Red-haired Shanks, we're here to end this war. Porcellino, that's terrible, Ben Beckman. Ben Beckman, be nice and don't move, Kizaru. The 138th Fujitora joins, and the Flat World Summit War officially begins. Please beg for customiza. The other side. In the square of Marineford. Sakazuki still does not give up, and is chasing Luffy and others. Suddenly, B stopped in front of Sakazuki. Want to stop this war? Sakazuki frowned, his fists covered with lava. I want to melt Kebai with one punch. In an instant, red-haired Shanks suddenly stopped in front of Kebai. Help Kirby block Sakazuki's attack. Achoku, who is this kid? So brave. Monkey D. Garp, Kirby. Kaido of the Beasts, GRRRR. What this guy said is completely unreasonable. With the strength of your Marines here, Marineford can definitely defeat the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates and destroy the so-called Blackbeard pirates. It is better to destroy two terrible pirate groups in one fell swoop than to let them return to the sea. Marine 3 Admiral, Sakazuki was seriously injured, Kyuzin was slightly injured, and Porozalino's clothes were slightly dirty. Sengoku and Garp are also at their peak combat power. And Crane's strength cannot be underestimated. The 6 top combat forces are here. Who are you afraid of? The remnants of the Whitebeard group can be destroyed, and the Blackbeard pirate group can be destroyed. Red hair pirates are coming, even if it can't be destroyed. Gather Momousagi, T-Dolphin, Bogart, Dark Horse, and other top combat forces. It can definitely be destroyed. Marco, shut up Kaido. Bista, it's not you who will be destroyed. You don't have back pain just standing and talking, right? Josie, even if Marine wants to destroy us, it's not that easy. Red-haired Shanks arrived and threatened to end the Summit War. The Blackbeard pirates dare not continue fighting here. Plus they already got shock fruit too. So I didn't stay here anymore, but left. Looking at the Blackbeard pirates leaving. Red-haired Shanks asks Marine to hand over the bodies of Ace and Whitebeard to him. In the end, Sengoku reluctantly agreed. In this way, the Summit War that shocked the world ended. Douglas Bullet, you really have a lot of face, Shanks. Use up, it's so awesome. As soon as this guy named Shanks appeared, Marine, the Whitebeard pirates, and the Blackbeard pirates all stopped fighting. Even Marshal Marine had to give him face. Pluton Silver Rayleigh, the war is over. Gall D. Roger, Newgate, you are too old after all. You can't even save my son Ace, and you are still dying on this battlefield. Edward Newgate, it won't happen this time. I will definitely save Ace this time. Zero Rocks D. Zebek, the Summit War in our world is over, but the Summit War in that parallel world has not yet begun. Red Earl Baloric Redfield, the scale of the Summit War in that parallel world was probably much larger than the Summit War in our world. After all, Rayleigh participated in the war, and Marine was also deeply aware of the Straw Hat Boy. The threat will probably mobilize more troops to the headquarters, and even, the Knights of God will probably participate in the war. The Summit War of their world. After all, they were just dealing with one Whitebeard pirate group. So 3 Admiral, 7 Warlords of the Sea, Garp, Sengoku, Crane. This lineup is already solid enough. But if you are facing a lineup from a parallel world, this lineup is somewhat lacking. There is no 100% chance of winning this war. Therefore, Marine will undoubtedly mobilize more troops to the headquarters. After all, their Marine symbolizes the justice of the sea. If we lose this Summit War, in other words, winning is difficult, their Marine will lose face. Gall D. Roger, with the strength that Luffy has in that world, he can definitely save my son Ace. Copper Jabba, Haki has reached the pinnacle of his training. It is not yet known how terrifying Devil Fruit's ability is, but I believe that with his strength, he will never let us down. Kyuzin, ah la la. The Summit War in that world is about to begin. Porozalino, I hope I won't become that Straw Hat Boy's opponent. Sakazuki, Porozalino, what did you say, you bastard? How can you be afraid before fighting? Porozalino, well, I'll leave that Straw Hat Boy in the parallel world to you in the parallel world, Sakazuki. Sakazuki, HMPH. No matter how strong he is, I will definitely take him down. Ben Beckman, don't blow too hard, Akainu. Be careful, you'll get slapped in the face later. Parallel world. Luffy and Whitebeard pirates Rayleigh and others finished coating the ship in New World. He quickly crossed over to the Fishmen Island. Arrived at Grand Line. However, they did not go by the sea, but by water. By the way, before going to Marineford, I need to find someone first, Luffy suddenly said. Looking for someone? Who? Whitebeard raised his eyebrows slightly. A very strong man. His name is Yixao, Luffy replied. 1 year ago, Beebiff. While in Magic Valley Town, Luffy met Yixao. The two of them had a good chat at that time. And he said with a smile, if you have trouble in the future, or if you need him to participate in a war that can change the world structure, you can always come to him. Luffy knows that Yixao is a very powerful fighter. After all, no matter what, Yixao in the original work passed the world conscription selection, promoted directly to Admiral of Naval Headquarters. If he also joins the war, then the probability of them rescuing Ace will be even greater. Is there a man you can recognize? I really want to see him, Whitebeard said with interest. Although Whitebeard only punched Luffy once. But Whitebeard knows that Luffy's strength is definitely above him. As for how much I have surpassed myself, he doesn't know. But to be recognized by a man of Luffy's level. And said that the other party is very strong. No matter who it is, it's impossible that they won't be interested. But then again, Yixeo, I've never heard of him. Marco scratched his head. I haven't heard of it either. Josie shook his head. He is not a marine, nor a pirate, but a strong man from among the people. A year ago, his strength was not inferior to mine, and even a little stronger than me. Luffy said truthfully. Luffy from a year ago was indeed powerful. However, there is still a big gap compared with the strong men at the general level. And he could feel it right then. The strength of Yixeo is not weaker than Sakazuki. Then it is natural that he is in existence almost at the same level as him. Even a bit better than him. And of course, now, Luffy thinks that his strength is almost superior to all the known people in the sea. Better than you were a year ago, Marco was surprised. The Luffy of a year ago could fight Akainu all day and night. No wonder he is recognized by you for being such a monster. Great. If he is willing to assist us, our chances of rescuing Ace will be even greater, Star said excitedly. Let's go find him quickly, Ace's brother, Josie urged. Luffy silently took out the life card that had been in his pocket for a year. This is exactly what Shibai gave him when he parted with Yixeo. He looked at the life card in his hand, looked at the dark sea in front of him, and said to himself, according to the instructions of the life card, he should be in Magu Town. Magic Valley Town, it's not far from our location, Whitebeard nodded. The execution is currently 5 days away. There is still some time left. Enough for them to go to Magic Valley Town once. Going to Marineford again. No hesitation. Whitebeard immediately ordered. Follower Luffy's life card moves. Go to Magic Valley Town. It didn't take long. The Mobotic ship docked at the port of Magic Valley Town. You guys wait here for now, I'll go find him. After Luffy left these words, he jumped up and landed on the shore of Demon Valley Town. According to the guidelines of the life card, he came to a casino in Magic Valley Town. Ka. Luffy pushes open the door and enters. Oh, familiar breath. Yixeo, who was placing his bets, raised his eyebrows slightly, with a smile on his face. Hey, you old guy already owes us 100 million bali. If you don't pay back today, don't even think about leaving this casino, a pirate said fiercely. 1. Wait, look, that guy is Monkey D. Luffy. He's the monster with a bounty of up to 1.2 billion Baileys. Damn it, how could such a strong man come here? See Luffy appear. The pirates in the casino suddenly broke into a cold sweat. They dare not stay here at all. Immediately scramble to escape from the tavern. In a moment, in the tavern, only Luffy and Yixeo are left. I'm sorry to bother you, Luffy. If you hadn't shown up today, I would have had a headache. After all, I owe them 100 million bali. He stood up slowly with a smile. He said with a smile on his face. They're trying to win your money, Luffy shrugged. As soon as he entered the casino, he saw several pirates cheating on him because he was blind. No matter what, I have to thank you. We haven't seen each other for a year. You must have something to do with me, Yixeo said unhurriedly. That's right. Then let's go. Hearing this with a smile, he walked towards Luffy's position. I didn't hear the reason, so I decided to do something with Luffy. Don't you want to hear what I want to ask you for first? Luffy asked. With your strength, you are probably not afraid of anyone in the sea. You must have come to me this time to invite me to participate in a war that will affect the world. Smile and speak. Yes. I can feel that the location at the port has a special. You have a powerful aura that is not weaker than mine. Who are you planning to fight against? Marine, world government. It doesn't matter. I admire you very much, so no matter who the opponent is, I am willing to fight with you because you are a trustworthy person, Monkey D. Luffy. It can be said that I have been waiting for you in this Demon Valley town. Achoku, is this guy going to join the war too? Byandy Wald, although this guy is blind, his strength is at the level of a monster. He can compete with the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk, and he can also hold back the sea in Demon Valley Town. Dark Horse, chief of the Military Criminal Investigation Bureau. If a man of this caliber joins the war, the Summit War in the Flat World will really become more and more interesting. Yuruj, this man really trusts Straw Hat Boy. He won't hesitate even if he fights Marine, world government with Straw Hat Boy. Eustace Kid, everything stems from the Alabasta War a year ago, because Sakazuki wanted to kill the Straw Hat Kid, who was still a Marine hero at the time. This hand has caused this old guy to distrust Marine and world government. Gal D. Roger, my son from the ordinary world is saved. Edward Newgate, Kula La La, the tragedy of our world will never happen in the ordinary world. It may even be extremely successful. T. Buddha Sengoku, damn it, there's trouble. Kong, I hope we in the flat world can realize the seriousness of the problem and try to gather as many troops as possible. Otherwise, I'm afraid we will really let these bastard pirates succeed and destroy One Piece. Rescue Roger's son. Rox D. Sakazuki, so what? We Marine are bound to win. No matter how many strong men come, I can annihilate them. Thanks for the smile, Luffy thanked him. No need, I have been practicing among the people for decades. I really want to make a big difference. Your invitation this time is exactly what I want. Yixeo chuckled. Luffy nodded upon hearing this. Then with a smile, he arrived at the port of Magic Valley Town. Is this the very powerful person that Brother Ace mentioned? Why is he blind? Yizang was confused. No, don't underestimate this blind man. I feel a very strong momentum in him. This guy is very extraordinary. Marco shook his head solemnly. It's unimaginable that there are such masters among the people. Cold sweat broke out on Kaiosi's forehead. They possess powerful observation haki. Of course, unlike Yizang, you can clearly feel the terrifying aura on Yixao. Kulalala, what a remarkable man. Although he is blind, he is as powerful as a tiger ready to go, Whitebeard praised. You really met a very scary man, Luffy. Rayleigh crosses her arms on her chest and smiles. Next, let me accompany you all to fight together. Yixao nodded to several people. Luffy gets on the boat with a smile. Sail to Marineford, Whitebeard shouted. Ace, here we come. No hesitation. After Yixao gets on the boat, they then quickly headed to Marineford with a smile on their face. Oh yeah. After a while, Naval Headquarters, Marineford. 3 Admirals of Naval Headquarters, 7 Warlords of the Sea, hundreds of thousands of elite Marines, 18 Vice Admirals of Naval Headquarters, hundreds of Branch Vice Admirals, Marshal Sengoku, Hero Garp. Momousagi, T. Dolphin, Bogart due to symptoms. All gathered at Marineford. In response to Rayleigh and Luffy, Marine can be said to have urgently mobilized more combat power. For example, there are 4 people in the original world: Momousagi, T. Dolphin, Bogart, and Tenjang. At the same time, 100,000 Marine elites also turned into hundreds of thousands. The Vice Admiral branch of dozens of people also mobilized hundreds of people at once. Almost all Vice Admiral branches in the entire Sihai, Grand Line, and New World were mobilized. As Marine's main base, Marineford has an extremely large area. But you can see it now. The entire Marineford Square can be said to be densely packed with people. And in Marineford's port, there are up to 100 cannons ready to fire. A boom! At this time, there was a sudden roar in the waters of Marineford port. Moby Dick's ship appeared in the sight of all Marines. Chapter 139, Luffy Conqueror and #039, S swept through the entire Marineford, stunning countless people. And behind Moby D **K is following. It's a mighty 43 pirate ships. See the Whitebeard pirates appear. Many Marines in Marineford Square. They all swallowed involuntarily. Because they know the arrival of the Whitebeard pirates, swearing that the war is about to begin. Are you here, Edward Newgate? Jean Tilde Gue's face was solemn. Luffy, you are here too. Momousagi looked a little nervous. Mr. Garp's grandson is here too. The T-Porpoise scratched his head. The person they admire the most is Garp. Now Garp's grandson Luffy will also join the war. This made Chadu and others not sure what to do for a while. If there is a fight later, they must stick to Marine's position in the end. To fight Luffy's alliance with Whitebeard. Or for the sake of Garp's friendship and face. Put some water on Luffy and the others. Pluton Silver Rayleigh, that guy also joined the war. Bogart's face changed slightly. Bogart is Garp's lieutenant. Rayleigh is Roger's co-captain. The two are competing against each other. Garp often leads Marine to hunt down the Roger pirates on the sea. Then of course it's Garp versus Roger. Bogart dealt with Rayleigh. The two can be said to be old rivals. Oh, there is a strange person on the Whitebeard pirate's ship. Kyuzen looks at the Moby D *** K curiously and smiles. Yixeo is a folk master after all. Almost unknown on the sea. Kyuzen naturally doesn't know the details of Yixeo. That guy's name is Yixeo, and he is an extremely powerful man. If it weren't for his obstruction a year ago, I would have captured Monkey D. Luffy and his companions all back. Tian Zheng crossed his arms in front of his chest and stared at the smile on the Moby D ** K with some displeasure. When I was in Magic Valley Town, it was precisely because of his smile that he was held back, and used the power of Devil Fruit to help Luffy and the others get to Sky Island. That's why he couldn't bring Luffy and others to justice. And during the discussion in Magu Town at that time, Tian Zheng is very clear. The strength of Yixeo is extremely powerful, not inferior to him at all. He is a very terrifying strong man. Can I stop you? Mr. Garp's grandson really found an amazing helper, Poruzalino said with a slight twist. HMPH, Whitebeard Pirates, Pluton Silver Rayleigh, Monkey D. Luffy, Yixeo. No matter how many people there are, if they dare to come today, let them go without return. Sakazuki crosses his legs, looking at everyone on the Moby D ** K with a look of disdain. Under the execution platform, Monkey D. Luffy, Moonlight Moria stared at Luffy with eyes wide open. Who is the person Moonlight Moria hates the most? The first is Kaido, who kills all his companions. The next one is Luffy. In the Devil's Bark, Luffy exploded the corpse of his Majin Oz, destroyed his castle. The great sword Kyushui was also taken away. He joined the war today just for revenge. HMPH, is that Monkey D. Luffy? The monster who fought with Akainu for a day and a night a year ago? What an interesting kid. Doflamingo stared at Luffy with interest. Kid, don't underestimate him, Doflamingo. That guy is very dangerous. Moonlight Moria reminded. Rorino is Zoro. Eagle Eye Mihawk crossed his arms on his chest and was looking at Zoro carefully. In East Blue a year ago, Eagle Eye Mihawk once had a spar with Zoro. Zoro's three-sword style state at that time won the battle he fought with a knife. Although after Hawkeye Mihawk uses Black Blade Knight, Zoro was quickly defeated. But I haven't seen you in a year. Eagle Eye Mihawk can feel it. Zoro's aura and momentum have become extremely different. That Monkey D. Luffy. Hancock looks at Luffy, standing on the Moby D ** K ship. For some reason, she felt like her heartbeat was speeding up and her heart was rippling. The other side. On board the Moby D ** K. There must be too many strong men dispatched by Marine this time. Yizang looked at the countless familiar strong men and couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. The number and scale of the powerful Marines are greater than I imagined. It seems that these Marines are really planning to annihilate our entire army here. Rayleigh also looked a little surprised. Except Marine did not transfer Commander Kong over this time. Almost all other strong men have been mobilized. I really want to have a big fight soon, to be able to fight against so many powerful Marines, Zoro said excitedly. After a year of practicing on Sky Island, I seem to have been waiting for this moment. Sanji also seemed a little excited and lit a cigarette. As long as I perform well in this battle, my reputation as Usopp will be spread throughout the world. Usopp is full of fighting spirit. Luffy, you have to be careful. Don't die on this battlefield. Nami looked at Luffy worriedly. He knew that it was Luffy's brother Ace who was being punished. So Luffy will definitely fight with all his strength. But Nami doesn't want Luffy to be in danger. That's right, Luffy. We will do our best to help you, so don't bear too much on your own and fight against too many strong people. We are also very strong, Robin warned. As soon as we rescue your brother Ace, we will leave here immediately, Vivi suggested. This war. Perona, Brook, Frankie, and others were not involved. After all, they had just boarded Luffy's ship not long ago. Their strength is still too weak. There is no way to participate in such a war. So on the way here, Luffy sent them to a safe island to practice. Although I am blind and cannot determine how many powerful people are in front of me, but my observation haki senses the auras of countless powerful people in the square in front. This battle is destined to be very difficult. Yixio looked solemn. It will indeed be difficult, but I will definitely rescue Ace. Luffy looked determined. I will also fight with you. Luffy smiled and nodded. At this moment, Whitebeard strode forward with Kong Yunki in hand. When I came to the bow of the ship, I looked at Ace on the execution platform and shouted, "Ace, we are coming." Dad, Luffy. Ace looked at the people who came to rescue him, and tears suddenly filled his eyes. I'm sorry, Luffy, Dad, I caused you trouble. Ace apologizes. It's not your fault, Ace. It's because I believe in your strength too much. So I sent you to hunt down that guy Teach, but that bastard Teach actually teamed up with Marine to defeat you. But don't worry, we will definitely rescue you today, Whitebeard shouted. Wait for me, Ace, Luffy also shouted. It's not that easy to save Fire Fist Ace, Edward Newgate, Monkey D. Luffy. Sengoku snorted and looked at the two of them. Ku-la-la-la, Sengoku, it's been such a long time. Whitebeard greeted with a smile. It's been a long time indeed. Today, both your Whitebeard pirate group and that Monkey D. Luffy will be buried here in Marineford, Sengoku said harshly. Achoku, Sengoku is Sengoku after all. If you say it harshly, it will have 3 stars. Byandy walled. He was cursing and saying that he was going to kill all the Whitebeard pirates and Straw Hat. But in fact, Sengoku from the Flat World had already started thinking about how to get Straw Hat to rescue Fire Fist Ace. Buddha's Sengoku, stop talking nonsense, you bastard pirates. Douglas Bullet, you've almost won Sengoku and you still want to pretend? Not long ago, I saw clearly the Summit War in our world. In terms of your ability to release water, you are definitely convinced. Red Earl Baloric Redfield. In the Summit War in the Flat World, at first glance it looked like there were a lot of marine people, but in fact they were all Straw Hat people. Momousagi, T. Dolphin, Bogart, Garp, Sengoku, Aokiji, Kizaru. Golden Lion Shiki, Jaihahaha. Among the 9 top combat forces participating in the war, 6 are Straw Hats. I'm afraid this guy Akainu will cry in this war. In addition to the above, there are also top combat forces participating in the war in the peaceful world. Sakazuki, Tsuru, and Tenjang. In addition to these 3 people, other top combat forces. There is no doubt that everyone will turn on Luffy. Paluzolino, you have wronged me. I have told you 100 times and I didn't let you off the hook at all. Kyuzin, ah la la, you pirates are very prejudiced against me. Momousagi, destroy Monkey D. Luffy to the death. Jaehin, the slogan is loud enough, but we all know what will happen in practice. Quinn, that's right. You don't have to watch this Summit War. That Straw Hat boy can definitely rescue Fire Fist Ace. After all, Marine is all his own people. If he can't be rescued, there will be ghosts. Sakazuki, HMPH, I'm here, want to rescue Fire Fist Ace. Wishful thinking. Byandy walled, save it, Akainu. In our world, only the Whitebeard pirates participated in the war. With a group of insignificant combat power, they could be rescued from your Marine Vice Admiral Fire Fist Ace. Although he died in the end, it is undeniable. The good thing is that they did it successfully. Please give me flowers. Byandy walled. The Newgate side of the Peace World has added so many top combat forces, I don't know what you're going to do to stop them from backstabbing you from the Marines of the Peace World. If you can do it, give it a try, Sengoku. Whitebeard grins without fear. The whole army is ready. Fire, Sengoku shouted on the execution platform. With Sengoku's fate, the order is issued. You can see hundreds of cannons at the port. The guns all turned and aimed at the Moby D **K. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Hundreds of cannons flew high into the sky in an instant. Countless cannons rushed towards the Moby D **K. The number of cannons almost fills the entire sky. Dense as raindrops. Mito stream. Thousands of troubled winds. Zoro has quick eyes and quick hands, and quickly takes out the 3 blades hanging on his waist. Since the strong armament haki wrapped around the blade, he turned his body violently. The 3 knives rubbed against the space, and a violent explosion sounded immediately. The next moment, the 3 sword energy gathered together. A terrifying tornado formed, quickly sweeping the cannonballs into the sky. A boom! Hundreds of cannons were easily chopped off by Zoro alone with his sword. The cannon exploded in the air, and the violent explosions filled the ears. The clouds high in the sky were shaken and dispersed. The horrific aftermath of the explosion resounded throughout Marineford Square. Roronoa Zoro, what a terrifying strength, Doflamingo said with a strange smile. Exquisite swordsmanship, powerful haki, you have really become very different. Roronoa Zoro, a smile appeared on the corner of Mihawk's mouth. The current Mihawk, I can't wait to compete with Zoro. That guy should be the vice captain on Monkey D. Luffy's ship. What a man with monster strength. He frowned slightly. He exudes an extremely dangerous aura. What a terrible man. Porzelino shaved his nails and tilted his mouth. Is this a man who can become Luffy's companion? This is the first time I've seen him take action. Kyuzen put his face in his hands and looked at Zoro with interest. What a strong swordsman. Has his strength already undergone such a qualitative change in just 1 year? Bogart was a little surprised. In Kakoja village a year ago, Bogart has competed with Zoro. But at that time, Zoro still seemed very weak in front of Bogart. But now, Bogart can clearly feel it. Zoro's swordsmanship is several times more powerful than a year ago. In just 1 year, my swordsmanship has been greatly improved. How can people not be surprised by this? Terrible swordsmanship, Roronoa Zoro, Bista said with cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. What a reliable man. A smile appeared on Josie's lips. You're quite good at stealing the limelight, green algae head, Sanji complained. It's not me who steals the limelight, it's because you are too weak to steal my limelight, Zoro said. What, you bastard green algae head, Sanji cursed. Go aside, take a good look at how I will kill everyone on the battlefield, you stinky cook. Zoro smiled proudly. Luffy stared at the hundreds of thousands of Marine elites in Marineford Square, frowning slightly. There are too many soldiers on the battlefield. If we deal with them one by one, they will all be very boring. Historical. Non-Marine branch colonels are not qualified to participate in this war. Those who can participate in this war are all Marine elites. For anyone, it is very energy-consuming to deal with these people one after another. What are you going to do? Whitebeard looked at Luffy. Use Conqueror's haki to clean it first. After cleaning it, attack directly, Luffy suggested. As Luffy's voice falls, Luffy's whole body burst out with unprecedented momentum. The astonishing momentum quickly climbed to its peak. The next second, the haki billowing in Luffy's body is like the waves of a river or the raging wind, roaring towards the entire Marineford Square. Endless terrifying coercion swept across the entire Malinfin One. The hundreds of thousands of elite naval headquarters and vice admiral branches all felt this amazing momentum. The unprecedented sense of oppression made them unable to breathe. It was as if there was a big mountain pressing down on their hearts. The next second, more than 50,000 elite members of the naval headquarters and dozens of vice admirals of the Marine branch. Under Luffy's Conqueror's haki, his eyes turned white and he fainted on the spot. 5. The 140th world-famous painting, Luffy releases Conqueror and #039 S on the whole group at the same time. Achoku, this Conqueror's haki. Bindy walled, it's really scary. This Conqueror's haki made countless powerful Marines faint on the spot. Red Earl Baloric Redfield, full haki, straw hat. Pluton Silver Rayleigh. Can even the Vice Admiral be stunned into unconsciousness? Your haki once again exceeded my imagination, Luffy. Luffy's Conqueror's haki stunned many branches of Vice Admiral. He even stunned a Vice Admiral from the headquarters. And of course, the other 17 Vice Admirals still resisted Luffy's haki attack. But it can actually stun a Vice Admiral. Not even Roger's Conquerors can do this. Rox D. Zebek, this war is really getting more and more exciting. Golden Lion Shiki, Jai Hahaha, he has already sounded the horn of war, this straw hat boy. In the originally dense square. Suddenly, so many people fell. Suddenly caused panic and shock to countless people. What a powerful Conqueror's haki. Mihawk was surprised. Hey, are you kidding? How could anyone have such a level of Conqueror's haki? Doflamingo broke into cold sweat on his forehead, and his voice was trembling. He is also the owner of Conqueror's haki. But his Conqueror's haki, it can only fright a group of soldiers into fainting. But to know, Marine came to Marineford to join the battle today. The last time they were all at the branch colonel level. Taking Doflamingo's Conqueror's haki. I am afraid that at most, it can only shock 100 people into fainting. But what about Luffy? It stunned tens of thousands of elite Marine soldiers at once. It even includes some 610 office branches Vice Admiral. Although the strength of the Vice Admiral of the branch is not as good as that of the Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters. But no matter what, the Vice Admiral of the branch is also the Commander-in-Chief of the larger branch base. Doflamingo can't even imagine it. Someone's Conqueror's haki has reached this level. Luffy's Conqueror's haki is dozens of times more powerful than him. Monkey D. Luffy, what an incredible man. Hancock took a breath and looked at Luffy with surprise and a little heartbeat. Is this Conqueror's serious? The T-Dolphin was startled. Is Mr. Garp's grandson Conqueror's haki actually like this? Bogart's pupils contracted violently. I have such a Conqueror's haki when I am only a teenager. Today, I have to get rid of him. Tian Zhang's face darkened and his expression became stern. 1. Tian Zhang is the director of the Marine Criminal Investigation Bureau. In his hands, it can be said that he holds the archives of all sea glanders in the past 100 years. Whether it's Roger the Pirate King, or maybe it's Rock's file, he has seen them all. But among this group of people, no one can do this at the age of only 10 years old, having such a level of domineering power. It is even said to be as powerful as Rox, the overlord of the old era. A teenager doesn't have half of Luffy's strength. You can imagine how big of a threat Luffy is. That guy Poruzolino didn't lie. This guy's Conqueror's haki is really terrifying. It seems that he has definitely mastered the two powers of wisdom and overlord's territory. Sengoku swallowed in surprise. After the fight between Poruzolino and Luffy in Sabaody Archipelago, I reported to him the news that Luffy's Conqueror's haki is extremely powerful. Although I have heard that Luffy's Conqueror's is extremely powerful. But after seeing it with my own eyes, Sengoku still couldn't help being surprised. This is my grandson's Conqueror's haki. Garp was confused. He never thought of it. My grandson actually possesses this level of Conqueror's haki. Ah la la, this haki is a bit too much. It directly caused our Marine to lose 1/3 of its combat power, Kyuzin said in shock. Be sure to be careful about his abilities when you fight him later. His observation kill will make it impossible for you to use observation haki. Poruzolino, who predicts his attacks, warned. It would have been nice if he could have been eliminated in Alabasta. Sakazuki sighed with regret. I originally thought that the enemy we need to pay attention to most in this war is Edward Newgate, but now it seems that is not the case. Our biggest enemy is Garp's grandson, Luffy. Before the war started, everybody knows, Luffy will definitely be a troublesome enemy. But no one thought of it. Luffy will be so troublesome. As soon as Conqueror's haki appeared, he stunned tens of thousands of Marine elites. dozens of Marine Branch Vice Admirals, and even a Headquarters Vice Admiral. That powerful conqueror's haki, making Hedo a little uneasy. Aboard Moby D **K. Is this your conqueror's haki? Marco said in stunned silence. Could it be that your strength is really better than that of Dad? Kaya Ozi also looked surprised. On the Moby D **K a few days ago, Whitebeard personally admitted that his strength is not as good as Luffy. But they doubted it. They always felt that if Whitebeard was serious about fighting Luffy, Whitebeard will definitely not lose to Luffy, because their father is the strongest. But today, after seeing Luffy's terrifying conqueror's haki, they suddenly felt, it seems that their father did not lie. Luffy seems to be really stronger than their dad, Whitebeard. Kilalala, amazing haki. I have only experienced this level of haki from rocks. I'm afraid you will surpass him in the future. Whitebeard praised. You have dealt with a lot of miscellaneous soldiers. We will be much more relaxed next time, Rayleigh said with a smile. No, there are still too many miscellaneous soldiers. We cannot let these guys consume our physical strength, otherwise we will be unable to fight against those strong men. It's your turn, companions. Although his conqueror's haki, it indeed stunned a large number of strong men. But this is not enough. After hearing Luffy's words, both Rayleigh and Whitebeard were a little confused. I don't understand what Luffy is talking about. Understood. After hearing Luffy's words, Sanji and others nodded. The next second, Luffy's companions are gone. Everyone's momentum has risen to its peak. The terrifying conqueror's haki surges from their bodies. At this moment, everyone stands together and releases conqueror's haki, like a world-famous painting. The next second, the conqueror's haki of several people merged together, like a roaring giant beast, roaring towards Marineford Square, and countless Marines rushed towards it. 1. Haki, who joined forces with them, once again stunned countless powerful Marines. Can be seen on Marineford Square. Looking around, there are quite a few Marines lying on the ground, losing their will. Yuruj, hey, it's true. They all have conqueror's haki. Achoku, what a terrifying scene. All conqueror's haki. Byandy Wald, no, you are wrong. Except for that Tanuki, everyone else has conqueror's haki, and it's also a very powerful conqueror's haki. Tony Chopper, I'm not a Tanuki, I'm a reindeer. Gul D. Roger, ha. Luffy's companions are also powerful fighters that cannot be ignored. Rox D. Zebek, not even the Rox pirates I command. No one can have so many conqueror's haki owners at the same time. What a joke, those guys all have conqueror's haki, and everyone's conqueror's haki is stronger than mine. Doflamingo was confused. After he awakened conqueror's haki in his childhood, he felt like he had the status of a king. He is the chosen one. It is destined to reach the top. The man who became the pirate king. But today, his dream was completely shattered. Because Luffy's companion, Conqueror's haki, is like free of charge, everyone has it. Everyone is better than him. Fortunately, I didn't fight with these guys when we were on the Devil's Bark. Moonlight Moria broke out in a cold sweat. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel happy. Fortunately, he didn't fight Luffy and the others during the Devil's Bark. Otherwise, I'm afraid any one of Luffy's companions will beat him up. What an unprecedented pirate group. Do almost all members own Conqueror's haki? Mihawk, who is known for his calm attitude, was also surprised. What kind of pirate group is this? Hancock couldn't believe it. Are we fighting Rock's pirate? Sengoku stood on the execution platform, covered in cold sweat, looking at Luffy and his companions with a dull look on his face. For a moment, he seemed to have an illusion. They are today. Are you fighting against Rock's pirate at his peak? Otherwise, why are all the members so angry with conquerors? How can the sense of oppression be so strong? Sengoku was originally determined to win. The powerful conqueror's haki was also released by Luffy and his companions at this moment. Wash away some confidence. How is it possible? That's conqueror's haki. How is it possible that everyone in the group is there? This kind of thing is impossible. Why is this pirate group? 1. He is already doubting life at this moment. That's Conqueror's Haki. The hardest to awaken in this world, the strongest power. Luffy's pirate group has 1 per person. Even the old Rocks pirate. Not even Conqueror's Haki per capita. Luffy, what kind of companions have you found? Garp was also surprised and couldn't open his mouth from ear to ear. Garp thought, Luffy has a very strong ability to read people. That's why we can find such a group of companions who all have the posture of kings and have awakened Conqueror's Haki. What Garp doesn't know is, it's not that Luffy found a group of amazing companions, but this group of companions met the incredible Luffy. This battle is destined to be difficult. Kyuzen took a breath. It's really tricky, Monkey D. Luffy and his companions. Porzolino's face became a little more solemn. Is this war a blessing or a curse for us Marine? At this moment, Sakazuki's face was extremely gloomy. Call it a blessing. They can fight against so many strong men from the sea at the same time. And there is a chance to kill these monsters in one fell swoop. But if you talk about disaster, if they can't get rid of Luffy and his companions today, Sakazuki can imagine. Luffy's pirate group will grow into the strongest pirate group ever. Stronger than Rock's pirate. These guys, damn it. If we could have taken them down a year ago, if Yixeo hadn't stopped us a year ago, we wouldn't be facing such a group of monsters now. Tianzheng frowned and couldn't help but blame himself. A year ago, Tianzheng is in Magu Town. I fought against Luffy's companions. But Luffy's companion at the time, in front of Tianzheng, totally vulnerable. He didn't even take Luffy's strength seriously. If Yixeo hadn't stopped me a year ago, why are they here today? Encountering such a group of monsters that are quite difficult to reincarnate. It seems there's no need to release the water. The T-Dolphin took a deep breath and thought to himself. He was still thinking about it. Should we put a little more water in this war? But now it seems that it is completely unnecessary. Ezo. Aboard Moby D **K. You all have conquerors. Rayleigh was stunned. Are you kidding? Not only Luffy and Zoro, but you also have Conqueror's Haki. And your Conqueror's Haki is too strong. Marco looked at Lu 2.3 Phase companions as if he had seen a ghost. He is not surprised that Luffy has conquerors. Zoro has conquerors, which he can barely agree with. But what the hell, why are all the members there? Is conquerors easy to own? To know. Looking at the world, there are only a few dozen conquerors owners. Not even the 3 admirals of naval headquarters have such power. Ace's brother and his group of companions are all a group of monsters. Josie's voice trembled in surprise. Our conqueror's Haki is still too weak. Sanji glances. Marine, who was stunned by the release of Conqueror's Haki by several of them, couldn't help scratching his head with regret. Conqueror's Haki, where several of them join forces. The number of stunned Marines is not as large as that of Luffy alone. This is so weak, Bista couldn't help complaining. Whitebeard looked at Marineford Square, countless fainted Marines, and suppressed the shock in his heart to look at the market. Luffy, boy, what is your dream? To become the Pirate King? This position is easily accessible to you. Whitebeard doesn't believe that anyone in today's ocean can become the Pirate King. But now, he firmly believes in Luffy standing in front of him. You can definitely become the Pirate King. And it's still within easy reach. No, I don't want to be the Pirate King. Luffy shook his head. What is your dream? Become the freest man in the sea, above everyone else. Does this also include world government and marine? That's right. A terrifying dream? Even Rocks couldn't realize this dream back then, but if it were you, you would definitely be able to do it. Whitebeard took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, agreeing. Chapter 140, One Luffy knocked down Aokiji with one punch, and Admiral was like a follower, invincible. You don't need to tell me, I know I can do it. Luffy is calm and gentle. Since going to sea, he is moving forward with the goal of realizing this dream. He has always believed that he will realize this dream. I really have an amazing friend, Yixeo said with a smile on his face. This world is finally going to change. If Roger is still alive, I believe he will also be very happy to know that there are people like you in this sea. The Roger pirates have been together for nearly 800 years. The only one who has been to the final island, Raftru, and someone who knows the truth of the world. But knowing the truth, they laughed in despair, because their strength is too weak. It's not Joey Boy who can change the world, but Rayleigh knows. In this era, Joey Boy who can change the world appears. That's Monkey D. Luffy. Be careful, the general is coming one day. 1. At this moment, Zoro's face suddenly darkened, and he said in alarm. After hearing Zoro's words, everyone looked up. Kyuzen has already appeared. The sky above the Motoback. Ice Cube Toothorn's spear. Kyuzen's whole body exudes an extremely terrifying cold air. Then the cold air turned into 2 sharp ice spears from around his body. The ice spear quickly rushes towards Luffy on the Moby D ***K. Shua. Seeing Zoro holding the blade, veins in his arms exploded. The terrifying haki wraps around the blade rubs against the space, and a violent explosion sound is heard. The next second, 2 terrifying sword energies tore through the weather. Quickly attack the ice spear, coming from high altitude. Peng! Peng! 2 loud noises were heard, and the sword energy and the ice spear collided. The sword energy fired by Zoro was offset by the ice spear fired by Kyuzen. Ah la la, it seems my sneak attack didn't go smoothly, Kyuzen said with a serious look on his face. Kyuzen Admiral, be careful. At this moment, a Marine Vice Admiral shouted from Marineford Square. Kyuzen raised his head slightly, and 11 Ren suddenly jumped out of his skin. I saw Luffy appearing above him at some point. How is it possible when? Kyuzen's pupils contracted violently, and his face looked in disbelief. His observation haki did not sense Luffy. But at this moment, he recalled what Poruzalino said. You need to be careful when fighting Luffy, because the opponent will use knowledge to kill, can invalidate the sight and hearing color. And now, obviously Luffy used witness kill on Kyuzen. This resulted in Kyuzen's observation haki not sensing any abnormalities at all. Peng! Luffy wrapped his fist around haki and hit Kyuzen directly in the face. Kyuzen immediately spat out his words, and his body quickly fell towards the sea like a meteor. A boom! There was an explosion from the sea, and waves 100 meters high were created. Urouge knocked Admiral away with 1 punch. Is this the strength of Straw Hat Boy now? Trafalgar Law, I used to think that the Admirals were already the most powerful monsters in this sea, but now it seems that a stronger monster has appeared above them. That is the Straw Hats of the Flat World. Capone Bijet, the Straw Hat Boy in our world will be like a gangster in Summit War, but the Straw Hat Boy in the ordinary world will become the strongest person who determines the trend of the war. Eustace Kid, fortunately, the Straw Hat Kid in our world is not as strong as him. Otherwise, I would have to consider giving up becoming the Pirate King. Ghost Spider, what's going on? Why didn't Kyuzen Admiral's observation haki foresee Straw Hat's attack? Why was he careless enough to let Straw Hat appear above his head? Buddha's Sengoku, it's observation kill. That Straw Hat Boy used observation kill on Kyuzen when he wasn't paying attention, blocking his observation haki. Kong, what a terrifying combat experience. I was able to take advantage of the moment when Kyuzen and Roronoa Zoro were fighting, use the wisdom kill to block Kyuzen's wisdom color, and then appear in the sky above his head to hit with a surprise blow. Eustace Kid, as long as the demon fruit power falls into the sea and no one can save it, it will definitely die. Could it be that Straw Hat Kid killed Admiral Aokiji directly? Jaehin, it's not that simple. That guy Aokiji has the ice fruit ability. He won't die even if he falls into the sea. He should use his ability when his body touches the sea surface. The sea will be frozen. Kyuzen Admiral. How is it possible? Kyuzen Admiral was sunk into the sea. Quick, we have to hurry up and rescue Kyuzen Admiral. Seeing Kyuzen being beaten by Luffy and sinking into the sea. The Marines in Marineford Square were all panicked. What a terrifying man. He was able to deliver such a terrifying blow without that guy Aokiji reacting. Moonlight Moria's voice was trembling. Monkey D. Luffy, although it's a bit unbelievable, I believe that your current strength is probably not weaker than Admiral. Mihawk stared at Luffy in the distance. To know, Luffy is still very young now. To be able to have Admiral's history at such an age. This is enough to surprise Mihawk. Seeing Kyuzen being beaten into the sea, Sengoku's pupils on the execution platform shrank violently. Kyuzen. Then, is that really my grandson? Garp also looked at Luffy in surprise. Garp and Luffy haven't seen each other for a year. He remembered a year ago, when Luffy just wanted to go to sea from Windmill Village. Strength can be called strong, but it's not so exaggerated. But now, Garp can feel it. Luffy's strength has reached a level beyond his imagination. He couldn't believe it. Is that really my grandson? Has your grandson grown into such a monster? It's a pity. It would be great if such a strong man were from our marine side. He took a breath and said with great regret, if Luffy is from their marine, then there is no doubt that the position of Admiral, Marshal, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. As long as Luffy wants to get it, he can definitely get it. But it's a pity that with such combat power, I couldn't become a Marine in the end. But he stood on the opposite side of their Marine. Became a pirate. Luffy, so awesome. Momousagi covered his mouth, unable to hide his surprise. The best is better than the old. Mr. Garp's grandson's current strength is probably not inferior to Mr. Garp's. In time, his strength will definitely surpass Mr. Garp's. The T-Dolphin couldn't help, but smacked its lips and sighed. Why did that guy Kyuzen suddenly rush straight to the opponent's base camp? What an idiot, Sakazuki cursed. That guy Kyuzen didn't listen to my instructions. I told him to be careful when fighting that guy. Observation haki cannot be used, Poruzalino said helplessly. No one expected it. Kyuzen didn't know when he went directly to the Moby D **K. You must know that on the Moby D **K. But there are Whitebeard, Rayleigh, and Luffy who are all smiling. Anyone who rushes forward will be in vain. Aboard Moby D **K. Aokiji, that guy Aokiji was sunk into the sea. Marco looked at Luffy in astonishment. Hey, what's going on with your strength, brother Ace? Isn't it a little too strong? Josie looked at Luffy in disbelief. That's Admiral. Who would have thought that Luffy could sink the Admiral into the sea so easily? There's nothing surprising. I just knocked him out while he wasn't paying attention. I didn't kill him, Luffy said calmly. Kekaka. At this moment, a strange sound came from the sea. I saw that the sea surface quickly froze, and the frozen area instantly covered the end of the sea. At the same time, it also froze the Moby D **K and the 43 pirate ships behind it. So this is the purpose of that Aokiji kid. Is it to freeze our ship and block our possibility of escaping? La, we never planned to escape today. This just gives us the opportunity to land at Marineford Square. Small door, attack Marineford, rescue Ace. Whitebeard yells an order. As Whitebeard's voice falls, there are countless pirates on board the Whitebeard pirates. They are all holding weapons and rushing towards Marineford Square. When Marines saw this, they immediately dispatched tens of thousands of Marine elites, Branch Vice Admiral, and Headquarters Lieutenant General to intercept. The war has completely begun. Marineford port location. Tens of thousands of Marines fought against tens of thousands of members of the Whitebeard Regiment. Let me see the strong man on that boat. Mihawk stands under the execution platform, looking at the many pirates and Marines who are fighting. My eyes couldn't help but glance at the Moby D **K again. There are too many strong men on that ship, and all of them are enemies he wants to fight. Oh, would a man like you be interested in taking the initiative? Seeing Mihawk planning to take action, Doflamingo was a little surprised. However, Mihawk doesn't pay attention to Doflamingo. He jumped up and arrived at the port. Then he slowly drew out the supreme sharp sword, Yi, from his back. He clenched the handle of the knife with both hands, and an unprecedented momentum burst out from all over his body. Shua. He suddenly swings his knife towards the location of Moby D***, K's ship. The blade rubs against the space, and a violent explosion echoes through the Marineford battlefield. The next second, a terrifying sword energy containing endless terrifying power flew out instantly. Sword chi is vertical and horizontal. The bearer can overwhelm mountains and destroy everything. Along the way, both Marines and pirates are fighting. Everyone is afraid of his sword energy. Afraid of being affected by Mihawk's sword energy. His sword energy rushed to the front of the Motobic unimpeded. Just when Josie was about to appear and block Mihawk's slash, Zoro suddenly stopped him and said excitedly, "The swordsman's slash can only be resisted by the swordsman. Leave it to me." The words fall. Without any hesitation, Zoro jumped up and landed in front of Moby D***, K's ship. He holds third-generation Kaitsu and Daikyukshu Shusui in his hands. In his mouth, he bites the word Chinese letter. Mito Stream. Purgatory. Demon Kill. Zoro's momentum instantly rose to the extreme. Amazing momentum and ghostly aura emerged from him. Tread. He stepped hard on the ice. The ice tore open in an instant, and like a ghost, he rushed towards Mihawk's sword energy. When Zoro's blade collided with Mihawk's sword energy. At the scene, there was an explosion that resounded throughout the battlefield. The ice under Zoro's feet is cracking inch by inch. It's just a slash of this level. Zoro smiled confidently, and then swung the blade with all his strength to cut away Mihawk's slash, and the three-sword energy flew towards Mihawk's position in an instant. Go. Roronoa Zoro. Eagle Eye Mihawk looks at Zoro in the distance with interest. Then he swung two knives again. Hit two terrifying slashes, which offset each other with Zoro's sword energy. Capone Bija, this guy's strength is too strong. Yuruj, how could this monster so easily block the slashing attack of Mihawk, the most powerful swordsman in the world? And he even responded with 3 sword auras from Mihawk. Trafalgar Law. The strength of Zoro in the parallel world today is probably not much weaker than Mihawk. D. Roger, hahaha, the world's greatest swordsman in the future has been booked. That's Luffy's companion Roronoa. Zoro. Judging from the current battle between Zoro and Mihawk, there is a strength gap between the two. But it's not big. And know it. Zoro is also extremely young now. He still has a very high ceiling and room for growth. Give Zoro a little more time. It is not difficult to defeat Mihawk. There is no doubt that. The future greatest swordsman in the peaceful world. It has to be Zoro. There can be no one else. Byandy Wald, the Straw Hat guy from Flat World sank Aokiji with one punch, and this Roronoa Zoro easily blocked Mihawk's slash. This Summit War is really getting more and more exciting. So interesting. You're kidding, that guy actually blocked Mihawk's slash. That guy is Roronoa Zoro, the captain of the Luffy pirates. His bounty is 430 million Bali. What 430 million Baileys? This guy's strength should be more than 1 billion Baileys, right? That Monkey D. Luffy's strength is terrifying, but why are all his companions monsters? All members are Conqueror's Haki, and this guy's swordsmanship is amazing. Not as weak as Mihawk. Now, many Marines on the Marineford battlefield. See the strength shown by Zoro. I was so shocked that I was sweating all over my body. Hey, are you kidding me? What's going on with that kid? His swordsmanship is so scary. Doflamingo's worldview has been refreshed again. He discovered what a monster this Summit War is. Why does he feel like a gangster at this moment? Has this guy's swordsmanship reached this level? Hey, it's much more exaggerated than I thought, Bogart said in surprise. When Zoro cut off the cannonball before. Bogart can tell. Zoro has mastered extremely superb swordsmanship. But now I see Zoro easily blocking Mihawk's slash. And after he responded with 3 terrifying sword energy. Bogart knew. I still underestimate Zoro after all. Chapter 142, Sanji kicked Kizaru away, and a meteorite fell from the sky with a smile, shocking the A. Roronoa Zoro was born in the Shimitsuki village of East Blue. He has been associated with Monkey D. Luffy since he was a child, and was the first man to join the Monkey D. Luffy pirate group. 1. In more than a year of sailing career, he has hardly shown any strong strength. Just because he was Luffy's first companion, the bounty reached 430 million Baileys. I thought he was just a man who could be considered a strong man. But I didn't expect that his strength is also at the monster level. This guy's level of monster is already comparable to that of Fire Fist Ace. Sengoku frowned as he looked at the information about Zoro brought by his men. In this previous sea, can be called a real monster. There are only two people. The first one is Luffy, and the second one is Ace. Luffy can fight Akainu for a day and a night. Ace, on the other hand, showed great strength when he went to sea. He has a domineering hand and has unrivaled talent. Monsters like Luffy and Ace. It never appeared even in the Rocks era. In terms of the level of monsters, not even Rocks himself can compare with the two of them. Sengoku originally thought, in this era there can be two monsters, Luffy and Ace. The sea is noisy and chaotic enough. But he didn't expect it. There are more than two monsters in this era. But there are three. The third person is Roronoa Zoro. We are really born in an incredible era. Garp sighed. Garp, what you bastards said. If you can get Fire Fist Ace and your grandson Luffy to join Marine, I believe that Roronoa Zoro will also follow Ob. That is to say, these three transcendent monsters will all belong to our Marine camp. But it turns out you bastard. Sengoku was so angry that veins popped out on his forehead, and he grabbed Garp's collar angrily. He looks like he hates iron, but cannot become steel. How he wishes. These three people are all from Marine's side. If these three people are from their Marine side, there is no doubt that their Marine power will usher in the most prosperous period since their founding. Pirates sweeping across the world are definitely not a problem. Calm down, Sengoku. He glanced at him. Snort. Sengoku snorted coldly and let go of Garp's collar. But the frowned brows still did not relax at all. The solemn expression still does not relax at all. On board the Moby D **K. That guy is really capable. Whitebeard looked at Zoro and couldn't help but praise him. It's too strong, the opponent is Mihawk. Marco was shocked. As expected of a man who can defeat me with swordsmanship. Even if he fights against the world's most powerful swordsman like Mihawk, he is not at a big disadvantage. Bista said in admiration. We are really strong as a cloud here. Josie looked around at the Whitebeard pirates and couldn't help but sigh. Marine is as strong as a cloud. But they are also full of talented people. That green algae head really knows how to steal the spotlight. Sanji lit up a cigarette and complained. Zoro got all the limelight. Usopp also scratched his head. What's going on? I suddenly feel like it's so nice up there, Chopper suddenly said. Hearing Chopper's reminder, everyone raised their heads slightly. I don't know, Wend. Paluzolino has appeared above their heads. I hope you don't care too much about me and continue talking about you. Poruzolino spread his hands in midair. Kizaru. Sanji took a deep breath of cigarette, exhaled the thick smoke, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Catch the thief first. Capture the king first. I don't know if my attack will be effective on you. 1. 8-foot beautiful Magatama. Paluzolino crossed his arms, and there was an incomparable light shining on his fingertips. The next second, the light, as bright as the sun, turned into countless light particles. Countless light particles flew out from Poruzolino's fingertips. Almost covers the entire sky. It was densely packed like raindrops, shooting towards everyone on the Moby D **K. Moonwalk. Sanji's footsteps slam onto the deck. The next moment, he rushed high into the sky like a rapidly shooting bow and arrow. Devil's windy feet. Sanji's feet are wrapped with rich armament haki, not only that, but even burning with flames. He swung his legs violently, detonating all the light particles emitted by the high-altitude Poruzolino. Tap. Then he used the power of Moonwalk to trample the air towards Paluzali. Seeing this, Porozolino covered his legs and feet with the power of devil fruit. Kicks towards Sanji. Peng! The legs and feet of the two people suddenly collided together, and the air seemed to explode. What a terrifying power! Porozolino curled his lips slightly in surprise. I can't just let that green algae head steal the show. Sanji grinned. Demon wind kick beef explosion. Sanji's momentum suddenly reached its peak. He takes a sharp step back. Then the legs and feet were wrapped with a richer armament haki. Not only that, his legs and feet were even covered with fire and lightning. Sanji's 1 year of special training at Sky Island has already awakened the blood factor. Strictly speaking, Sanji is a reformer. It makes sense to have some flames and lightning on the legs, right? Peng! Sanji finished charging up his legs and feet and rushed towards Porozolino again. Porozolino waves his arms to resist. The power is even stronger than before. By the way, are you demon fruit power? Porozolino asked curiously. No comment. Sanji roared, and his legs and feet exploded with greater strength. I saw Porozolino's body being kicked out by Sanji. His body turned into a stream of light and directly hit the bottom of the execution platform. The terrifying force directly knocked a big pit under the execution platform. Smoke and dust filled the air, and sand and gravel flew into the sky. Yoruj, there are monsters. Eustace Kid. In the past, the Straw Hat Kid sank Aokiji with one punch, and then Roronoa Zoro easily blocked Mihawk's slash. Now is this black-footed Sanji so amazing? He actually kicked Kizaru away. Trafalgar Law. Are these the three main forces of the Straw Hat Pirates? Capone Bijet, wasn't he just a chef a year ago? A pirate who beats millions of bullies would be out of breath. Now he can kick Kizaru. Basil Hawkins. It's increasingly unimaginable to me now that the Straw Hat Boy can exert his true power. After Luffy's guidance, the strength of Zoro and Sanji. Everything has undergone earth-shaking changes. This person has changed so much that he almost doesn't look like the same person. Luffy was able to teach the two of them to be so powerful. So what about Luffy's own strength? How powerful it can be? It's simply unimaginable. Sanji, the me in the other world, is so powerful. Sanji was also confused at the moment. He never thought about himself in another world. He was actually able to kick Porozolino away. To know, the opponent is the Admiral of Naval Headquarters, one of the strongest combat forces in this sea. Kaido of the Beasts, HMPH, that guy Kizaru was kicked away by you on purpose. How could Admiral be so weak? Jaehin, start paddling, Kizaru of that world. Red Earl Baloric Redfield. It is undeniable that Kizaru is indeed paddling, but black-footed Sanji's strength cannot be ignored. Of course they can see it. Porozolino deliberately flew upside down and damaged the execution platform. As for the purpose, let the water go. But, even so, it's also impossible to ignore Sanji's strength. Kicked away the 8-foot Magatama, shot by Porozolino. Another kick with Porozolino. His strength is indeed inferior to Luffy and Zoro, but it is second only to them. Byandy Wald. In just 1 year, an ordinary chef can undergo such a transformation in strength. It makes me want to join that Straw Hat Boys ship. No one would have thought of it. Sanji was just an ordinary chef a year ago. It's hard to deal with the Creek Pirates. But what now? If not for the same appearance, the same name. Who can believe that this is the weak chef from a year ago? Admiral got kicked away. Are you kidding me? Moria was completely confused. What's the situation? So strong. Forget it if there are 2 strong ones on Luffy's ship. How come there are still masters? Hey, that's Admiral. How could Admiral be kicked away? Doflamingo also broke into cold sweat on his forehead, his face full of disbelief. Although this Summit War has just begun. But his Doflamingo worldview. It has been refreshed 3 times in a row. 3 times in total. He has lived for decades and has never seen Cheetos like today. Isn't that guy the chef on Luffy's ship? Isn't that guy so powerful? Momousagi was also dumbfounded. She has been in contact with Luffy for a long time. So she clearly remembered that Sanji was the cook on the ship and was a chef. But I didn't know until I saw her today. The chef is also a master. Hey, Porzelino Admiral is paddling. The dolphin scratched his head and sighed. Packing is all about paddling, but Sanji's strength cannot be underestimated. It's really scary. How can a pirate group possess all these abilities at the same time? Such a strong person. After all, he is indeed your grandson, Mr. Garp. Bogart sighed. Sengoku on the execution platform saw Porzelino crashing the execution platform, and veins appeared on his frowning brows, and he cursed, "Porzelino, this bastard." 1. Sanji, I remember that the Vinsmoke family had dealt with our marines some time ago, and said that there was a man named Sanji in their family. Could this be him? Come on, he frowned slightly. Are you from the Vinsmoke family? Garp was a little surprised. Not far away, Tianzheng came over with information in his hand. I guess there is no mistake. He should be the most outstanding artificial human in the Vinsmoke family, according to the information I have obtained. Vinsmoke Sanji has been the chef at East Blue Sea Restaurant since he was a child. I didn't go overseas until a year ago when I was invited by Monkey Zhang Luffy. 1. So far, I have only been at sea for more than a year. But his strength has undergone earth-shaking changes. After all, it's because he's an artificial being of the Vinsmoke family that he's done. Or, he became as powerful as he is now because he became Monkey D. Luffy's companion. Looking at Sanji's figure, Tianzheng couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. A year ago, he was just an insignificant chef on the sea. But now the strength has become dozens of times stronger. This growth rate is really too shocking. He was just a chef a year ago. After hearing the information provided by Tianzheng, Garp and others were all stunned. Why are all chefs so awesome? What kind of monsters are on Luffy's boat? Damn Porzelino. Do you know that it is very expensive to cause huge damage to Marineford and build it? He ran to confront the strong men on the Medivh while I was not paying attention. Beat him, and now he's pretending to be dead. Looking at the location of the execution platform, Sakazuki's face is extremely gloomy. Aboard Moby D **K. So handsome, Sanji, Usopp praised. Yes, that's awesome, Sanji. Chopper also echoed and praised. Ku-la-la-la, another monster that cannot be underestimated. You actually kicked Admiral Kizaru away. Marco looked stunned. What is the situation of your pirate group? Are you really human, or what race are you from? Josie's face was full of astonishment. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji are the 3 people who take action. All of them possess great strength, and each achievement is extremely eye-catching. I didn't kick him away, he flew out by himself, and I'm a real human being, Sanji said calmly. When Sanji and Porzelino's legs collided, he could feel the terrifying power contained in Porzelino's body. Logically speaking, it is very simple to kick Porzelino away with his strength. But he didn't know why Porzelino didn't kick him away. But he easily kicked the opponent away. Sanji is very clear and serious about his own strength, because he knows that his cultivation time is too short after all. Only a year and a few months. There is still a big strength gap between Luffy and Zoro. Luffy has been practicing since he was a child. Zoro, on the other hand, has been practicing since he was a child under the guidance of Luffy. He only practiced for a year and a few months. The strength is really not that strong. Although I can't see it with my eyes, my observation Haki clearly sensed the process of your actions. It's really exciting. Since I participated in this war today, naturally, I can't just stand aside and use my clumsy tactics to hope that you won't laugh. Yixeo slowly pulled out the blade and walked slowly to the bow of the ship. The next second, his momentum suddenly increased. The gravity fruit occurs, and the terrifying direction reaches the direction of outer space. In space, several meteorites are guided by Yixeo's gravity. Soon appeared above Marineford. Boom! 3 meteorites landed, and there was a violent explosion. The huge sound attracted the attention of all Marines and pirates on the entire Marineford battlefield. Everyone looks up. I saw 3 huge flaming meteorites falling rapidly. 143 Roger. Give Marine a little shock and all Luffy's companions dominate. Yuruj, this guy is a little too simple. Eustace Kid, I can compete with Mihawk in swordsmanship, and Devil Fruit can drop meteorites from the sky. Are there really monsters of this level among the people? I feel like if he becomes a Marine, he can become an Admiral. Trafalgar Law, the Straw Hat Master of that world really met an amazing man among the people. He was so strong that it was beyond imagination. Capone Bajet, no wonder that Straw Hat Boy takes him so seriously. Before the Summit War started, he made a special trip to Demon Valley Town to find him. He is indeed an extremely powerful and terrifying man who can even influence the situation of the war. Tilda. Basil Hawkins, when he was on the Moby D **K, Straw Hat didn't lie. A year ago, the man named Yixeo might actually be a bit more powerful than him. John, what kind of devil fruit is this guy eating? How can even meteorites be pulled down from outer space? Yixeo, the devil fruit I eat is called the gravity fruit. It can freely manipulate the gravity of any object. It can increase or decrease its weight, and it can also pull any object through gravity. Golden Lion Shiki, gravity fruit, freely control the weight of objects. It feels a bit similar to my lion fruit, but even my lion fruit can't pull meteorites down from outer space. This guy has really developed devil fruit to a terrifying level. Smile. Yixeo, it's just a little trick. Silver Axe, manipulating meteorites is such a trick. You bastard are being too modest. Meteorite. Are you kidding? Why are there meteorites suddenly? Hey, whose ability is this? Why is it even controlled by meteorites? Run everyone. On Marineford Square. Countless Marines and pirates who were fighting saw meteorites in the sky. Everyone was frightened to the extreme and stopped fighting. I want to avoid this meteorite falling from the sky. This battlefield is really not suitable for people. I should have known I wouldn't have come. Moonlight Moria looked at the meteorites high in the sky with fear. His original intention to join the battle today was to take revenge on Luffy. But don't talk about revenge now. He is so scared just seeing Luffy. He finally discovered it. This Summit War is really not something he can stay in. There are even meteorites. This war is really getting more and more interesting. Doflamingo broke into cold sweat on his forehead and laughed strangely. What a group of powerful men there are on that ship. Hancock was also shocked, and his scalp was numb at this time. Sengoku on the execution platform stared at Moby D **K and smiled, his face extremely serious. That guy. Has the gravity fruit been developed to this extent by him? Tian Zhang was shocked. This man seems to have the power to destroy the world. Crane's face also looked particularly heavy. There really isn't a simple guy on the Moby D **K ship. They are all monsters that can shake the sea. Garp sighed. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji currently taking action smile. The combat power and performance of these four people are extremely dazzling. It brought great pressure to them Marine. Except these four people. Whitebeard on the Moby D **K has not yet taken action, and so have Marco, Josie, Bista, and others under his banner. And of course, the most important thing that cannot be ignored are Luffy's companions. Usopp, Chopper, Nami, Robin, and Vivi, who participated in the war, are not fuel-efficient lamps. Garp originally thought, Whitebeard and Luffy want to rescue Ace. It is an extremely difficult thing. But now he always feels it. With the cooperation of Whitebeard, Luffy, and others, it is not impossible to rescue Ace. As expected of Brother Luffy's companion, Ace on the execution platform couldn't help but have a smile on his face. Meteorite, Chadu's face darkened. We cannot let these 3 meteorites fall on Marineford, otherwise the casualties will be too great. Momousagi reminded. Looks like it's time for us to take action. Bogart draws out the blade from his waist. Without any hesitation, the T-Dolphin, Momousagi, and the 3 of them team up. Leap into the air and rush towards the 3 falling meteorites. Shushuashua. 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 All 3 of them possess extremely terrifying swordsmanship. The 3 of them struck one after another, with extremely terrifying and sharp slashes. Crush all 3 meteorites that landed from high altitude into pieces. A crisis was resolved by 3 people. Aboard Moby D **K. Has my meteorite been blocked? Yixio scratched his head. Are you serious? How can you still summon meteorites? Josie was stunned. The vastness of this sea is really unimaginable. No one would have thought that a man like you, who has lived on the sea for decades and is almost unknown, could actually have the power to destroy a world-class area. Marco also looked at it with a surprised look on his face and smiled. The sea is still too vast after all. Marco previously believed that as long as he is strong, he must have a great reputation on the sea. Especially a top powerhouse like Yixio. But the name Yixio is rarely known on the sea. But he is such a man that few people know about. But it possesses subversive and terrifying combat power. Destroying world-class power? Don't praise me too much. It just summoned a few meteorites. It's not a big deal. Besides, weren't the meteorites summoned by me still intercepted by contempt? Yixio shook his head. The ones who intercepted your meteorite were Naval Headquarters Alternate Admiral Momousagi, T. Dolphin, and Garp's Deputy Heavyweight Bogart. Bista swallowed. Compared to the strength of these 3 people, there is indeed a slight gap between Admiral and Admiral. But the difference is not very big. The 3 of them are also real people. One of the top combat forces of Naval Headquarters. It is not difficult for these 3 people to join forces to deal with the 2 emperors and generals. Yixio's attack forced the 3 of them to join forces. This is enough to prove Yixio's terrifying combat power. Ku-la-la-la, what a great man, smile. After today's war is over, your name will be resounding all over the world, Whitebeard praised. 1. I don't care much about reputation, I just want to fight with Luffy later, Yixio said lightly. Ace's brother really has unimaginable charm. I heard Yixio say this. Everyone on the Whitebeard group boat couldn't help but focus on Luffy. Can such a top powerhouse be able to do so? So willing to follow. Such a charm. It's really so scary. But speaking of which, where has that guy Zoro gone? Usopp looked around and asked with some confusion. Since Zoro blocked Mihawk's slash, he never saw Zoro again. Zoro, that guy is there. Chopper pointed at a battlefield in Marineford and reminded. After his reminder, everyone's eyes were focused on Zoro. I saw Zoro killing everyone on the battlefield. No matter how many Marine elites there are, they can't stop him. And Zoro quickly broke out of Marine's encirclement. Zoro glanced at Mihawk, who was in the center of the battlefield. Without any hesitation, Zoro holds the blade and quickly rushes towards Mihawk. His dream has always been to become the world's greatest swordsman. And now, Hawkeye Mihawk is right in front of him. How can he be patient? Plus, when I was in East Blue a year ago, Zoro and Mihawk fought against each other, and it can be said that they lost handily. But now Zoro thinks, already qualified to compete with Mihawk. Mihawk is killing everyone on the battlefield. I also quickly sensed a powerful aura approaching him. He tilted his head slightly and saw Zoro rushing towards him quickly. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he said with a strong fighting spirit, Roronoa Zoro. When the words fall, the blades of the 2 of them came together. A terrifying aura emerged from the bodies of the 2 of them, as if they were not human beings at this moment, but 2 giant beasts roaring and hissing at each other. With the 2 people at the center of the battlefield, the surrounding ice cracked inch by inch. No one dares to approach within 100 meters radius. Because they know. The battle between Zoro and Mihawk. They are not people of their level at all. You can intervene. Dang, dang, dang. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. The blades of the 2 collided one after another. The sound of metal clashing echoed throughout the battlefield. The sparks generated by the collision of bright swords never dissipated. Amazing swordsmanship, Roronoa Zoro. What exactly did you go through in the year you disappeared at sea that allowed your swordsmanship to achieve such a dramatic improvement? Feel the sharp sword intent coming from Zoro's blade. Eagle Eye Mihawk couldn't help but ask. Mihawk in East Blue a year ago, while holding the black knife, Knight. He defeated Zoro easily. But now, Zoro's swordsmanship is not what it used to be. Even if he fights seriously, it is impossible to defeat Zoro in a short while. Please give me flowers. 1 year can be said to be very short. Time passed in the blink of an eye. Eagle Eye Mihawk thinks to himself, my current swordsmanship is much better than a year ago. But Zoro's swordsmanship has improved more than 10 times compared to a year ago. This improvement in swordsmanship has truly completely refreshed Hawkeye me. Graham's worldview. If you also have a strong captain, your swordsmanship will increase by leaps and bounds like me. Zoro grinned. Captain, you mean, you owe your current level of swordsmanship to Monkey D. Luffy. That's right. That man is really becoming more and more difficult to see through. Hear Zoro's words. Eagle Eye Mihawk couldn't help, but set his sights on Luffy in Moby D **K. Since meeting Luffy a year ago, he felt that Luffy was extremely unusual. But now he feels more and more that Luffy is going too far, even to the point of being terrifying, shocking, and frightening. Our captain is extremely strong. Whatever our captain wants to do, he can definitely do it. And as his crew member, I need to clear all obstacles for him. Zoro said confidently. Yeah. Shua. The next second, Eagle Eye Mihawk suddenly burst out with stronger momentum. Swinging the black sword, Zoro was directly knocked away. I have to admit that you really have terrifying swordsmanship now, but with this level of power, you still can't defeat me. I can feel that there is still something in your body. There may be more power that has never been used. Why don't you have a serious fight with me? Eagle Eye Mihawk holds the black knife ready to fight. It seems that just wanting to defeat you with swordsmanship is too fanciful. Although my swordsmanship has improved dramatically after 1 year of special training, there is still a big gap between me and you. If that's the case. The words fall. Zoro holds the blade tightly in his hand. The blade is wrapped with rich armament haki and Conqueror's haki. Tread. Zoro's footsteps slam into the ground. He rushed towards Mihawk like a shooting star. Boom. The two blades collided again. The sound from the collision of this attack was like the roar of a bomb. It resounded completely throughout the battlefield. Black-red electric light flashes on Zoro's sword. Let him be like a devil in hell. This is Conqueror's entanglement. Eagle Eye Mihawk's pupils shrank slightly, a little unbelievable. Achoku, this guy's domination power, has increased several times compared to a year ago. Byendy Wald. After all, that Straw Hat Boy has mastered the method of cultivating mental power and courage, which allows him to continuously improve his haki power. In 1 year, his training has allowed him to master a powerful tyrant. Red Earl Baloric Redfield. It's not just Roronoa Zoro who has mastered the terrible power. His companions have all mastered the power after a year of training. Got it. Gall D. Roger, ha. Soon, this Luffy and his companions will give that marine in the flat world a little shock. Because they grew up watching Luffy and his companions. Already knew it. Luffy and his companions, except Chopper, are all conquerors dominating. But people in the ordinary world don't know much about the details of Luffy and others. What's going on with Roronoa Zoro? Why did his aura suddenly become different? Doflamingo looked at the battle between Zoro and Mihawk with some confusion. He seems to have used a very unusual power, although I don't know what kind of power it is. Moonlight Moria frowned and said in a deep voice, with their current level, they naturally cannot come into contact with Conqueror's entanglement. After all, Conqueror's entanglement can only be mastered by the strong at the top of this sea. Looking at the entire sea, they can only be regarded as middle-class characters. That's Conqueror's entanglement. How is that possible? How could that guy have the power of Conqueror's entanglement? Sengoku on the execution platform suddenly broke into a cold sweat when he saw Zoro's domineering blow. As the owner of Conquerors, It is very clear how fishy the power of the Leek King's color entanglement is. Similarly, he also knows how difficult this power is to cultivate. What he didn't expect at all was Zoro has actually mastered the tyrant. Exquisite swordsmanship, terrifying haki, and unimaginable kingly appearance. Even if this kind of man becomes the world's greatest swordsman in the future, it is not surprising at all. All right, legends, that's it for today. If you're ready for the next chapter, smash that like button and flood the comments right now. Remember, we've got 3 days to prove this story needs to continue. Subscribe so you don't miss the drop, and I'll meet you in the next audiobook.